just going to go live. And instead of my intro, I'm going to play this playlist if anyone's listening yet. Alrighty. I'm here. Perfect. Everything's perfect. If anyone's listening, we're just going to play a quick little playlist or something here. I'm going to share the screen. One sec. Picking this one. Sharing screen. Share. Put on stage. Look at this. Look at this. I'm here. If anyone else is here, let's do this. Dee Dee, hey. Don't want to get what? Don't want to get in trouble for what? What? Trouble for what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, young lady? You've been... Gotta say hi to everybody. Hello, Paula. Sorry, I don't want to get in trouble. For what? How are you gonna get in trouble, Dee Dee? For what? Hey, Becky B. Dewey's coming back. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna play a couple playlists, a playlist of some Delphi videos I've been digging up. But what I'm doing tonight, I woke up just a little bit late like earlier, but I had such a good sleep, like I was just like I feel too good, like I just need to wake up. So I'm finishing my smoothie. Instead of playing my intro, I'm gonna play this. Dewey's back. Hello, Becky B. Hello, Paula. Dee Dee is sorry. I don't want to get in trouble from who. Please update me. Who's after you, young lady? Who is after you? Tell me. I'll get him. Nicole will be back. Mimi is here, always lurking. Let's do this. I'm just going to play this. If I notice, I made a playlist. It's called Bridges Dig Ditches in Delphi, leaving trails of money all over Indiana. It seems like it's obvious. Like every goddamn video I've been watching the last 15 years, I'm going back to watch the older ones. And these guys, there's like bridges everywhere. They're restoring old bridges. They're making, they're oh my God. This is their business. Bridges are their business. Look at this. These guys are standing on a bridge, announcing the bridges, and oh my God, it's amazing. These are like old. So here, I'm just going to play a little bit of this. Oh, put the music on. I turn it down just a bit. I don't want to be super loud. No, I'm not going to. You guys can do the volume. You guys could do the volume. Yeah, I'll put it down just a tiny bit. Just as I haven't even had my first coffee. That's what I need to finish the smoothie, and I'm going to have my first coffee while I'm watching this with you guys. The quality's there. Speed is normal. There's going to be a couple of short videos after this, and you watch. I'll probably click through and fast forward through a bunch or something. I'm not going to play them all, but it's amazing. These guys are standing on this bridge, announcing fucking funding and restoring projects, and oh my God. These guys, these are older ones. Indian the Trails 11 years ago. So this is 11 years ago. So it's like, that would be like 2013, 2014. Oh my God, watch these old guys. It's fucking wild. So we're going to watch a little bit of this, and I'm just going to drink my coffee. So we're doing this. I'm going to read Jerry Holeman from trial, like day 8 or whatever it says. The title says, what does it even say? Day 8. Jerry Holeman stuff from trial, and he's going to be talking all about the Jerry Holeman is going on and on about all the stuff we just read the last few days, which is Oberg's tool mark examiner, meaning she's tool marks as in anything harder than makes something an imprint on something softer is fucking like a. Oh my goodness. Like an otter has a clam on his belly and he uses a rock to smash it open. She's such a professional. She can tell you which rock the otter used because she's something harder, hitting something softer and breaking it open. Oh my goodness. Let's just watch a bit of this. These guys on bridges.
I'd like to welcome everybody here to the ribbon cutting for the Monon Trail pedestrian bridge, which is going to connect Hammond and Munster. This is a prefabricated center bridge section. It's a creative use of an original trestle that was built in 1909. Salvage it for future use. I'm very happy to be part of this project, and I really enjoyed working with the engineering firm, Nice Engineering, who's located here in Hammond. I think the project's really gone great. So now I'd like to introduce Mayor Thomas M. McDermott Jr. Tom?
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank a lot of people for helping make this day a reality. I think it's neat when you build a bridge between two communities. And I remember when we did the RDA project of the bridge over New York Avenue that linked Hammond and Whiting together, we talked about how dysfunctional government is sometimes. And in particular, Lake County gets a lot of criticism. And I think it's neat when communities work together and create linkages like Munster and Hammond did today. But it's also without the help of the Little Calumet River Basin Authority, this would not have happened either. So not only did it take Munster Town Council, Hammond Mayor, and the Hammond City Council, but it also took the Little Cal River Basin Authority to come together to make something that just makes sense. It gives Munster residents more options, more bypass options. I mean, once you get into Hammond now, the brand new Monon.
I just thought about that. I'm not even sure if this is I was thinking this might be a new. I don't know if this is a government-run channel. I should have checked, I guess. I'm thinking it sounds like it's. I'll have to check. Wait. I probably should have checked that first. I probably should have checked that. So Hoosier to Trails Council is to promote advocacy for this project. Documents people who make IndianaTrails.com. I guess it's okay. I don't know, actually. Maybe I should have checked, eh? Anyways, so I'll skip because Hoosier Rails to Trails Council is to promote. Sounds like a government thing, right? IndianaTrails.com. Welcome to IndianaTrails.com. Because if this were like a government thing, then I hope it is. New path. Well, maybe it isn't. Anyways, here I'll promote them. They have some great stuff. It just seems like there's a whole lot of. Like this is a big business. Trails, bridges, restoring bridges. It's everyone. And then when you see them, they're all. When you go through these videos, I'll go through a couple more. They're it's wild. It's wild. Like they're always standing on a bridge, right? Every announcement's on a bridge. They're restoring bridges. It's bridge. And then the other red one. The other red one was donated from Canada. I'll show you which one. The one that was in the McCain brothers was talking about. There's a red one right in the area of this little red one that's donated from Canada. And seems like they're really getting the funding and grants and everything, and they're really these bridges. I mean, they found something.
Delphi residents are asking for the community's help in repairing the Monon High Bridge as part of the Monon Trail. News 18's Brittany Werner shows us why the community says the bridge is so important to the areas.
Young lady, what are you talking about? Is this the we? Yes, we hate. Yes, in 2 minutes, I just woke up a little late. We're going to hate on Holeman. I'm going to read his whole thing. So I'm just going to play a couple things until the masses come in and I finish this coffee and it kicks in. Who was chasing you? Someone was chasing you. Tell me. Who the hell is chasing you, Dee Dee? Where were you? You don't want to get in trouble. So run. You're here now. You're safe. You're safe. You're in the right place. Yes.
History.
The Monon High Bridge, which is part of the Monon Trail, was built in 1891 by the Monon Railroad. Although people often walk over the bridge to view the Deer Creek just down below, one Deer Creek Township board member, David McCain, says the bridge has never officially been developed into a pedestrian walkway.
Well, the community, of course, would like to have.
Now, a few times I didn't really see good pictures of him. I used to always say, remember the Teresa Liebert sketch? I know it doesn't look like this guy. It looked like Elvis and that, but man, I've never really seen people with bags under their eyes like that. And boy, does he have those same Elvis bags. Like, I mean, I don't know. You should get some more sleep, young man. Or, I don't know, use some tea bags or whatever you would use on there. Those are pretty awesome. I don't think he's thinking he's old, right? But I don't know. Let somebody, he needs some more sleep, I think. He's really stressing about these trails.
The trail finished, you know, it has to be fixed and stabilized. It's in a critical condition.
Delphi residents say this Monon Bridge is an important gem in the history of their community, and they are asking for the city's help to restore this historic walkway.
It's a very long bridge. It is in very good shape except for this one pier.
McCain says the bridge is 850 feet long, and it is the third longest railroad bridge in Indiana. The bridge is deteriorating, which makes it dangerous to walk on. In order to fix it, the entire project will cost around $300,000.
The community came together to support getting a grant.
You guys heard that? 300,000. Take note. This is when? This was 10 years ago. So in 2015, December of 2015, 300 grand would fix this bridge. So tell BG here, and that this BG looking character, I don't know, maybe he's wearing his running shoes today, but I'm gonna tell BG. And this person's got a blue coat on too. Oh my god, people are all wearing blue coats. Not all of them.
Grant from Indiana DNR.
Oh, DNR too. There's DNR is all wrapped up in this. DNR is all Rebby, exactly. Order this man his preparation H, because DNR is all up in this too. Department of Natural Resources. I wonder if we can get a guy from there to help us out and nail this other guy too. Can we get DNR in the house? Doolin, you want to help this man? Help him. Help him help you. Show me the money.
That would allow for the decking and railing of the bridge for pedestrian use.
McCain was involved in helping to write the grant to the state's Department of Natural Resources, and the Deer Creek Township was approved the maximum amount of $150,000 toward making improvements. They also received $37,000 from the township, but that doesn't cover the bill. Before these changes can be made, the first pier must be repaired, which would cost around an additional $100,000.
We don't want the bridge to fail and collapse. We want to be able to fix it.
The bridge is owned by CSX, and before any repairs can be made, it must be approved by the owner. After negotiating for more than 2 years, CSX has agreed to donate the bridge and $37,000 for the project to a nonprofit organization willing to take the responsibility. But before repairs to the recreational trails project begins, the bridge.
Be careful out there, young man. Your hood and red coat. Be careful. Do not go out there. Although it seems a lot better back then. Still, be careful. Get yourself some railings, you asswipes. All this time, even some fucking simple railings. Letting kids play on. I mean, I would have been out there like crazy. I'm telling you, like literally. If I was a kid in this area, I swear to God, we'd fucking just whip our bikes right across here, no problem. We'd fucking bunny hop over the little holes. We'd roll tires out here and chuck them off and see. We'd set them on fire and throw. I mean, thank God I didn't grow up in this area, because we'd be fucking swinging from ropes underneath and climbing under the girders and throwing TVs off to see them. Oh my God.
Which must find a new rightful owner. Reporting in Delphi, Brittany Werner, News 18.
A land purchase by the city of Delphi sparks an Indiana State Police investigation.
News 18 Samantha Tiki joins us now with a look at why that land deal is causing so much controversy.
Then they had a whole thing about it's really all about money, right? Because this is all about there's the whole. If you look at these contracts, it's the baseball association and all these people and selling property that you shouldn't have sold. And
Sam?
It's an area the size of 3 city lots in the heart of Delphi. At the last meeting of the Delphi City Council, the city proposed the purchase of the property. It was revealed at that same meeting the property had already been purchased before the council's approval. However, a deeper look into the documents led to an investigation of the sale by the Indiana State Police.
Something doesn't feel right.
it's August 13th of 2015, like things are popping off right before all these murders. Things are popping off.
Something doesn't look right with this situation.
Republican candidate for Delphi City Council Dale Seward says something seemed a little too familiar about the city of Delphi's proposal to buy land during the August meeting of the city council.
It's important for the citizens to know that they can trust their city government and that their taxpayer money is being spent wisely.
Seward says he knew the city council hadn't approved the purchase prior to the sale and says that's when he spoke up.
You're supposed to get city council approval to make purchases, and to already have it warranty deeded prior to even notifying the city council of it is, in my opinion, improper.
Delphi City Council President Dick Traeger says the council was aware of the purchase because it was part of the Stellar project and says the land was designated for a portion of the interurban trail. However, he says the council did not know when the land purchase was going to be finalized.
The purchase was passed, but it wasn't consummated because when this came up, it was suspended. The money was not paid until we found out what the legalities were.
The deed to purchase this land shows it was prepared by Delphi City Attorney Brock Dawson. But according to Seward, Dawson says he has no recollection of preparing the document.
Dawson denied knowledge of the transaction, said that he didn't prepare a document, he didn't have anything.
Delphi's Youth Baseball League getting ready to build a field or something
To do with it, and didn't know what it was either.
Seward says the day after the meeting, he got a copy of the deed from the Carroll County Recorder. Though there had not been a vote by Delphi City Council, the deed dated July 30th shows the land sale from the Delphi Youth Baseball League to the city of Delphi for $7,100. In a phone call to
$7,100 too. Guess if you're gonna sneak shit through, you might as well give yourself a great deal. $7,100 for a big beautiful hunk of land. All these other lands, like Ron Logan's, is in the way, and they just need these lands. We need land to help connect, and oh my goodness.
News 18, Dawson says he did not prepare the deed and had no knowledge of the sale.
I have no idea who that individual was. It said they signed for the city of Delphi. You know, somebody did, but our attorney did not.
Seward says he knew some.
So he has no idea who signed on behalf of the Delphi, the city of Delphi, wherever he says. He has no idea. The city attorney did not sign. Who's the person who's supposed to sign on behalf of them? But then in the next video, it's going to explain that the mayor is going to explain it all. Oops. Nothing to see here. Sorry. Accident.
Something wasn't right and wrote a letter to the Carroll County prosecutor. Now the Indiana State Police are investigating the sale. Traeger says until the investigation.
Have no fear. ISP is on it. I'm sure we will, like Jerry gets to the bottom of everything. Like Rosie standing beside Baldwin or standing near Baldwin when he sends the wrong email to not him, but someone else. And one of his friends takes photos and sends them out. He doesn't know about. ISP gets him, but I think like Babs McDonald has the Odin report on Court TV, and Murder Sheet got the PCA, and Fig gets the bullet, and all these other fucking guys talking to after the gag order. So Holeman gets Fortson. He seems to find Fortson and Westerman to get and does a whole investigation into Baldwin and everyone, and Rosie almost gets fired too. And for some reason they can't find murder sheet to find out where they got the PCA from Logan. They can't find Fig to break his door down and busted knuckles on his desk to see where he gets that fucking bullet info and the sealed, even though it was before the gag order, it was still sealed. And they can't find Babs McDonald's to see where she got that Odin report that Jerry forgot all about or didn't know nothing about. Oh my goodness. But they can find Robert Fortson. Stephanie Thompson can be found too. Ferenczi was found by not ISP, just a coincidentally a guy, a white guy. Maybe he cut him off in the drive-thru. Who knows why else he would be attacking an Odin field office, being an ex-IDOC state level and federal level, state and federal. Shane Meehan was state and federal ex-prison guard. So I'm sure he has nothing to do with Odin, and he just maybe got cut off in the drive-thru and followed Ferenczi to the Terre Haute FBI field office investigating Odin, had no idea, and just thought, this guy cut me off, so I'm going to lob a Molotov cocktail through the window and get in a big gun battle with him for no reason. Who knows? Maybe he banged his wife in high school. He was pissed at him. I don't know. Who knows?
Is complete. The council won't be approving the sale.
You know, there's a lot of rumors that fly around. We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
Indiana State Police Detective Greg Edwards says he's wrapped.
Okay, ISP's on it. Yes, exactly, Rebby Ann. They're all just coincidences. What was that last line there? He says something really good there. Listen, I forget what it is. He says something. I forget what it is. Here, listen.
We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
Right, and wrote a letter to the Carroll County.
That is the motto of Delphi. Listen, he's going to repeat it. This is the guy who does the lawyer is supposed to sign for these deeds. The beautiful pathways here. Look at these. Oh my God. This is their motto. I'm going to write this down after I hear this. This guy, whatever he says, this is Delphi's motto.
Prosecutor. Now the Indiana State Police are investigating the sale. Trigger says until the investigation is complete, the council won't be approving the sale.
You know, there's a lot of rumors that fly around. We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
So write that down. There's a lot of rumors flying around. We have to get to we don't know the truth until we get to the bottom of it or something. I got to write this down one more time. And I'm going to come back as soon as my next coffee kicks in, which is, I think now, like I'm up. Oh boy. I was like, oh my, I had such a wonderful sleep. I did one of those where I was just like, stayed up. And actually I slept for like 4 hours and I got up. And then I went back and I slept for like solid 4.5, 5 hours. Literally. So like I just literally, here's their motto, guys. Write it down. I'm going to put this on a t-shirt and make it, I'm going to be rich.
Council won't be approving the sale.
You know, there's a lot of rumors that fly around. We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
Boom. I got, that's the motto. There's a lot of shit flying around. A lot of rumors. And nothing's finalized until we get to the truth about whatever the fuck he says.
Indiana State Police Detective Greg Edwards says he's wrapping up the investigation and turned the case over. Okay, so the next video is the mayor. They've wrapped Indy ISP's got the case now. Fear not. This is the very next one is ISP's. The Delphi mayor talks about it. So this is 2015 August, right? You know, things are popping back then. They're building bridges. They're restoring bridges. They're getting funding for bridges. They're getting trails approved. And oh my God, they're creating jobs. And they're all fucking, there's a one video where everybody's standing around. It's like a carnival. You know how you have those carnival, like you have rides.
You have rides. You go to anywhere. Like we have Canada's Wonderland. You guys have all those, what is Six Flags? And imagine you have a fucking carnival. Well, those ones that come, they roll into town to set up a carnival. And you got those carnival workers. And is that what it's called? Carnival? What are those little ones called? When you have those people, like the guy, he's, you know, one guy's operating a stand where they're throwing baseballs at things, and another one's got where they're throwing darts at balloons, and how many you can break, you get a prize. Or you ride the bumper cars. Is it a carnies? Yes, carnies. I swear to God, too, there's a video here where every store you walk in, it's like a fucking carnival, and they're standing there. The theater's there. This is there. They're all, come on in, like we're standing there taking, you know, paying. Oh my God, it's
Over to the
fucking
prosecutor.
carnival. There's fucking every little building, everywhere. There's every little thing's a shop, and there's like these little docks, and there's these little boat areas, and here, look at, you can pull these things along the ground. We got fucking everything's exhibits and things to do. Come on out, get out and spend money. We've got deals. We're selling pizzas, and 2 cents from every slice will go to the funding, and the rest will go in our pockets. Oh my God. Let's do this. Fucking carnival time.
This afternoon. I also spoke with Delphi Youth Baseball League Vice President Scott Roth, who says he thought the sale was a, quote, done deal and is waiting for the $7,100 check. Delphi Mayor Randy Strasser declined to comment due to the pending investigation. Samantha Tiki.
No fucking comment, you peasants. How dareth you question me? Oh, watch this mayor too. I'm going to pause. This mayor coming up, the one before Shane Evans, his fucking nose reminds me exactly of, you remember the guy that, who was it that described, I think Riley's sketch. Riley Voorhees did that sketch with the black mask guy, the ones with those square black masks. I'm going to show you after. When Riley Voorhees does her sketch, the guy's got a fucking crooked little nose that really stands out. Watch this mayor. There's a couple of videos of him, the one before Shane Evans. If he had a mask on that's squared over his jaw like Riley Voorhees says, wait till you see this guy's nose coming up.
News 18.
Delphi city officials are responding to an Indiana State Police investigation into a recent land purchase. Tonight, the Carroll County prosecutor tells News 18 that no criminal charges will be filed. City officials say they are not at fault.
Do you believe something criminal?
Here's the question. No charges have been filed. Oopsie daisy. We made a mistake. What's up? What's up, David? Yes, oh my goodness. Dude, a bazillion motorcycles show up. You're right. I forgot about the motorcycles. So there's trails, land sales, bridges. Oh my God, David. These fuckers are building and restoring bridges. It's a huge, huge business. This fucking town is popping off. In 2014, 2015, 2016, these guys will rebuild. Wait till you see this guy and his fucking nose. Oh my God, land. Nobody's done nothing wrong. Somebody signed for it. They have no idea who it was. The ISPs looked into it. They found nothing wrong. The ISP investigated themselves. They found no wrongdoing. Nothing to see here. Let's do this.
Was done?
No, sir, I don't. Nope.
Comments backed up by the city attorney and the county prosecutor.
So how would you just...
Wait, sorry, did I interrupt that? We must see that again. Let's see that again. What was it? Young man in your shitty haircut. You just buzzed yourself. Your clip-on tie, young man. You look awful in that suit. Something's not working here. You look like somebody who's just showed up to a funeral for their great-grandmother, and they just picked their clothes up off the floor. I won't say anything else. Something is not, you got to trim this shorter. I don't know if you don't buzz it all the same length, young man. When I buzz my hair, I do like the 2 up here, and I do it even shorter here. And then you got to even shorter around it, like you can't, young man. When you buzz your hair, like, dude.
A state police investigation into a recent land purchase. Tonight, the Carroll County prosecutor tells News 18 that no criminal charges will be filed. City officials say they are not at fault.
That's it. No charge. They say, the cops come to you next time. Just say that. The cops come question you. Yes, I do a fucking fade of myself. Oh my God, Nicole, you wait until I get a camera. Look up in the top corner here. That's it. And down. Look at this. Look at this motherfucker. 1 second. Check this shit out. Nicole. Yes. I fucking fade. Look at this fading. I fucking fade. You can't just do this, young man. You cannot. I command you not to just fucking start doing a half-ass job. Or you're like, you got to do it more often. If you're going to buzz your own hair, you just got to do it like every once at least a week, every few days. It's so goddamn easy. It takes a second or two. It's when you leave it out of control and then you're rushing to work and you can't find your clip-on tie and you don't leave it till you're going out the door. That's what I've learned. That's what I've learned as a professional barber to do my own hair. I do it like, and if you're going to use any of that Just for Men stuff or products or even just the Just for Men shampoo, you just don't wait until the day of, because nothing ever works out. You do it a couple days before at least. You know, you can clean stuff up the day of, but you know, those nose hairs, the eyebrows, the over, you know, you just don't leave it until the day before, the day of. Trust me, guys. If you're going to be a professional barber, so here, I got to hear that again because I keep interrupting. This is fucking brilliant. So I've got a motto and right. So if you do something wrong and the cops come and question you and you say what this guy says. And it's just like, imagine the cops came to you and said your brother or your sister just robbed a bank, and you say, well, here, you leave all that evidence with me. You file a report with here, fill out this questionnaire, drop it off in the box over there. Sure, get down. I'll look into it and I'll get back to you. Imagine this. And then 2 days later, the cops come back and say, what did your brother, you know, we still think, did you question your brother? Did you do, yes, I did an internal investigation on my brother. And he says, it was not him. I couldn't find anything. We did nothing wrong. There was no wrongdoing. Sorry, please leave the building now, or you're going to get trespassing tickets. You're going to get, I'm warning you, get out of my lobby, put your camera down, fuck your First Amendment rights, everything. Get the fuck out of your building now, young man, at the police station. We've looked into it. We found no wrongdoing. Matter of fact, here, this is the answer.
An Indiana State Police investigation into a recent land purchase. Tonight, the Carroll County prosecutor tells News 18 that no criminal charges will be filed. City officials say they are not at fault.
Kaboom! No criminal charge. We are not at fault. So, officer, I'm glad you think my brother robbed the bank. You think I drove the car too? Wonderful. We've looked into it. We're not at fault. Get the fuck off your property now. Imagine the cops come to question you at their property. Imagine you're at the cop shop and they come bang on the you've gone into a room at the cop shop and it's their building, pretend, and you're there, and they come bang on the door and you say, no, get the fuck out of here. Then you can imagine you're a cop on their property, and you could call people to come have them removed from their property. And they're fucked their First Amendment. An innocent man, you need to go to Westville and get fucking tortured. This is where we're at. And if you got guns, they'll stand there in a fucking parade of cops. You know how they kind of stand there, whatever that is in a riot, like they stand there, helmets on and guns and flash grenades and fucking tanks and that. And the people are standing there and they're looking at them like, what? Put that bottle of milk down. You can't hold that water. You got a gun on you? Fucking free. Oh, fuck, he's got a gun. Take it from him. Safety it. Like, this is where we're at, people. Even up here in, like, I mean, they're standing there fucking armed to the tits. Armed to the tits. They've looked into it. They found nothing wrong. Get off of your property now before I have you arrested.
Do you believe something criminal was done?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, that's all you had. Nothing to see here. This is the mayor with the crooked nose. Wait till you see him in another video.
Comments backed up by the city attorney and the county prosecutor.
So how would you just categorize that as a mistake, or how would you categorize what happened then?
Well, it's more of a procedural thing.
The issue.
Oh, procedural. So the guy in the video before, like the county prosecutor, is obviously what's his name, Robert Ives, and the other guy says the mayor has no clue who signed it, but now they've gotten all together and nothing's wrong. They can't find the person who miraculously signed this deed to sell property. This now they explain it too. Something about like imagine you sold, somebody gave you property to sell, and then you sold it before you actually had the deed yourself, like a like you go and rent stuff. And then you like all those people, I see it in the news every few weeks. Somebody, you know how they do the rental stuff. What is that called again? Not Uber, hotels or something. What is that again? Hotels, whatever those rooms are. I forget the name. So imagine there's people up here, especially or all over. You see them. They rent a house for like a week, and then they fucking try to sell that house and rent. Like they rent out the rooms as if people come up and they're like, what is that called, guys? Bedrooms.com, bedcozies.com or something. I'm sure you guys are going to type it in chat. Bed breakfast and beyond or something. Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. There's one of those where you rent rooms. So imagine these fuckers, they go and rent a whole nice house, and then they put like a suit on and shit. And then they sit there and have people come over. They put like Craigslist ads up saying, I'm going to rent in next month. I have rooms available to rent fucking this amazing price. You can rent this whole house by yourself for $1,000. Be Airbnb. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. That's the thing. So they go rent a house for a week, right? And then when the guy, here, for the week. So I go there. I put this fucking cheapy suit on. Imagine I had one of these suits on. So here, 30 seconds. So this guy, you show up, he rents a house. I'm just an example, not this guy, just an example. So he Airbnb, he rents a home, puts this fucking exact suit on, cuts his hair perfectly. You show up and he says to you, oh my God, I'm renting this out. I'm moving out. I've got a bigger house. I love this beautiful, clean house you're in right now. Look around. I'll show you. Just sign here. And in it's April. Sorry, it's January, February. It's March now. It's March now. But April 1st. Let's pick April 1st for no reason except that it's a fucking hilarious day. April 1st. Sign here. Come and show up. You can move in. Just give me $1,000 down now. And worry about the $1,000 amazing price for this beautiful house. You can rent it all yourself for every month. Sign here. They're like, fuck yeah. They do that for 10 different people. 10 different people come that whole week. And this guy done his Airbnb is over. He disappears. And on April 1st, fucking 4 or 5, 6 people show up with moving trucks all ready to move into this. And the person that owns the house is like, who the fuck are you guys? Get the hell off my property. I'm like, dude, look, I got a signed contract, man. This guy with the beautiful haircut, I saw. That's exactly what I think of when I think of these guys. It's not the exact same scenario, but it's just what I see.
A procedural thing.
The issue, this land on Hamilton Street between Deer Creek and the Delphi Youth Baseball Fields. As News 18 reported last week, a deed dated July 30th shows the city buying a quarter of an acre for $7,100, but it's something that the city council had not voted on.
Was there a mistake? Yeah, we're not.
Oops, let me pick my. Oops, let me jet. Carol, my love, where have you been? Paula, we're about to start. I just woke up a little bit late, so I'm going to watch a few of these quick videos until my second copy is about to kick in. Oh my God. Just know that I'm going to read like the title says, Jerry Holeman. Ooh, day 8. Going to talk about Melissa Oberg right after this guy's done picking his nose. All right. Did I miss anyone new? You guys are with me. Nature love. Oh my God. Oh my God. So you're right in the thick of this. Trust me, I stay on the border so that I'm tip a canoe. I fucking love tip a canoe. How dare you type that word in my chat? you know, I get distracted easily. When I see that word tip a canoe, I can't stop thinking about my brother and I as kids. We used to try to tip canoes, literally. Like my dad would drop us off at this Port Credit River, it was called. Beautiful, huge river. And we'd fucking take the canoe up there and we'd go. There's all these golf courses, and they used to have to shoot their balls over the top of the golf course. Where this guy's picking his nose. Imagine he's picking his nose, and this is the river. They used to have to shoot their golf balls over the river, but in the river, these guys, rich guys, would lose all these brand new golf balls, yellow, perfectly fluorescent orange and pink, beautiful golf balls, not picking nose, like golf balls. So my dad would give us the canoe, and we'd take these backpacks and empty bags and just like jean shorts and go up this river, and we'd fucking collect bags full of golf balls in between the two golf courses, or the one golf course had to shoot over this river a bunch of times. And then we'd take them back and sell them at the golf course, even that day. Then my mom would drop us off. We'd get a case, a cooler, and a couple cases of just regular Coke or Pepsi or Pops, and put them in ice cubes, and we'd sell like $5. We'll give you two golf balls and a cold, freezing cold pop, and then fucking we'd make $1 bazillion. We were so rich. So what was I saying there? Where did this go to? Oh, tip a canoe. So the river. So the distraction was the river. Then I got distracted about what we did up the end of the river. But what we do is, and after we were done, we'd come down the river, and then the main part, all waiting for our dad to come. We'd fucking 3 or 4 of us would stand up on this canoe. We would literally stand on and try and tipping it over and stuff. Like we'd stand up on the edges, you know, picture a canoe, and we'd go on one leg on each side, 4 kids trying to, you know, see who'd fall off first and stuff. Then the canoe would get tipped over, and we'd all then trying to get back into a canoe. Oh my, try that, guys. Try that. Go into very deep water in the hottest, beautiful summer day when you're playing with your friends. Get the canoe half full of water, or try to empty it out, and then try to get back into that canoe without going back to the shore. Oh, it's a laugh. Because then if you have a guy on each side, you can kind of counterbalance each other. And
Denying that that somebody.
So damn you for that tip of canoe. I always think of that. So never, ever, ever, ever mention tip of canoe. Because I just love that. Dom, hey bro. Just waking up here, getting some caffeine in me. I'm going to read Jerry Holeman's deposition his testimony from trial. My caffeine is kicking in. Just going to go over a couple of these news stories. This is the mayor before Shane Evans in Delphi, Randy Strouser. Don't take note of this nose. It has nothing to do with Riley Voorhees' sketchy nose too. You wait. These guys, they've looked into it. They don't know who signed these papers. There's properties being sold. They take it back. We're sorry. We don't know who signed it. The lawyer who said he didn't sign it in the previous one, he says everything's fine now.
He made a mistake.
Mayor Randy Strasser says that somebody was Stephen Kleinman of Specialized Land Services, a subcontractor for the engineering firm retained by Delphi to oversee.
Oh, see, this is the excuse here I was talking about. Listen to this excuse. The subcontractor, he what is that called when he blew his load too soon? He blew his load too quickly, I think is the technical term. Yes, he blew his load too quickly. And this subcontractor guy, who is none of these guys, a subcontractor. So hey, we contracted this out to people. If they fuck up doing the job I was supposed to do, like imagine a little lady next door. She gives me $20 and says, shovel my driveway. I say, yes, lady. Yes, young lady. I will shovel your driveway for $20. She goes in her house. Fucking driveway's covered in snow. I call somebody up. I'm going to contract it out. Say, hey, asswipe, come here and shovel this driveway. I'll give you $10. And they're like, yeah. I'm an idiot. I can't do. I'll come there and do it for $10. So then I fucking get this guy out here, pay him $10. I scoop $10, and then I fucking go inside, right? And this asswipe, imagine he comes to shovel this driveway and fucks everything up, screws up so royally, shovels the wrong driveway, breaks the car window, and then he leaves. And the lady comes to me and says, hey, dude, what the fuck? You screwed up. You missed my driveway. You missed the walkway. You broke my car window. And I'm like, fuck. Sorry, lady. Wasn't me. Wasn't me who did that. I subcontracted it out to someone else. Therefore, I'm no longer responsible, lady. Get off my property, old lady.
See the project. Strasser says the city's plans to buy the property date back to 2009, when it obtained a $445,000 grant from the Indiana Department of Transportation. He compares what happened to someone getting a deed to a house or vehicle before payment has been made. He says buying the property is the last step to building the Interurban Trail project, a trail.
Did you hear that? That's just fucking get a deed, and just fucking sell it all before you paid for it yourself. And then nothing could, if something goes wrong, then there's no problem.
Connecting the third of a mile between Hamilton Street and Washington Street.
But the benefits are more than just a trail down through there. It helps, increase the safety of that embankment during flood stages, and it gets kids off the streets as well.
A project that's due to go out.
So the baseball field, the youth baseball league was going to buy a connecting thing that connected two trails together. It's about the safety and getting kids off the street, right? You hear that? We're going to get two girls safe off the street on these trails. Let's do that. Let's do that for the safety of these two girls and everyone. If there's a family of 4 young girls, their safety, and think of all of this, the kids that were saved that we don't even know about, that were saved. Then these trails, so the baseball league, the youth baseball league, somebody signed for it. The lawyer has no idea who signed for it. The next day, the ISP looks into it. Nothing's found. No problem. This is the mayor, 2015, almost 2016. They're going to do this, connecting trails, baseball fields, and baseball youth associations. We're going to get kids off and get them on these trails to make them safe for the kids.
To bid next month, with construction beginning in another 60 to 90 days. Dale Seward, a Republican candidate for Delphi City Council who brought up the problem to us last week, says he still has some questions about the city's account of events. City Attorney Brock Dawson tells News 18 he has a concern that the deed was prepared in his name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, these issues or mistakes do not affect the ability for the city council to vote to buy the land at their.
Did you hear that? The Brock Lesnar, even though it was signed in his name, this guy's okay with it. It makes sense to him. Makes perfect sense to him. Let's hear that again. That was amazing. Help me keep track of this statement. So it makes, he didn't know about it. It was signed, but now it all makes sense to him. And hey, like Judge Gull, she fucked up, right? She fucked up trying to remove them. She did only things wrong that she could have been fired for. If she did all these, technicalities of how she does it wrong, the Indiana Supreme Court says, hey, no problem. You filed shit incorrectly. You did things sketchy. You broke a bunch of laws and policies and rules on yourself, but just go back and do it properly. No problem.
Meeting next month if they choose. He anticipates the city will not take any legal actions against any of the parties involved.
The city will not take legal actions against themselves, who, for some reason, nobody knows who signed this, and the person they found him, they named him, yet the ISPs looked into it. Everyone's fine. Everything's fine, guys. No worries. Hear that again. That was amazing. Amazing.
With construction beginning in another 60 to 90 days.
Boom. So it didn't even slow things down. I think the project has been sped up. Dude, fucking, what are you smoking? The construction, it's been sped up. We've moved it ahead because we got the chance to redo it. Nothing's wrong. We've actually sped things up. We're gonna do it again, but this time we're gonna get it for $3,000. or maybe we'll pay $21,000 for it more, and let's see if anybody makes more profit here. These guys are amazing.
Dale Seward, a Republican candidate for Delphi City Council, who brought up the problem to
We should go look for this Dale Seward guy. He's probably fucking buried right beside Greg Ferenczi.
us last week, says he still has some questions about the city's account of events. City Attorney Brock Dawson tells News 18 he has a concern that the deed was prepared in his name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, these issues or mistakes do not affect the ability for the city council to vote to buy the land at their meeting next month if they choose. He anticipates the city will not take any legal actions against any of the parties involved. A message left this evening for Stephen Kleinman at Specialized Land Services was not returned.
Oh, he doesn't. The specialized contractor guy doesn't return calls. You hear that? That was amazing. The lawyer or whatever acknowledges is that somebody basically forged the contract of a deed to sell land. Nobody's going to be charged. We don't plan any legal action, right? So that's it. If somebody signs a deed of your property and tries to sell it behind your back and skirts all laws, and when you catch them, oopsie, just try it again. Do it for more. Let's sell it for more. Do it again, but do it better.
His name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, City Attorney Brock Dawson tells News 18 he has a concern that the deed was prepared in his name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, these issues or mistakes do not affect the ability for the city council to vote to buy the land at their meeting next month if they choose. He anticipates the city will not take any legal actions against any of the parties involved. A message left this evening for Stephen Kleinman at Specialized Land Services was not returned.
So the lawyer anticipates no legal action will be happening. I'm not sure. I haven't seen this one. Oh, here's our buddy. This is Shane Evans.
Welcome back. As we close out 2016, we are looking ahead to the new year and what communities are looking forward to for 2017.
233.
We are joined this morning by Delphi Mayor Shane Evans to talk about the community.
Shane Evans, look at this. Look at this. What's what? Look at the date. December 28th. Boy, you got 2 more months. Okay, things might go south here in about 2 months, a month and a half. You're going to find 2 dead girls in the forest woods. But so this is the New Year's ready. Look at this guy's fucking pumped. Our plans for 2017. It's December 28th, 2016. A couple days before the New Year's. What are we doing, Shane? What are we doing?
Community of Delphi. Thanks for being here, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
So, quickly, biggest accomplishment from 2016?
Probably the biggest thing, and the biggest thing you can notice downtown is the wrap up of the Stellar project.
So they wrapped up Stellar projects. They fucking restored 50 bridges and walkways to get over these creeks, and they're fucking carnival action. Each store is a ride. You're making bazillion dollars from fundraisers.
So the streetscapes are done. We've got new sidewalks, curbs, and the asphalt's down, new pavement markings. The facades are done, so it's looking really good downtown.
Good deal. And you say there still is a Stellar grant that's open and available.
Yes, sir. There's one project that's open. I think the deadline was December 3rd to get the paperwork in for owner-occupied rehabilitation grant.
Okay, so we should see some homes possibly.
Yes, sir.
Looking new and improved. So what's next for 2017?
We've got a lot going on for Delphi. We got the Community Crossings grant in 2016 from NDOT, so we've got some road work that we're going to be doing.
Did you hear that? The Community Crossings grant. Must be all these fucking bridges are amazing. It's fucking bridges. You guys see, everything's a bridge. These guys are standing on a bridge talking about restoring other bridges. And one of these next videos, I can see all these bridges. It's fucking big bridge business. Like I said, this bridges dig ditches in Delphi and trails of money everywhere. Trails, connecting trails. connecting trails to bridges to trails to restoring bridges to grants to funding to more grants and funding. And the bridge, Monon High before was going to take 300,000, but now it's going to be a little bit more to actually do nothing. Look at the foundation of that bridge. Nothing's changed. They fucking slapped some wood on it. They went to Home Depot and spent some money on some flooring and stuff. Yes, young lady. So glad you're here. You guys okay with this? I'm going to start reading soon. If you're here for the reading, soon. My coffee's kicking in. I didn't realize how much fun I'd have doing this. Hopefully the next few, so ISP and that, but these Indiana trails, I'll try not to play too much. I'm not sure if that's a government thing or I'll get struck. I don't think so, but who knows?
One of the big projects we're going to have is a water and sewer expansion. So we're looking to double our capacity to try to attract industry. At the same time, we're trying to get out of the current water aquifer we're in right now to provide long-term water source for years down the road. So that's probably one.
That's another thing. There's a company, the quarry. In the next video, Dan McCain is going to talk about the quarry and how they donate all this water right into Deer Creek. Beautiful, crystal clear water gets donated from a company. There's that whole limestone thing. Oh my goodness, these guys. Ron Logan's property might be in the way of some shit. Who knows?
One of our biggest projects in 2017 will be the start of that water and sewer expansion.
Okay, and how do you pay for that?
Most likely have to be bonded. We're going to work together with local industry and the county to come together with some equitable solution.
Okay. How do you attract, you mentioned investment, how do you attract new investment to rural Indiana today?
Well, I think what Delphi's done so far is a great start. We've seen businesses coming to our downtown, and really we need to follow through with Stellar and really promote the downtown at this point, bring people in. For industry, it's a little different. You need to have the infrastructure there. And so we're looking to get that infrastructure in the water and sewer, especially in rural Indiana. You need those two elements of your infrastructure for
Bridges too, young man. Bridges and trails.
Agricultural processing.
Okay. So, and you mentioned some street projects. Any in particular you want to talk about?
We're going to be doing East Main Street. So it used to be State Road 25. It got relinquished to the city of Delphi. So we're going to be doing that probably starting in April. Riley Road, Armory Road. We've got a few other projects that we'll be working on. Yes, sir.
All right. Mayor Shane Evans, Happy New Year. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Here we go. This is the carnivals come to town. Everyone's our operator. Step right up. Here, pay $5 to throw 3 balls at the prize. Win a prize. Everyone, everywhere you go is we have somebody placed working there, a perfect representative of the family or whoever's been there for a bazillion years. Everyone. Step right up. There's a representative at every corner, at every building you walk into. Will be a storied, seasoned volunteer, a volunteer helping to make things better. Step right up. Look at those Canadian geese. You quit shitting everywhere. You annoying Canadian geese.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future. Where downtown shopkeepers treasure their buildings' histories and seek infrastructure and pedestrian-friendly improvements to boost their businesses.
I do agree, Paul. It is a beautiful, lovely town. I just think a few people have kind of, I don't want to be a jerk, but I think that a few people have kind of taken things, they're getting, instead of just, they kind of, the money starts pouring in to restore these little bridges and that, and they've kind of just, I think, taken it, some people are kind of just getting carried away with it, more money, let's create, And I get it though, like they're creating jobs, they're creating, but seems like they've found their golden goose is building bridges and stuff. So I get it, and it's a beautiful town. I just think there's probably a few legal guys and a few guys kind of duping a lot of people, in my opinion.
Where architecturally significant 19th century homes today draw new residents to value their history and charm. Where yesteryear's hand-dug canals that brought early commerce in the 1830s now bring a new kind of commerce, heritage tourism. Where a grand hall that opened with a ball for returning Civil War soldiers is set for restoration and expansion as a regional cultural and community centerpiece.
Now it's
That guy I was talking about. So he's the mayor before Evans, I guess, right? Don't picture this guy with the square mask, like Riley Voorhees says, and her crooked nose type of thing. Do not picture that. He just wants to build the Hoosier Harvest or whatever highway. And
time. We have the plans, the volunteers, the vision, and the new Hoosier Heartland Highway just south of Delphi. Some might think the highway will bypass us. We say it is opening new opportunities. Opportunities for tourism, culture, and commerce. And I can't wait.
so, boom. That's pretty awesome. Look at all these carnival barkers. Watch. Trucks driving in now. Boom. Think of how many fucking big breakfasts and stuff this guy's going to eat over the years when he stops in town, fills his truck up, and stops and buys some tobacco to chew on for his drive and some sunflower seeds. This guy too I was going to pass through, but now I got to go through town and look at this. I'm going to stop and get some flapjacks.
Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery, already located in downtown Delphi, Indiana, right here on Main Street. We can hardly wait until we get the hog trucks and the gravel trucks out.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Who's asking questions? What questions? Let's find these questions here. Let's find questions. I'm looking. So when I go up through chat, I'm kind of going through it backwards, so I don't even know what's going on. Everyone's asking questions. Let's find a question. Oh my God, I'm going through it all here. Backwards. The mafia's still awake. I'm a messenger, part of the job. Yes. Oh, I know. I'm like kidding. Yes, I know, Paul. I was just teasing. You're right. I mean, look at me. I can't even get on camera. You're talking about the guy in the suit. I was like kind of being a dork. I do those things to draw attention away from myself and how what is it? Not troubled, flawed. How flawed I am as a human. I mean, well, you're wonderful. Let's find these questions. Who, what? Where are all these questions, V? V. Football. I'm going to wait. So now I'll read through it again the right way. Trying to talk sweet too, but he isn't biting. Oh, wait. I won't. Somebody's being sweet. Nope, my one night off. You want to get sweet, girl? Oh, did I miss something? Cool. Dom was here. Look at you guys. I see some sweetness, and I'm not biting. I'm going to bite. Oh, okay. So I can wear the... Yeah, if I show up wearing that mask, look, if we have a first date, this is how I'm going to show up, because I'm not sure how things are going to go. I might take the mask off. I might run out of the room. Yes. Oh, here we go. Oh, I found something. So 30 minutes ago, this was asked. Shibby, I asked you about your gas mask. Said I'm coming to see me. Oh my goodness. The gas mask may come off. If you guys just get me a 6-pack of beer and a Happy Meal, maybe a Big Mac combo. Oh my God, the mask will come off and you're in. So V is making sure that Canadians are horrible. Canadians are horrible. Dozens of questions. Dozens of questions. I got the alerts. Oh my God. So boom. Dewey is LOLing. Okay, let's go. Carnival Barker season here. Everyone step up to the next ride in town.
On the highway because we already gather business for miles around Lafayette, Logansport, Fort Wayne. We're going to have patio seating out here.
Patio seating here. So here, I'll just go through them. Then this guy, he's a resident. Come see the trails. And then this one here.
Step in securing Delphi's future.
She's going to secure their future. Step up. I mean, it's beautiful. These beautiful heritage. I love it how they're, these buildings are hundreds of years old. I'm not sure what these houses. This looks like the blacksmith where he,
Waterway and replica canal boat. Each year, they take on more tasks. In 10 years, they've logged more than 7.
Look at these guys. They're at least they're not sitting around growing, dying. They're outside doing stuff. Look at the sun, the physical activity for these young men. Protection. They got a dog, protecting boxer, beautiful dog. It's wonderful. They're creating jobs for the future, restoring beautiful old homes. These guys are probably amazing at what they do.
70,000 volunteer hours. Children love visiting this hands-on museum.
They were volunteers too. Now the kids have stuff to play on. It's wonderful.
Development of a historic building on Courthouse Square, now known as the Delphi Opera House. Its third story houses performance space that's been untouched.
I don't look at how many things. Think of how many great shows there were over the last 150 years in here. I'm not saying. I mean, it's great. It's great that they do the restoring. I love keeping the heritage and rebuilding and remembering the past.
For nearly
like the good parts, I guess. And acknowledging things could have been better.
100 years.
I grew up in Delphi, and my dad was the manager of the A&P store, which was housed in the ground floor of this building. But I didn't get to see what was up here at the Opera House until I was in high school, and I was able to take a tour of the building. And I remember standing here and thinking, what if? And now, as director of the community theater here in Delphi, I look at this and I cannot wait until we have something to perform on this stage.
90-year-old Betty Huffman also has a story from the past. She frequently climbed the...
Oh, I missed that. Sorry. I'm still waiting for his thoughts on the NFL games today and tonight. For me, NFL is not for me. I don't really watch football that much. So I'm definitely NHL. But if you guys want an update on the football, it looks like fun. I've played it. I think it's great. But up here, it's mandatory by law. We have to play hockey. We have to, or we'll get in trouble from our kings and masters if we don't only talk about and play hockey first. We can do other things, but we've got to try to get to hockey first. So sorry I missed that question. I have no thoughts on any games. I don't even watch the Super Bowl. It's all too commercialized for me. It's kind of getting out of hand. The commercialization and all the advertisements, and I don't know if I can handle it. But you guys feel free to update any NFL games that have happened today or whatever.
Stairs at the Opera House as a young adult. Now she can't wait to ride the elevator to the reopened third floor.
My, these steps are so steep. I can't imagine that I used to walk up these steps. Maybe someday, if they get an elevator, I might be able to get up to see the opera.
If we get the funding, if you give us the funding, I'll be able to get back up these wonderful steps.
For a house?
Plans are to restore the building, double its size, bring back live performances, and
like it's so, just feels like everyone's.
It's the perfect complement to my business.
Like I understand. It's a beautiful. Like they're pushing. Everyone standing out in front of their store, like greeting people. Welcome, come on in. This is the guy. This is the Lafayette mayor, but this is the type of guy that worries me. This would be the type of guy. If this guy, I thought this guy was like the protection, like running security or something to check. This guy was the mayor.
Future, a storied past that its residents are determined to transform into a stellar future. Call it Midwestern pride or Hoosier tradition. This community is working hard to enhance this region's quality of life. I can't wait.
Like that guy is just, when Brad Holder posts that thing about having people help you bury the bodies and stuff. Hey, Fishy, we're about to get started. You know this guy? Who was he again? What was his name? Tony Razwarski. Oh my God, look at the smile. This guy is just, there's somebody in his trunk right now. He's got a shovel. Possibly. I'm not saying. And when he gets off of here, he's going to take this off. He's going to put on one of those Adidas tracksuits. The one piece, a onesie. He's going to put on one of those onesies, a velvet, bright red or purple velvet onesie, and had this open with a hairy chest and gold chains. He's got, and just possibly, I'm not saying for sure, and I don't know if there's a body in his trunk right now, and I don't know if he has his own shovel.
Takes to assure its future, a storied past that its residents are
like the person who's mayor is in his trunk, and now he's taken over as mayor.
determined to transform into a stellar future. Call it Midwestern pride or Hoosier tradition. This community is working hard to enhance this region's quality of life. I can't wait.
From parks to playgrounds to good schools.
Young lady, I won't say anything bad about the young lady. Sweet. Here we go.
I am sitting with Dan McCain here on February 7th, 2012 in the Delphi Interpretive Center.
Boom. The Interpretive Center. Dan, there's going to be funding. There's going to be the trails to be built. Let's do this. Let's do this. Lovely young man, Dan.
And we're going to talk about the history of not just the canals and transportation in Delphi, but how this got going. Explain briefly, what is the Wabash
What is it? What is it?
Erie Canal?
The Wabash Erie Canal was linked to the East Coast that put Indiana on the map, because in fact, early days, you couldn't bring products and goods and even people out here.
Boom. So it is pretty awesome how, like, you know, like they made these canals, right? To, you know, it's great. It's great. Like, you know, so what it is in Delphi, the canal, you know, like you could then get to Lake Erie and out to here. You can either get to Lake Ontario and then out to the East Coast. Here you can get, these canals can get product and boat. So this is like, these canals are really, really, they change things for sure. I live right up here on the edge, right here in Lake Ontario, on the north shores of Lake Ontario. This is where I am literally right now. So my lake, I'm right around here. Toronto's around here somewhere. Then the St. Lawrence Seaway is up here, and you can zoop right out to the east coast, right to the ocean, and the St. Lawrence Seaway. And it all comes in, and this is Lake Michigan. Superior's over here, Michigan, Huron, I think Erie and Ontario. So Superior's huge. Michigan's the only Great Lake we don't share. Michigan is all the way in the States. Every other Great Lake is split in half with Canada. This is our half. This is Canada here. So this is the border. This is Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls is right here. Niagara Falls is right here. So I can just drive to Niagara Falls in 2 hours. Here's the border to get over. No, that's not the border there, is it? No. There's, because I know the falls splits it our side and your side. Somewhere here then. Because, or it must be here, because we share this halfway. So this is, oh, this is the canal, not the border. Yeah, this is the canal system. So this is New York here. So yeah, Niagara Falls is here, Shibby's here. This is all Canada here. This whole half is all of Canada. So we dip down, look at, Where people can live in Canada here in Erie. This is Canada here. This is Canada right here. It splits. This is Canada. Like we have all these places here. And so picture Wisconsin. Literally, Wisconsin's here. So I live here, right? So if I go across, I'm about parallel with lower to mid Wisconsin. If you live in the north part of Wisconsin, like Dina will remind you, he's way north of me. He's literally farther north than I am in Canada. And this is called the southern tropics of Canada. He calls us. Look at how low it is. We could live here. We're below Detroit, you know. Wisconsin runs across. So we could have places here where we're literally lower than everyone in Wisconsin, you know, because this cuts right across. So, and it's amazing. So the waterways, they can then get product to the, you know, use big steamboats and tugboats to get it out to New York City and out to the, you know, to the oceans here. Get it out to the ocean. We can go up through Ontario and get it out to the St. Lawrence Seaway to up to get right across to Europe is right there. You know, that's your way to Europe, to the UK. It's a great thing.
City by water, we can't do that today, but by water, because you had to use a steamer to go across Lake Erie, and you had to use a steamer also to go down the Hudson River to get into New York Harbor. All that was possible by water in 1843.
And where steamers weren't used, the canals were, and that was
1843. So I don't know if these guys are government or not, so I won't ruin this. So, but this has got some amazing stuff. Dan McCain is right in there. What is all this stuff? Dan McCain is retired, but I mean, these guys are set up with great jobs, and oh my God, no wonder they can volunteer because they're getting paid out the butt. Here it is here. The Canadian Bridge. I just want you to watch this. This bridge, listen to this guy.
You can use that any day of the year, anytime, from daylight to dusk.
Sure.
But it's important. It's actually stimulating. We've done some major projects like 2 restorations of old historic iron bridges, and we're just ready to start a 3rd one, which is a lot big.
Like, we found our thing. We found our thing. Restoring old bridges, getting funding. Like, you know, if we can get a $300,000 grant to do a bridge, somebody gives us the bridge for free. We have jobs, you know, we're probably making major profits. Little corporations, these guys are bridges. Boom. Every fucking video has a couple of bridges in it that are being restored. There's one, the red one. It's from, not this one. The one coming up is from Canada. I know it. Yeah. Just after this. Or maybe it's a different video. There's a red bridge. It's from Canada. It is a different video. Oh, no, it is this one. It is this one. This might even be it. Listen up.
It's a 160-foot long bridge from down at Greencastle that we'll be starting on in the spring.
What's the first of those bridges?
First bridge was one that came from Camden as an 1873 rock.
Did you hear that, V? You get your bridges from us.
What's the first of those bridges?
First bridge was one that came from Camden as an 1873 wrought iron bowstring arch bridge. Beautiful structure. Declared inadequate.
Yeah. Canadians didn't want it no more. It wasn't safe for our people, but for some reason, you guys don't worry about safety in this small town. You take it.
Put by the county and retired and given back to the farmer because they didn't even try to put another bridge in its site. And we were able to discover that bridge and asked the farmer if we could have it. And he looked us over and he decided where we were going to put it is a pretty nice spot. So he gave it to us. And that started us then to find a grant and to be.
Thank you, Canada. Where is this bridge? I have a feeling this is really close. Thank you, Canada. You're wonderful people.
Began a year-long process of.
I do like how they put like so cars and stuff can't drive, because I mean, look at this. You could literally drive a transport truck across here if you these blocks. I think that's great.
taking that bridge completely apart and putting it back together. 3,500 individual pieces in that bridge.
3,500 Canadian pieces donated to you.
It was wrought iron, 126 years old, and guess how many of the 1,000 bolts that we took out of it, how many of the 1,000 bolts we broke? Four. Four.
Fucking the bridge was made in 1840-50 by Canadians. The bolts, these guys take it apart 100 and whatever years later, and they only broke 4 of the thousands of bolts. Oh my goodness, that's actually pretty good.
Bolts, because they were wrought iron and not steel. Second bridge was one that came from near Winnemac in Pulaski County, and it's a rare bridge. Last one.
So which ones are these? These must be in the area. You guys are recognizing these, right? Like it's great. It's great to help people get across and to connect these trails. I do love the rock to prevent people. I mean, some trucks, a monster truck might be able to squeeze over that. But that's good. If you can't fit through here, then you shouldn't be on this, whatever it is. So if something squeezes through here, I think you should be able to go. But it's wonderful. These old bridges are put, instead of, they're brought here and gives them jobs, and they're nice. They're nice. They paint them and they're great. Get people across and get people out walking underneath here. They're probably fishing and,
Known to exist in the United States, and it was 70 foot, same as the first bridge. And we did that one in a period of about a year and a little over a year and a half. So it's significant, and it's on the state register.
Ugh.
We wish it was on the national register now, and it lost its status when it was moved. It was on the national register.
So if it's in this site for 50 years, would that reestablish it as historic landmark?
Right. You've got several other national register.
Oh, this one? I'll read it for you. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Paula. I truly miss this. I truly miss this. Thank you, V, for so politely reminding me. Pats beat Miami. They're now the number 2 seed in the entire AFC. And in an upset, and they upset the Steelers. Oh, in an upset, the Steelers beat the Ravens. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'll do better, Paula. You've been so wonderful. I will never ever miss a Paula. I might miss this young lady because she's always yelling at me, but thank you. Thank you, Paula. Fishy's monster truck. Yes. I'll pick you up in the monster truck, Fishy, and the tires will be tall enough to not hit. You see, look at my monster truck will hopefully. Will you drive with me, Fishy, across this bridge? If I picked you up in my monster truck, I think the wheels could, as long as it's not too tall, the differentials that'll cover the gearbox, like we can just kind of, we can get over here. I'll have a monster truck, Fishy and I, right here. We'll get across. Let's do this, girl.
United States, and it was 70.
No, they are beautiful bridges. I'm a jerk. Yes, V. No, thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm an idiot. I'm a confused old man, and I thank you guys for putting up with me. I'm probably just going to start reading now, but I didn't realize how much fun I'd have going through these older videos. I hope I don't get any. Like these are great to look at. These because I've been noticing things. Where is it? This. Oh no, that's not it. They have like those wicked. Oh, here's a great one. Here's a great one. So there's something for everyone.
So we've got some things that are right beside the trail, and we've got interpretive signage and sometimes exhibits and interactive exhibits right out on the trail where you can go out and explore. And so your walk becomes very meaningful because you're seeing things that are real.
Okay, ready?
How many members are there of the Wabash
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying a trooper in the 90s or something. This is a memorial fundraiser for a trooper, Bartram, in 2016 or so. Watch. Think of the money we raised here for sure. I'm sure it went to everything good. The whole football team is there.
Welcome to the Trooper Bartram Christmas for Kids, partnering with Helping Hands for Freedom. We want to thank everybody for coming today.
Like, I think it's great, but how do you they get good turnouts? You got to admit that. They get a good turnout.
Christmas for Kids event. We partnered with Helping Hands for Freedom, and we had around 100.
It's almost like when you summon the people, you know, it's like if everyone has it's like if you have everyone in our, let's say you have a small town, and you're like, let's create our own little job. So if everyone has a garage sale, everyone else in the city, town must go. And when it's your turn, we'll all come to yours. So it is, they do have, like, look at this place. You couldn't fill a store like this in a fucking major city.
Everybody was invited, and there's a lot of people showed up today.
Like, this guy's bringing the people in. This guy here alone. These people are coming to see him.
That song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland.
A lot of these kids don't know where their next meal is coming from. Some of them probably wouldn't have Christmas. Many of these parents actually expressed that to me.
They really pack them in. Like, look at, I don't know. Are they saying, come, we'll give you stuff for free if you pretend you're paying? I don't know. They really get the people to come in. They're good. They're good at this.
That if it wasn't for this event, they would not probably have much of a Christmas this year. When I was calling or talking to them on the phone or in person, would break down crying, and just extremely grateful that we're.
Yeah, these kids they haven't seen new toys. I don't know. They're fucking a frenzy. Look at these, man. They in this small towns. I don't even know what town it is. They're fucking packing them in.
We're able to help them out this year, and it's a pleasure for us to do.
It's this guy. This fucking guy. You pay him. He fills the seats and gets them warmed up. Oh my God.
Pat was very involved with the children.
Thank you, steak, please.
This is something that.
Man, they really pack him in. That's the guy's sister. It's this fucking guy.
You can do the job when you're in town.
All right, go shop, have fun. Merry Christmas, guys.
Later on, we'll...
Go shop, have fun, kids. And I bet you just before that, she's like, here, you each have, $20. You must spend it here or something, I mean, I'm not, but they're really getting them in. This guy, he's worth the money. Whatever they're paying him, he better get extra. Fucking lineups. Look at the whole football team is there. The football team, the fucking each level, the older guys, the college team is there, and the fucking high school, and these guys are fucking linebackers. Look at these motherfuckers. These guys are huge. Linebacker, quarterback, running back. Here's the fucking water boy.
The kids are unfortunate that doesn't get a lot of things. And if the Trooper Bartram Foundation can make it a little easier for a family.
Like, they fucking know what they're doing. That's for sure. It's, this guy, this fucking guy, I need to hire him. And, but I don't want to make light of it, but they really do fundraising good.
It may be hard to believe with our modern transportation system, but for decades
Bridges
in Indiana,
everywhere.
canals were a major mode
Watch
of
your head,
travel,
young man.
and
Watch your head, young man. This is that bridges everywhere. This is the monster truck bridge. Me and Fishy are going across. Look, there's a bridge in the background with the bridges. God, these guys know they're on to something. They've found their golden goose who's restoring bridges.
There's one canal in particular that stood out.
The Wabash and Erie Canal was Indiana.
What? What? Of course. What are you? Oh my goodness. Picture the USA with less guns. That's all it is up here. We do everything exactly the same. I'm talking about a small town like that. Come on. You got a small town? You think you can pack seats like that? That was fucking, they got a good turnout. Come on. That in these tiny towns, to get that many people showing up to your store.
First superhighway. It connected Lake Erie at Toledo, Ohio, all the way down to Evansville, Indiana. They started construction in 1832 and it was finished in 1853.
Ooh, I do like these videos for these, like to be able to see these old, you know, like fucking Delphi is right in there. Delphi, when they, because they make these canals, right? They're making them, right? When they dredge these, like a canal is made by, you know, and it's great because it is, like what did he just call it?
It was finished in 1853.
All right, a superhighway. They finish it and, you know, it's like that. It's like a highway. It's like a train railroad. It's like these canals are, they can get product in and out. I mean, it's great. It's what helped build these towns.
3.
At the Wabash and Erie Canal Park in Delphi, visitors can see the last remaining navigable portions of this once great waterway. They can also learn more about the canal's history, and they can even go for a ride on an authentic.
So is that Deer Creek area natural, or was it, ooh, my ankle just cracked, or did they dredge that whole area out and now change their mind and use it for other things? Or is that whole like a natural valley? Or is it a, what was that all a part of a canal system where the Deer Creek part is? Or is it just like a natural runoff of water when it floods? Or is it flooding because these guys have done all these canals? Because when you think about it, man is usually the root of all these problems. So when we think of that area flooding, is it natural, or is it because now all these Great Lakes are just flowing into these canals, like, and the flooding? Maybe man has created all these problems partially.
Canal era packet boat.
Our goal here at Wabash and Erie Canal Park in Delphi is to preserve the story of Indiana's canals, specifically the Wabash.
Hey, what's up, Preckleson? I was about to start, but I got distracted here. I was going to read Jerry Holeman's thing. I'm going to read it soon. Jerry Holeman's day 8 of the trial, when he responds to Melissa Oberg's bullshit tool mark examination testimony. But then I got distracted playing these videos, and I'm about to start the show. So your perfect timing. Great to see you. Welcome, everyone. Let's do this. V is here. Nature's here. Nicole is here. Fishy's here. Paul is here. I know it. Dewey's here. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. That's Dewey. He's in between movie shoots right now. Formerly known as Commentator Root. He's Mr. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the house. Who else is here? I know lovely Paula is still listening. I know it, young lady. I'm going to start the show very soon. Man, oh man. They are awesome. Oh, I'll go back. Maybe we should do a recap for Precozent. We're going to do a recap. The bridges, Precozent, the bridges. Oh my. We found our golden goose, restoring bridges, connecting trails, and land deeds, selling land that we don't know who signed the deeds for. That's the big money there.
Wabash and Erie Canal, because we believe that it holds a lot of valuable lessons for what.
Look at these guys. These guys, they're like, oh my God, we did all this work. What? And you fucking look at these guys. Hard at work. Man, imagine these guys. These, you know, now one excavator comes in and does this in 10 minutes, and it took, you know, but I feel like these guys worked hard. I get it. I'm not cutting that, but things have definitely changed. Look what they had to do. Like we'd be pussies. We couldn't do this for an hour without whining. These guys do this all day. They got a system here, like They fill them. They probably, it's like a production line. These guys are working. Not one fat guy here. No, imagine today. Fill this with today. We'd be like fucking 5 minutes. We'd be complaining. We're fat, we're sore, we're all healthy and in shape, and not fat and hardworking men, boys, kids, whatever.
Under grueling conditions. Its completion was nothing short of an engineering miracle.
1832 is when canal.
So it is awesome. Oh, I do love it for these two. I love to look at these. See, just I love those.
Canals route. So they started in Fort Wayne and went both to neighboring states, wanted a piece of the action. The Erie Canal was profitable right off the bat. It was shipping tons of goods, and all the interior states like Ohio and Indiana thought a canal would be their ticket to the future. So Ohio invested a lot in canals, Pennsylvania did as well, and Indiana. We're actually the furthest west state to really go all in on canals. The Whitewater Canal, which goes through Metamora, the Central Canal, which runs through Indianapolis and Broad Ripple, and then the Wabash and Erie. We're actually the furthest west state to really go all in on canals. The Whitewater Canal, which goes through Metamora, the Central Canal, which runs through Indianapolis and Broad Ripple, and then the Wabash and Erie. Those three canals were all going to be part of the same connected network.
The Wabash and Erie began operation in 1843, but the others were never finished.
This is not exciting enough for you, V? Weed's illegal and they banned Pornhub? Yeah, definitely. Pornhub's their problem. Maybe that's why these guys are all running around in trails and doing weird stuff. Man, I think Pornhub's probably saved many lives. Puts a bunch of idiots to sleep.
As
Think of up here in Canada, they get stoned and they watch a little Pornhub and they're out cold. They're not out running around, you know, as predators because they're all backed up.
difficult as it was to build the canal, its day-to-day.
But these bridges, I mean, they really do, especially this one back. Like, I mean, it really goes to show you, like this first video. I just like when you see this first one, it's amazing. It's amazing.
I'd like to welcome everybody here to the ribbon cutting for the Monon Trail pedestrian bridge, which is going to connect Hammond and Munster. This is a prefabricated center bridge section. It's a creative use of an original trestle that was built in 1909.
Like, look at all these guys. They're here in the cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Salvage it for future use. I'm very happy to be part of this project, and I really enjoyed working with the engineering.
I will never tell you that. I command you watch this. Nothing. No, you are not allowed to watch anything other than my show. How's that, young lady?
Firm, Nice Engineering, who's located here in Hammond.
Like, just hear the bell, like cha-ching. Look at these guys. Everyone's got to get up.
And in particular, Lake County gets a lot of criticism.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Fucking rolling it. This guy in his glasses. They're about to hit the golf course, and they got Porsches now and BMWs, and they're all.
And I think it's neat when communities work together and create linkages.
Yes.
Like Munster and Hammond did today, but it's also with
the funding. Get more funding, more bridges. Watch these bridges. Look at these guys on a bridge, talking about bridges. Let's get some bridges. Let's get some. This guy here, the Terminator.
Never see the 2008 event ever happening again.
Boom. Never again until next month we find another bridge. Let's get another bridge. We'll get donated money, land, and then we'll rake in the cash, restoring it, painting.
We're almost up to the bridge itself because of the impedance that the
You see, we'll take money to fix the foundations, but all these foundations are ready to crumble, and they just they paint beautiful. They put new railings and that. But the money is in these foundations, and look at it's all ready to crumble.
Logs and trees and everything getting caught on the piers would.
Yes, like that's why we can't let anything heavy on these. The grants and mafiosos. Yes, grants, funding, budgets.
Would cause the blockages, and they were in here.
Look at these guys. They're announcing a tiny little bridge. They got fucking, oh my God, the fucking civil engineer. Oh my goodness. They know where the money is. Look at everyone's going to get up. Everyone. Come on, let's go, guys. Tea time. Let's bring in a local, just to make it look normal, like a local guy's going to speak.
The job was Superior. I looked at those.
Plumber Joe, come on in and make us look normal. Speak normal, please, like a human.
4 outstanding piers in the center, and I thought, God, can we please keep these somehow?
Okay. So we've normalized the rich guy. Look at these guys. Tea time. Come on, let's go. Snap. We got to get to the golf course. Let's do this. Everyone.
Ribbon.
So these guys know where the money is. So let's do. Look at their hands. These guys here are manicured and oh my God, soft hands. These guys, yes, exactly, TJ, exactly. They won't have a cut on them. Their skin is not rough on their hands because they probably never had to do anything themselves.
Delphi residents are asking for the community's help in repairing the Monon High Bridge as part of the Monon Trail. News 18's Brittany Werner shows us why the community says.
This is just a recap, and I'm going to start reading. My caffeine is kicked in. Let's do this.
The bridge is so important to the area's history.
The Monon High Bridge, which is part of the Monon Trail, was built in 1891 by the Monon Railroad. Although people often walk over the bridge to view the Deer Creek just down below, one Deer Creek Township board member, David McCain, says the bridge has never officially been developed into a pedestrian walkway.
Well, the community, of course, would like to have the trail finished. It has to be fixed and stabilized. It's in a critical condition.
Delphi residents say this Monon Bridge is an important gem in the history of their community, and they are asking for the city's help to restore this historic walkway.
It's a very long bridge. It is in very good shape except for this one pier.
McCain says the bridge is 850 feet long, and it is the third longest railroad bridge in Indiana. The bridge is deteriorating, which makes it dangerous to walk on. In order to fix it, the entire project will cost around $300,000.
The community came together to support getting
$300,000. We can do this for 300. It's what year is this? 10 years ago for 300 grand. So December 27th, 2015, they found BG's right here. A couple years early. Wait, young man, come back in a couple years. We don't need you just yet, BG. 300 grand. 1.4 million now, 300 grand. Things have, what is it? What is that? Inflation's up.
A grant from Indiana DNR that would allow.
DNR, that's it. Department of Natural Resources is all wrapped up in this. Let's see if we can get Dan Doolin's help in any way to help us do this. Dan, how can you help us solve these murders? Dan, help us, Dan.
For the decking and railing of the bridge for pedestrian use.
McCain was involved in helping to write the grant to the state's Department of Natural Resources, and the Deer Creek Township was approved the maximum amount of $150,000 toward making improvements.
So the Department of Natural Resources gets a grant, they get approval, and
They also received $37,000 from the township, but that doesn't cover the bill. Before these changes can be made, the first pier must be repaired, which would cost around an additional $100,000.
We don't want the bridge to fail and collapse. We want to be able to fix it.
The bridge is owned by CSX, And before any repairs can be made, it must be approved by the owner. After negotiating for more than 2 years, CSX has agreed to donate the bridge and $37,000 for the project to a nonprofit organization willing to take the responsibility. But before repairs to the recreational trails project begins, the bridge
Non-profit.
must find a new rightful owner. Reporting in Delphi, Brittany Werner, News 18.
A land purchase by the city of Delphi sparks an Indiana State Police investigation.
Okay, I'm just going to play this a bit, and after this, I'm going to do it. You what? Yes, we learned that TJ and were asked as Americans to thank Canada. Who would ask you to thank us? What? You did us a favor by taking a fucking rickety old bridge. God, we got our own, we build safe stuff for our people. We don't let people walk across fucking. You think that would happen? You think the Delphi Bridge would happen in any town in Canada? Come on, guys. As I was saying, I just got to take a quick pee break. I'll be right back. This is 3 minutes. I'll be back before this video is over. This is news. I can't be struck. So here.
News 18 Samantha Tiki joins us now with a look at why that land deal is causing so much controversy. Sam?
It's an area the size of 3 city lots in the heart of Delphi. At the last meeting of the Delphi City Council, the city proposed the purchase of the property. It was revealed at that same meeting the property had already been purchased before the council's approval. However, a deeper look into the documents led to an investigation of the sale by the Indiana State Police.
Something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't look right with this situation.
Republican candidate for Delphi City Council Dale Seward says something seemed a little too familiar about the city of Delphi's proposal to buy land during the August meeting of the city council.
It's important for the citizens to know that they can trust their city government and that their taxpayer money is being spent wisely.
Seward says he knew the city council hadn't approved the purchase prior to the sale and says that's when he spoke up.
You're supposed to get city council approval to make purchases, and to already have it warranty deeded prior to even notifying the city council of it is, in my opinion, improper.
Delphi City Council President Dick Traeger says the council was aware of the purchase because it was part of the Stellar project and says the land was designated for a portion of the interurban trail. However, he says the council did not know when the land purchase was going to be finalized.
The purchase was passed, but it wasn't consummated because when this came up, it was suspended. The money was not paid until we found out what the legalities were.
The deed to purchase this land shows it was prepared by Delphi City Attorney Brock Dawson. But according to Seward, Dawson says he has no recollection of preparing the document.
Dawson denied knowledge of the transaction, said that he.
Dawson denied any knowledge. The Youth Baseball Association has no idea what's going on too.
Didn't prepare a document. He didn't have anything to do with it and didn't know what it was either.
Seward says the day after.
Oh, TJ, hope you feel better. After these, I'll read those documents, so keep it on. I have it open on the other window. If you hear me talking and reading, it'll be starting Jerry Holeman's day 7. Basically, it's going to be all about Oberg's whole day before. All right? So, hope you feel better. If anyone has to fall asleep, keep me on, listen. I'll start reading any moment.
After the meeting, he got a copy of
The show is about to begin. 1 hour and 50 minutes in. Fishy says I have to go at least 2 hours before the show starts. So we're almost there, Fishy. We're ready, almost ready to start the show for Fishy. For all of you. If you're not feeling well, please feel better. Nights if you're falling asleep.
Deed from the Carroll County Recorder. Though there had not been a vote by Delphi City Council, the deed dated July 30th shows the land sale from the Delphi Youth Baseball League to the city of Delphi for $7,100. In a phone call to News 18, Dawson says he did not prepare the deed and had no knowledge of the sale.
I have no idea who that individual was. It said they signed for the city of Delphi. Somebody did, but our attorney did not.
Seward says he knew something wasn't right and wrote a letter to the Carroll County prosecutor. Now the Indiana State Police are investigating the sale. Traeger says until the investigation is complete, the council won't be approving the sale.
You know, there's a lot of rumors that fly around. We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
Indiana State Police Detective Greg Edwards says he's wrapping up the investigation and turned the case over to the prosecutor this afternoon. I also spoke with Delphi Youth Baseball League Vice President Scott Roth, who says he thought the sale was a, quote, done deal and is waiting for the $7,100 check. Delphi Mayor Randy Strasser declined to comment due to the pending investigation. Samantha Tiki, News 18.
Delphi city officials are responding to an Indiana State Police investigation into a recent land purchase. Tonight, the Carroll County prosecutor tells News 18 that no criminal charges will be filed. City officials say they are not at fault.
Do you believe something criminal was done?
No, sir, I don't.
Nope. Comments backed up by the city attorney and the county prosecutor.
So how would you just categorize that as a mistake, or how would you categorize what happened then?
Well, it's more of a procedural thing.
The issue, this land on Hamilton Street between Deer Creek and the Delphi Youth Baseball fields.
Did you hear it? The mayor now, after the investigation, says it's a procedural thing. And the guy before had said somebody signed on behalf of the city of Delphi, and they didn't know who it was.
As News 18 reported last week, a deed dated July 30th shows the city buying a quarter of an acre for $7,100. But it's something that the city council had not voted on.
Was there a mistake? Yeah, we're not denying that that somebody made a mistake.
Mayor Randy Strasser says that somebody was Stephen Kleinman of Specialized Land Services, a subcontractor for the engineering firm retained by Delphi to oversee the project. Strasser says the city's plans to buy the property date back to 2009, when it obtained a $445,000 grant from the Indiana Department of Transportation. He compares what happened to someone getting a deed to a house or vehicle before payment has been made. He says buying the property is the last step to building the Interurban Trail project, a trail connecting the third of a mile between Hamilton Street and Washington Street.
But the benefits are more than just a trail down through there. It helps, increase the safety of that embankment during flood stages, and it gets kids off the streets as well.
A project that's due to go out to bid next month, with construction beginning in another 60 to 90 days.
That's the takeaway. Remember, this guy's going to say some amazing stuff here, but the takeaway is the Baseball Association wants their money back. They don't know who screwed up here. The ISP's looked into it. Nobody's going to be charged. Nothing happened. The mayor says no problems. We just want to connect some trails together, build some bridges, and make a safe place for our kids to go to. So what year is this? Just before, what year? This is 10 years ago. So in August of 2015, we want a safe place for our kids to go. And the Baseball Association wants their money back. And here's our motto coming up. I forget what he says here, but this is the motto of the city.
Dale Seward, a Republican candidate for Delphi City Council who brought up the problem to us last week, says he still has some questions about the city's account of events. City Attorney Brock Dawson tells News 18 he has a concern that the deed was prepared in his name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, these issues or mistakes do not affect the ability for the city council to vote to buy the land at their meeting next month if they choose. He anticipates the city will not take any legal actions against any of the parties involved. A message left this evening for Stephen Kleinman at Specialized Land Services was not returned.
Welcome back as we...
Alrighty, I think I've had enough of this. So let us do this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, here's the one they scrubbed. They scrubbed this.
Missing the day before.
I would watch this, but he doesn't. They've scrubbed what he said. Obviously, all these, they've scrubbed them. They're gone. So.
And I can tell you, I at least, and I think most people thought, oh, well, they're hanging out with friends. They've had a fight with mom. No such thing happened. Don't misunderstand me. But we didn't think much about it. And when the next day, when their bodies were found, it was shocking to everybody. It was certainly shocking to me because in Carroll County, such a crime was unprecedented. People kill each other sometimes, but generally it's a crime of passion.
Yes. People kill each other sometimes out of passion. Just like Charles. He gets his girlfriends to stab him because it's passion. I never had a spouse or a girlfriend, a wife stab me. They're not passionate enough for me. I feel horrible. How do you get, I want to get.
It's about boyfriends, girlfriends, husband, wives, or some emotional dispute. We've never had in my.
Right. Yeah, they've definitely. I've been looking for it for so long. They scrubbed the shit out of it. It's been scrubbed. You'll never find that, right? But here's my last one. I put this up on my page. Check it out. I just want everyone to notice. Remember Riley Voorhees? This is the Sweet Dude Shibby channel. Check this out. I posted this. I made this myself. Just today, Riley Voorhees saw a man with in a black mask with a square jaw, right? She says that. But if he's wearing a mask, how does she see his jaw? Maybe she meant the mask was square in the jaw area. I don't know. Maybe. Boink, 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 boink. Indiana State Police. Boink, boink. Maybe she saw the square of a mask, a black mask squared in the jaw area. Or did some guy hang his nose out like this wearing his mask? I don't know. Did somebody order Bane from the Batman series? Look at this. Bane. This is all from their YouTube channel. A little early, or so it's COVID, whatever. They had these masks ready to go. So maybe COVID hadn't hit yet, but so snatched. Oh, you have it? Oh, the original one? How about that? And I know TJ has a great playlist. That's what I'll do one time. The next time, instead of just doing a show, or I'll do a warm-up like this before I do my professional read, if you guys make playlists on your channels, I know TJ has one I'm going to go through, and I'll pick the videos because she has like a bazillion. It's got tons. So I'll pick from, and she has it all in sequential. Like, if you set it to oldest to newest and you watch them, it kind of like, it paints a whole picture. So I'll do that. You guys make a playlist on your channel. A Shibby will come there, and I will make a playlist of the ones I think are really good in the order. I'll name it. The playlist will be named in your honor with your name. And when I play it on my channel like this, I will have your link to come, and people will just, you'll get the Shibby bump. You'll get the Shibby bump. Look at me. Look at me. Oh, where's the Shibby guy? Oh, fuck. Shibby is in. Trust me, guys. Oh, boy. You'll get the Shibby bump. Look at, here it is. Yeah, here he is. I forgot. So I'll come back to this. Just look at this. What did Riley Voorhees say? So before we get started, Riley Voorhees on the 13th, right? She sees BG or whoever, right? But Riley Voorhees is a girl in high school. Whatever she is, 14, 15, 16. She walks past a man in the middle of the day, and she describes this. Yes, exactly. Hey, Cien, what's up? Dee Dee's giving the LOLs. Look at you guys. Thank you all for being here. The show is almost, look, it's 2 hours. I've met Fishy's quota of 2 hours intro. The show is about to begin. Your perfect timing, Cien. The show is about to begin. It's almost at 2 hours. Let's do this. So Riley Voorhees is walking in the daytime. She walks past a man. They both have cameras in their phones taking photos like crazy. They see a creepy guy. She's got a Nikon around her neck. But okay, so maybe they don't take a picture of his face. Maybe they don't take a picture. What? But if he creeped her out, if they creeped him out so much, as if they wouldn't catch photos of him walking away to, for later, or catch him in the background. Like, here, Bree, I'll take a picture of you, Bree, but catch him in the background so we can have a description of him. But it turns out So Riley Voorhees, obviously a teen girl, sees a guy in the daytime, and 2 days later, so on not the 14th, so the 14th the bodies are found. On the 15th, she's back at school, at a high school. The chief of police, Steve Moonman Mullins, comes to her school. So when the chief of police comes to your school, you remember, but she could have, for the prosecution, she had a hard time remembering that Steve, the chief of police, on the 15th comes to her school. The chief of police, 2 days after. This girl says, I saw the guy in black boots, black jeans, black hoodie, blondish curly hair coming out of his whatever. He was wearing a black mask, and his jaw was squared. If he's wearing a black, how do you see his? Were you sure it was his jaw, or was it the square? Or did the police muffle that, knowing, hey, we don't want this leading back to us? Although the nose was sticking out perfectly, this is perfect. Maybe they, like, when you think about it, why do we accept that? If this guy had a square jaw, could we tell? I guess we could. I don't know. This guy here, if he had a square jaw, would we see it? No. Maybe she was saying the mask was squared off in this area. I wonder if it had a little logo on it. Oh boy. This is Bane here. So, And it turns out at trial, Riley Voorhees then says, maybe he was wearing blue colors were colorful, but his aura, his soul was dark. Therefore, I thought it was dark. Like, they browbeat those teens so much. And I heard her even saying that they kept coming to her house and asking her, like, just answer this way so we can then say, like, we want our narrative of, they browbeat them, not physically, but they kept over. And it's like, yeah, okay, this, yes, just get away. It's like they fucking interrogated these young girls to confuse them. They gaslit them, and they're like, oh my God, like Richard Allen, like they keep telling somebody something. Eventually, they'll either say yes to get you to get lost, or so what I'm saying is you guys make yourself some playlists. All right. Make yourself some playlists, and I'll put one together. But you know what also we need to do is, I think it's best if you do the news stories like Fox and Weather or the Indiana State. Their thing is amazing. I got a whole playlist on their canine dogs, but I can't get into that now. So let's do this. What was I going to do? I was going to do this. I was going to begin the show right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get this party started. You won't even know that's playing. You won't even know that's playing. So let's do this. I'm going to read. I have them. I thought I put them up. Where are they? I have them. I do have it up somewhere. I thought I did. No, I don't. So I have to open up another folder. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Here's the exhibits. And this is the whole shit thing. So I don't need this anymore. I thought I had this ready. Anyways, it's ready now. Let's do this. Jerry, where are you, Jerry? I know you're around page 130, up at 125. Close. October, day 4. Oh, no, it's past. It's day 8 we're on now. So I've been reading every day. We finished Melissa Oberg. Oh my God. She's a gold mine. She actually says that she did compare the bullets. And she literally says that she compared the bullet found by Abby's foot. And in the beginning, she said it was from a different gun. She linked it to another gun. She literally says it in her trial. Maybe I missed everyone talking about that, but Melissa Oberg says bullet 16, after it gets a new case number and all this, and needs all these item numbers shift from one to another. In the very beginning, 5 years before she received Richard Allen's gun, she linked the bullet 16, now Exhibit 148, to a whole different 6 hour. She said it came from there. She literally says it. And then they do this whole thumping about there's 3 other guns in water. She receives like a week or two after the murders. She receives like 3 guns in water, and she's soaking them in penetrating oil, hitting them with hammers to free them, looking down the barrel and sticking her finger in to safety them. And then the 4th gun has some parts on it that she can't free with the penetrating oil. Literally, Melissa Oberg says she put them in something stronger. She doesn't know what it was. And when she came back at the end of the day, the fucking gun disintegrated. The gun disintegrated. The 4th gun that is now, so this is back in 2017. She had 3 guns. The first 2 were 45s that couldn't have shot the bullet. The 3rd one was a 6 hour. I'm not sure whose it was. She said it was that gun that this bullet came from. She confirmed it. And now it changed. Then all of a sudden, just at the laboratory, has to get a new case number from 17KC000066 to, they've run out of numbers at this laboratory for the case numbers, the sequential case numbers. Every time they get new evidence, they've run out of numbers. They couldn't get up to 99,999 from 66, from 00066. So they needed a whole new case number starting in 2019. And 2019 is a big year. You know, there's a whole bunch of shit happening in 2019. Oh boy. Kathy Shanks finds that tip in 2019 and prints it out, but then that waits a couple years to re-find it again. And oh my God. It's wild. So wild. It's almost not believable. So here we go. Jerry Holeman. One last request here. Let's read. My professional reading is beginning. 2 hours and 8 minutes into the show. Dedicate this to all of you. Jerry Holeman. I've read, so here we go. Starting in 1 second. All right, 1 second. Let's do this. 1 second. And let's do this. Lieutenant Jerry Holeman. October 26, 2024. Sounds perfect. All right. My mouse is charged yesterday. The battery died and I had to plug it in. By Mr. McClellan, Mr. Boss McClellan. Lieutenant Holeman, look at this. 2 hours and 10 minutes, 2 hours and 9 minutes and 30 seconds in. 1,900 people listening. Thank you for being here. Let's do this. Lieutenant Holeman, you've testified here before. I just want to remind you that the microphone doesn't work with a shit. Right? Steve Moonman Mullins is our IT guy. The pointer doesn't work. The mics don't work. The TV don't work. Just fucking don't touch those wires. They're sparking. Smoke's coming out of the back of the TV. Mr. Moonman Mullins, please help us with the IT. So the microphones doesn't amplify for the people inside the well or in the front of the court. So if you could just speak up and use your best outside voice. Fair enough? Yeah. Will you state your name, please? Jerry Holeman, Holeman. Everyone, Holeman. I'm an asshole. Yodel, 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 yo. I'm an asshole, asshole. ASSHOLE. Everybody. I don't know why I do that. It was a great song. I keep forgetting that guy's name, Dennis something, the blonde guy. And how are you employed with the ISP? And what is your rank with the ISP? I'm a lieutenant. Lieutenant Dick Holeman. You were in the courtroom yesterday during the testimony of Melissa. Don't ask me any questions. I'm never wrong, Oberg. That's way too long to say each time. Is that correct? Yeah, I was. And were you able to hear her testimony and see the evidence presented to her? Yes, I did. I wanted to start off with a point of clarification. Let's set the record straight here. There was some information brought up about the results, you see. So at the time, they don't realize something she said was wrong. Now they've had someone smarter tell them they got to correct it. They had a whole day to think about it. Let's correct it. So there was some information brought up about the results of her findings concerning matching a bullet to a gun, comparing that to a paternity test. Do you remember that line of questioning? Yeah, I do. And is that something that you believed? Yes. And is that something that you put out to other people? Yeah. So it wasn't her, it was Jerry. Oh, he'll take the fall. And after her explanation yesterday, you have a better understanding that that may not be the case. Oh, I do now. A mere 7 years, 8 months, and now one more day I've had. So the first 7 years and 8 months, I didn't know. But now I've had that extra 1 day. Oh, I do now. I do. She talked about an error rate. Yes. You recall that? Yes, she did. And what do you recall the error rate being? I recall her talking about an error rate with different tests, and I remember saying the error rate in the paternity test was low. So I compared that to what she was saying about the bullet. And at the time, I did not recall what she was saying the error rate was for the round. But I think it was 2% or something. Here, let me tell you, I remember, dipshit. It was like 2% for false positives and like 3% for false negatives, meaning if you just went with those, out of every 100 people if this was used to convict or to do 100 court cases, 2 people would get to walk that actually murdered somebody, and 3 people that did nothing wrong would get locked up for 130 years. Out of every 100, 3 people. But that's 5%, and Melissa Oberg left out one tiny thing. There's like 20 or 30% where if it's inconclusive, they just don't count it in those black box double-blind studies. Yet, if you add that in, then they're getting like 70% wrong. 30% wrong. So there's 25% inconclusive, 3% they're locking people up that are innocent, and 2% of guilty people are walking, and a whole shitload of 25%, they have no clue. This is useless. But still it's all garbage. But in her study, she left out the inconclusive, meaning, and she says in her testimony, Melissa Oberg says, well, it would be wrong. They must use the inconclusive because it would be wrong for her to have to come to a conclusion, because that would be unethical to make someone force somebody if they're not sure. Yet at her own laboratory, she says if they're not sure, they have a peer look it over, and they say, you're either I agree with you or not. And if the person says no, you're what is it? There was a name for it. Somebody would not inspector. There was a name who would, I forget now. Somebody would look over your work. And if they disagreed with you, then your boss would come in and he would be the tying vote. So either way, they're coming to a conclusion. There is no inconclusive at her work. Yet she says if you forced people to make a decision, that would be wrong. Turns out Melissa Oberg, in the very beginning, attributed bullet her item 16, which is now Exhibit 148, the bullet that was found beside Libby's foot with the unspent cartridge. She, in the beginning, linked it to a whole different Sig Sauer. In Melissa Oberg's testimony on page 181, she links that bullet to a whole other bullet in the beginning. And then now she's changing her mind after they've had to, only at the laboratory, make a new case number, then shift all these exhibits to different numbers. This item 16 is now 148. And then a whole lot of evidence numbers have disappeared for some reason. We don't know. She's banging on guns to loosen them up. The fourth gun, that if she had the fourth gun now, which would have been Richard Allen's gun in that fourth spot, she would have been able to make a better test. She would have been able to get it better back then, but she didn't have Richard Allen's gun for 5 more years. But coincidentally, there's a fourth gun that she couldn't get unloosened with the oil, penetrating oil. So she put it in a vat of something a little stronger, she says. She doesn't know what the liquid was. And when she came back at the end of the day, the fucking gun disintegrated. This Melissa Oberg disintegrated a gun. And now, 5 years later, if she had Richard's gun, a fourth gun, she would have been able to come to a more conclusive finding. But without Richard Allen's gun 5 years before, instead of being inconclusive, she chose a different Sig Sauer to say that the bullet came from that Sig Sauer. She literally says it. So, I don't know how we all blow over that. Maybe I've been fucking around too much in chats and not paying attention. I don't know. But let's move on. Just remember, Melissa Oberg, the laboratory, had to get a whole new number from 17K-C00066. And all of a sudden, in the year 2019, they had to get a new number of 19K-C000133 or something like that. A lot of evidence disappeared. 3 guns were there. 2 guns couldn't fire the bullet. They were in water. She penetrated, oiled them, loosened them. The third one, she concluded actually that the bullet found by Libby's foot was cycled through that gun. She concludes it back then in 2017. And turns out there's a fourth gun that can't be freed up in water because it's in so gooky, and there's shells on it, conch shells and invasive zebra mussels and gook all over this gun. She needed to put that in something stronger. She comes back at the end of the day and she'd fucking disintegrated the parts of it, or the whole thing. The gun disintegrated. Whatever she was doing to try to free it up, it was too strong. Melissa Oberg disintegrated a gun in 2017. Well, what? I don't read chat. What do you think I'm here to do? Read you guys? How can I read this if I'm reading chat, Carol? Come on. What the hell? You read chat for me, Carol. Answer these people. Now, I command you, my love. My love, we finally found each other. It's a new day. Yes, tell me, and I'll tell you. Carol is now the chat representative. So if I'm reading, if I miss anything, Carol has promised she will answer any questions for you on my behalf. Thank you, young lady. My love, do it. Let's do it. Carol speaks for Shibby right now. Thank you. Should I read chat? I'm so sorry. I'm horrible. I'm horrible like this. Even when I'm babbling like that, V reminds me I ask you guys questions and I don't check for the answer. Oh my God. So what have I missed? Have I missed something? Oh my God, if I miss, I'm a horrible person. I'm a confused old man. Fuck, Shibby, please don't look through all those files. Is that what you're saying, Carol? You want me to go check for some? What do you want me to find, Carol? I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Look at all these files Carol's wants. I'm not taking the bite. I'm not taking the bait, Carol. Don't try to distract me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm wrong. I'm never wrong, ever, ever. I'm so sorry. Oh, I love you too, bro. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. So just know, if I miss anything, Dee Dee, Carol, Nicole, V, and Paula, they can all answer on my behalf. And Dewey, see, all of you can answer each other. Accredit it to me if you think you might be wrong. I'll take the fall. I'll take one for the team. I'm a confused old man. If anyone says anything wrong, it's because I'm a confused old man. I give you permission. I'll sign a bunch of those PCAs like Diener does, a pile of them, blank probable cause affidavits and search warrants. I'll sign a big pile. You guys can arrest and search anyone's house you want. Just I'll sign them. Okay? So no more distractions starting now. Yeah, Jerry's confused about the error rate and paternity tests. So he needs to call Jerry Springer up to see if who's the daddy. Do you understand after her testimony yesterday that's not what she was saying? Yeah, I misinterpreted what she was saying. A mere 7 years and 8 months after I've had time to think about this. I've only had 7 years and 8 months to think about this. So today, I'm correcting the record yesterday. So boom, it was only happened yesterday. Therefore, today, I'm saying sorry. I cannot be at fault. It's only been 1 day. Except when I made that mistake, I had 7 years and 8 months. But hey, I said it yesterday. Therefore, today, I'm sorry. Was that belief held by others in Unified Command? Yes. And so there was a lot of people that believed that it was comparable to a paternity test. Yes, we did. Oh, maybe I don't even know what they're saying here. There was also statements brought up by Melissa Oberg stating that after she examined the bullet, that it could be matched to a Smith & Wesson or a 6 Hour. You recall? Yeah, she says she did. She says she matched it to one way back then, 5 years before she had Richard Allen's gun. Surprised that blew over. And is that something you believed, that after she examined the bullet, that the bullet was going to be matched to either Smith & Wesson or a 6 Hour? That's what we believed. Yeah, because she preemptively said it. Did you hear her testimony yesterday? Yeah. Okay. And so is that something that you are conceding you misrepresented or misunderstood from her as well? Yes. Yes. Yesterday, I screwed up yesterday. Yes. A mere 7 years and 8 months after these young ladies were murdered. I screwed up yesterday. So it's only been 24 hours. So I can't be held accountable. Come on. If you give someone only 7 years and 8 months to study for a test, you think they're going to get those simple answers right after 7 years and 8 months? Come on. He needs more time. However, you did examine the 6 Hours and Smith & Wesson. Is that correct? Yeah, we did. And the gun you found in Rich Allen's house is what brand? A SIG. It's the same as the SIG that Melissa Oberg attributed it to back in February 28th of 2017. Melissa Oberg received 3 guns. 2 that couldn't have fired the bullet. 1 she concluded did after putting it in oil and freeing it up. Yet this 4th gun back in 2017 was so bad with conch shells and gook all over it, she had to put it in a vat of acid for some reason, and the thing disintegrated, disappeared. And then we needed a whole new set of, the lab couldn't count past 66. And they only had from 99,999 spaces. So they only had 99,933 more spaces, but for some reason we needed to get a whole new case number. So we got rid of those case numbers. The item numbers, we've shifted the item numbers to new exhibit numbers back then. The fourth gun has disappeared back in 2017. Yet now, if she had 5 years later has a fourth gun that seems to slide right into that spot perfectly. So if she had that fourth gun back then, she wouldn't have got her assessment wrong that the bullet found beside Libby's foot was attributed to a totally different Sig Sauer. She said it. She said it. So whose gun is that Sig Sauer that she received in February of 2017? That's who they were pinning it on first. Okay, I want to start off with, we went over some of your training and experience. The last time you testified, do you recall that? Yes, I do. Now I should be reading chat. I'm getting LMAOs, thank you. Nobody. Does he still live there? Well, not sure if he ever did, but that sounds dangerous for him. Who's that? You tell him. You definitely. So, Carol, Dee Dee, you better answer on my behalf. Nicole, V, Paula, everyone. Answer these people immediately. I want to talk about some of your specific training on interviewing a suspect. Can you tell the jury some of the specific training that you've had in doing interviews with people? So first, here's Shibby's thought of this question. I'm not even going to read this question just yet. So Jerry Holeman's going to talk about his experience in interviewing people. So he has experience in, let's go through this. Interviewing Mitch Westerman. He goes and busts his balls, right? He has experience in interviewing Richard Allen. He busts his chops. Robert Fortson. He can visit Robert Fortson and he's investigating. He's banging his knuckles on the desk, telling his superiors that he's got pictures of little dead naked kids. There's a whole ethics thing going on there, but he has to go to the base and talk to Robert Fortson. Right? He's got experience in, think of who else has Jerry gone and scared to live, but Jesus out and threatened that Gull is going to arrest. So wait, murder sheet got Ron Logan's PCA. Where's that investigation, Jerry? Jerry, can you tell the jury the training you had to do interviews of murder sheet to find out where they got that PCA from? Did you? Where is that? Did you break down their door? Was Anya sitting on Kevin's lap when you were there banging your knuckles on the table? Or Babs McDonald, Barbara McDonald. Did you break down her door to find out where she got that Odin report that she had on court TV that you seem to have forgotten? Because she could have reminded you what was on that Odin report. And she could have told you that Turco was a man. You didn't even know it was a him or her. Where's that investigation, Jerry? Yes, Turco. And what was the other one? Oh, Fig. Did you go bang down Fig's door to find out where he got that bullet, sealed bullet info from? Did you, Jerry? Where's that investigation? How about all those YouTubers that said they talked to you after the gag order violation? On their live streams, they said you talked to them and answered a bunch of questions despite being under a gag order. Or Dave Vito did. Or Jerry, Nick's office did. Somebody who worked for Nick's, or Judge Gull, the assistant. She was talking. Where, Jerry, where are those interviews? I want them. I want them, Jerry. I want you banging your knuckles. There's so much. The searchers who put out those photos, they weren't the bodies, but they put out some photos before the defense even existed. Where's that investigation, Jerry? Jerry. Here's his answer. Sure. Basic training, obviously, in the police academy. Just basic interviewing techniques, how to document. And then, how to document. So if you don't document, it didn't happen. So, hey, especially at the contempt hearing, the defense couldn't throw this in our face. Nick didn't want to talk about the 10 or 20 leaks from their side because there is none, right? We never investigated those. Therefore, you have nothing to look for. Prove the exculpatory evidence was there. Come on. Prove it. Prove with an investigation even though we had no investigation into anything that involved us. And then I've been to Reed interrogation school. Yes, he's been to Reed interrogation school. That's why Baldwin had to bust his chops on the stand. Hey, Jerry, eyes up here, Jerry, not the floor. Quit twiddling around. Quit twiddling your thumbs and making that dumb sign to your buddies. You're making that dumb sign again, Jerry. Every time I ask you a question, you're making a little fucking diamond-shaped thingy to your buddies. What does that mean, Jerry? Eyes up here, Jerry. And advanced read. And that basically talks about how to interview suspects, witnesses, and build a rapport with them. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you just bang your knuckles on the desk and tell them, hey, you can get to that door. If you can get past me to that door, you can leave. You're here on your own free will. You see, just get past me. Look at, see, I'll stretch here and my jacket will lift up and I'll show you I'm packing a wicked big gun. Oh, you get to that door, dude. You're free to go. Try and get to that fucking door right now, asshole. You're free to go. Just build rapport. What you can and what you can and what you can't do. I've been through that training. It's been a while since I've been to that training. I think it was 2006, maybe 7. And then I've also been to finding words. Oh, that's how to interview sexually abused children. Excuse me. I don't mean to make light of that. A different type of interviewing technique. Yeah. Well, I think they should have certain people, specialized people, talk to kids. They let you in there? What? Jerry? I hope to God they have people to talk to kids. Not you. It's not you. And I've also been to CIT, which is, I forget the abbreviation, but basically it is how to detect someone with a mental illness and how to talk to them and interview them. Oh, let's stop here for a second. Jerry can detect someone with a mental illness, right? What did he say about Elvis's sister, Mary Jacobs? That she was off her rocker. He said she was not stable. Murphy told him she had pill bottles all over the place. Yet Purdy and Murphy thought Mary Jacobs was sounding very good. So they noted there was pill bottles in her whoop-de-doo. She was talking perfectly normal, Mary Jacobs. She sounded so lucid, and so they both believed she would be a great witness and wonderful to talk to. They thought so much of Mary Jacobs, they put her in a car and drove her to the police station to do a polygraph test, which she passed. So do you think somebody who should have been in a straitjacket, Jerry, would have passed a polygraph test so flying well? So Jerry is trained how to detect someone with a mental illness. Uh-oh, my internet might have just gone down. My camera's just reset. If this stops, I'm here still. I think my router just rebooted. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll keep reading. We'll see. All right. Must have been my router. I don't know. All my cameras just reset. If I disappear, it's my router rebooting, and I'll be like a minute till I get a new IP address on my desktop here. So I'll keep reading until that disappears. So sorry. So Jerry can detect a mental illnesses, right? Man, Jerry detects them. Definitely something's happening with my internet. New name? No. It's Dee Dee, where you been? YouTube is using the handles, not usernames. They're doing that. It's switched. They're not going back. So luckily for people like me, I chose the name that was exactly the same, right? I think you did too. Yeah, they're sticking with that because you can't fake that. You can't get, if you see someone, you have to get their exact names. Like, see how you have 2 Y's and 3 A's, that's how we know it's you. Nobody else can have 2 Y's or 3 A's. But with the usernames, there was things where they could kind of try to fake it. But now with these handles, you can't. Only one person can have the handles. So, Shibby, probably someone cutting your wires. That I don't know. That's because it's my cameras. Nope, my cameras are back up. So something happened, but well, I have something exactly the same. Look at mine. Mine is here. Mine is I'm just gonna put this in chat. I'm gonna copy this so you can see. I'm just gonna copy that word. So I don't have to type my keyboard. I just type this word. Look at me. That's my handle and username. That's why I have those dumb underscores, because I kept going through until I could get both of them to match. I didn't know why I was doing that, but I did. So if people would just keep going through at the time, if you had, but now people are confused. Yet Dee Dee obviously did the same as me. I'm sure if we go to Dee Dee's page, her username and handle are both that, right? So if you go here, see this is your username, and this is your handle. Mine are exactly the same, but when you go to other people's pages, they're gonna have a different one to here. But because they didn't have the foresight to think I want to have mine the same. Because for some reason, weird things like that bugged me. So 2-3 years ago, I kept playing with it. I had to use underscores until I can get both of them to turn green. I wanted them to be the same. So there's that. Let's carry on. So yeah, it's like that forever. Well, that's fine. You don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But that whole confusion of people, look at, how many times were you guys all confused in chats when this first started happening, especially in the beginning, this whole 2024, YouTube did it for like a couple weeks and then went back. Then they did it again for a month and went back, or again for a week and went back. Now this is like the 4th time and they finally stuck with it. It's like they were giving people a heads up, but man, did that ever cause chaos? So if you don't care about all that chaos that was caused, because I was trying to moderate in chats and people were showing up with these new names. Like, did you know Commentator Root is a Dewey? Oh my God. All these weird names were showing up. I was like, who are you? Lita Joe. Who the fuck were you? How many times were people asking you who you were? You got lucky. You got a bit of a same big fish, small pond. People can kind of guess, but whatever. No, it's your throwaway, but I mean, that's fine. You still have 2 username and passwords. I'm not passwords. You have the username and the handle, right? But on yours, what's your don't hate create? Is it all, both of them are don't hate create? But this one, big fish, small pond, biggie fishy, it's not a big deal. But when Carol showed up, honestly, how many times when you showed up as Lita Joe were people like, who the fuck is Lita Joe? It took us a long time to figure it, So it is YouTube. They should have never have done that. They should have just done it in the beginning. But yeah, you'll see what I can check. Yeah, you don't hate create. Because if you see it, it'll have the, when you go to someone's page, this is like their username and this is like their handle. They'll be different. Like you'll have a troll farm plug and a vicarious vigilante, who's now changed her name back to something I forget. But she's, for some reason, mad at me or something. She unfriended me on Discord and I forget her name. The vicarious vigilante has no more name. I forget it. So let's do this. Fishy's going to find out what her other name is. It's probably the same or just spelled differently. I forget. I can check, or if you can go check. Let us know. Let's do this. So Jerry can detect mental illnesses, except with Mary Jacobs. Except with Mary Jacobs, because she's nuts. Right? The woman who 2 of his high police officers put in a car, took to a police station for a polygraph test, which would be unethical. If she was so nuts, Jerry, wouldn't that be unethical of your officers to do that? And then Stephanie Thompson, she passed a test, flying colors, but poor Stephanie Thompson is not around, and you're telling us that you can spot people with a mental illness. And those techniques that you learned through those different training seminars and classes, have you used those while you're interviewing people? Yeah, I have. And this is an unfair question, but how many people have you interviewed through your career? Hundreds. My best guess, hundreds of people, except Anya and Kevin from Murder Sheet, except Babs McDonald from wherever the fuck she's from, Court TV or whatever, except Fig Dissolves. He's a YouTube creator sensation, and he solves crimes, so he didn't get investigated. And there's that YouTubers that all these people that I myself and Dave Vito and Becky Patty and Nick's office, Gull's assistant violated the gag order with. I did not investigate any of them. I did, however, investigate people that wouldn't lick my boots, like Rick Snay or Robert Fortson or Mitch Westerman or Andy Baldwin. Yeah, those people, I investigated hundreds of people that didn't lick my boots. And you talked a little bit about you touched base on them a little bit, but what are some of the techniques that you've learned through that training and experience? What are some of the techniques that you've learned that you use during the interview of someone? First, you want to try to build a little bit of rapport with them. By rapport, I mean I wrap my gorilla knuckles on the desk and I jump around like an ape. And I pick bugs off of my head and I eat the bugs. If you can talk to them, other thing is, you want to present evidence that you might have or threaten them that you're going to find evidence that really helps people open up. Show them pictures. Yeah, force them to look at dead girls or something like that effect. Yeah. Or let Robert Fortson know in front of his superiors that, hey, you don't know what Judge Gull is going to put you away for having pictures of naked dead girls. Who knows? Remind them, Jerry. Show them pictures of naked dead girls yourself and say, you have these photos. Gull is going to lock your ass up. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night. You can even lie to them. Yes, you can, Jerry. Yes. But in a sworn affidavit, Jerry, can you lie about Turco in a sworn affidavit, you fucking asshole? Can you, buddy? Gull says you can, I guess. So Jerry can lie in a sworn affidavit about what Turco said to him, put words in Turco's mouth, completely obfuscate the whole, who the fuck is this Turco? I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl, him or her. Yeah, I can lie. I can lie in a fucking sworn affidavit. I can lie. Even though I'm not allowed to. But when Gull is the arbiter, when Gull is the referee, I can pretty much do whatever the fuck I want. Same with Liggett. Same with fucking the prosecutor. Lie to them about the amount of evidence that you've over-exaggerate the evidence, Those are some of the techniques that you can use. Is that the techniques you used on, did you put Brad Holder, Patrick Westphal, and Elvis Fields all the same day in different rooms, just enough so they can hear each other and then give them, hey, he told on you, who wants to get the deal? Who's the first one to get the deal? Tell us, and you'll get the deal. And the other two will burn in hell. Tell us. Where's those? Or did you do that? Only if you fucking could videotape it. If only you had a switch you could turn off. Look at you. Want me to show? I can check for you. I can check on my computer. Wait. I can show you. 1 second, Fishy. I'm on my other thing. Here we go. I'm coming to my own live on my other computer. I'm there. I'm there. I see this don't hate create person. I'm going to their channel. I'm there. This person is, oh, look at these beautiful snake eyes. Look at this. So here's your username, and don't hate create is a little different. You know, there's no apostrophe, but this is your exact, you have the period. Fishy, you have the period, right? So don't be yelling at me if you have the period. But it's this. This is what we see, right? Where is it? Oh yeah, I got you highlighted. Yeah. So this is what everyone sees. And this is what people used to see. But they're one and the same, yet different. So, and I think it's probably easier for people to mimic stuff like that or whatever. But this one, they really, you know, they switched to the handles or whatever. So look at that. She's got the period. Okay. Everyone take note. She's got a period. Let's do this before she yells at me. No, you shush. Hey, Peach, what's up? You're not distracting. Come on. I can never be distracted. Try all you want. I can never be distracted. Yes. See? Yes, I can never be distracted. Like, it's not like if you put a squirrel emoji in or a shark emoji, I'll get distracted. Never. You cannot. Look at me. I'm on page 5. I've been reading for, it's 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm on page 5. So it's proof right there that I can never be distracted. So never. Oh my God, I'm so happy you guys are here. Honestly, distract me as much as you can, please. I'm so grateful. I need your distraction. Message me personally, privately, and distract the shit out of me. I'd love it. And have you used those techniques often when interviewing people suspected of crimes? Yeah. I want to take you back to October 26th of 2022. Do you recall that day? I do. And is that the day that you interviewed Richard Allen? Yeah, it was. And that interview, in part, was recorded. Is that correct? Yes, we didn't lose that recording. Yes. And from that recording there was a transcript created of that interview. Is that right? Yeah. And yes, I do. But I do, because good reminder. No distractions. I do deserve a break. Look at I'm almost 3 hours in, and I've read almost 6 pages. So I do need a break. I've almost read a whole 6 pages that are every other line has one word in it. Look at no. I'm at page 6, 3 hours in. I could use more breaks. You're right. TJ, you're here. Good. Yep. No, just her name. No. How dare you? Look, it's in there. It's in her name. Her period's in her name. Yes. She has the period. Not on. She has one. That's all it's true. She'll tell you. She disappears people when that's happening, right? She hides people in my chat when that's happening. If you see Fishy hide somebody, even for 300 seconds, she's definitely PMSing, she'll say. Her magic stuff. Her magical PMSing stuff. Boy. And you may not know the length, but if I told you the transcript was 80 pages long, this is 83, but the transcript was 80 pages long, do you have any reason to disagree with that? No, I don't. I said a lot of dumb shit. Have you memorized every word within that transcript? No. I mean, how could I memorize 80 pages? I've only had 7 years and 8 dang months. Damn you, Nick. Damn you. 80 pages. Oh my goodness. And so when I asked you a question about the interview, are you going to be able to recite back to me the specific questions you asked? No, I won't. Not only will I not be able to recite back the specific questions, I'll get it completely fucking wrong, the simple questions. Yes. Boom, you're covered. Because you can't recite back the whole 80 pages It's no wonder you got it wrong. Oh my. Therefore, you're not. We looked into it. We investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Thank you. Send it to the internal, what is it? Internal Affairs. Yes. Internal Affairs looked into it. We investigated ourselves. Oops, sorry. We found no wrongdoing. We investigated ourselves. Are you going to be able to recite back to me the specific answer that Richard Allen gave? No. I'm going to get it completely wrong. I'm going to biff it. But you have reviewed that transcript? I have. Not only have I reviewed it, I was the one who fucking said it. And I've had 7 years and 8 months. Yes, I have. And you're familiar with the interview? Yes, I was there, dipshit. It's video. Don't you see me? I'm not blocking the door so this man can leave freely at any time. So I want to talk about that interview. Again, I thought this was going to be about the Melissa Oberg, the bullet stuff. So, yes, I know. Yes. Let me know, please. Tell me all about it. Discord, mate. We'll talk. Oh, boy. So I want to talk about that interview. Again, October 26th, 2022. Is that the day you recall? It is. And tell me where that interview took place. Dipshit, you saw me. You saw me. The interview took place at the ISP post in Lafayette, Indiana, in one of our interview rooms, where we finally, by 2022, worked out the technical difficulties. We were able to preserve and not write over a mere 6 terabytes of information. So if we left the switch running, 4 rooms, it would take at least a month or 2 or 3 months to write over 6 terabytes. But now we have a bigger blue light, and it's gonna, so this will never happen again. The one switch that controls all 4 rooms. And instead of a 6 terabyte hard drive, we've got a fucking 100 terabyte hard drive. So we got a bazillion gigabytes. So then we can never write never again will this write over and come back all the way around to 6 terabytes. 6,000 gigabytes was written over. Therefore, it filled up the rest of the 6 terabytes, started back at the beginning of the 6 terabytes, and we wrote over our interviews. So that's why we couldn't retrieve them, because we overwrote them. We filled up the terabytes, 6 terabytes. We started at 0 terabytes, and we refilled to wherever our interviews were, because we've written over them. They're gone forever. Can't get them. What's 6 terabytes? It's only 6,000 gigabytes. Come on, guys. And what? 4 interview rooms? It's got to be at least a month or 2, maybe 3 months of HD video that they would have had to leave the switch on for to overwrite. And at that time of the interview, did you have the information about Melissa Oberg's findings? I did. And so the information, as you understand it prior to calling Richard Allen in, the information pertaining to the gun found at Richard Allen's house and the bullet at the crime scene. What information did you have? The initial report that she made, the certificate of analysis, and it told us that the round found at the scene matched Richard Allen's gun that we found at his house. Right. But she'd already matched that to another gun. So they needed a whole new case number, right? Right. Now, you're not using the same language as Miss Oberg used. Nope. You understand that? I am. Yes, I am not. Wait, there's a great answer. Do you understand that, Jerry? I am. Yes, I am not. But you had that information, or you knew that information before you called Richard Allen? Yes. And so the interview took place at the ISP post. How did you get Mr. Allen to the post? I believe Steve Moonman Mullins communicated with him and arranged him to show up, I believe, a couple days before that. And then they had to reschedule. And then he and his wife came there. I don't know how they got there or who drove, but they drove there. What was the reasoning for them to coming to the post? We we wanted to talk about giving back some items and also find out an explanation of what that round was at the scene of Two Murder Girl. Yeah, we took some stuff and we wanted, come on in. Yeah, like those, you ever see those videos where they put, they find those people that are criminals and they have like warrants and they send them something, or they've won like a cruise, or they've won a TV, come and pick it up. Those were great, eh? Kind of wild. They receive like an email or letter like, you want a fucking free TV, come pick it up. And they all come walking in and they're like, balloons fly, the confetti flies, they're excited, and the fucking cops grab their arms and put them in cuffs. And they're like, what? I'm here to get my TV. I want my cruise. No, dude, we're fucking with you. You got a warrant for your arrest. Motherfuckers. At that point, we had also confiscated his car as part of the search warrant of the house. Is that right? Yeah. And we planned on giving that car back. Yeah, we planned on giving the car back. And in fact, you told them that, hey, come to the post. We're prepared to release the vehicle to you. Yeah. When he got to the post, what happened? I escorted him back to the interview room and I started the interview. At that point, when he went back to the interview room, was he under arrest? No, he could leave at any time. He could leave. He was so free to leave. Dude, see the door behind me? You know, if you can get past me, just walk past me to that door and you can go anytime. I dare you. Fucking try. The door is there. Go for it. Go ahead. Make my day. And this is where he stretches again. Like he yawns and puts his hands over his head and flashes that he's got a big, huge fucking, what is that, 357 Magnum, probably like Dirty Jerry. Oh boy. Dirty Jerry. Go ahead. Make my whole. Make my whole day. At that point, was your plan to arrest him? No, it wasn't. Did you read his Miranda rights? No, I didn't need to here in Indiana. We can just fucking do whatever we want. I did the other time, but here, that part of the video got erased. Did you remind him of his Miranda rights? I did remind him of them. Tell me about that. I knew that he'd been interviewed a few days before that by Steve Moonman Mullins and Tony Liggett. I asked him if he remembered being interviewed and read his rights, and he said he did. Right. Let's see that video. Wait, where's that? When he got to the post, where did you take him? I took him to the interview room. And was the door locked? Nope. Was he free to leave? Yes, at any time. Yes. How many people were in the room when you did the interview? Most of the time, just one. There was a one point there where Detective Avito came in there for a short time. And did you then begin the interview with Richard Allen? I did. Tell me how you began the interview. I believe I just talked to him about it if something was damaged, like I did the other day when he was there. If he had anything damaged, I think I gave him... Wait. I just looked away for a second. I think I gave him a copy of a tort claim. Yeah, file that. We'll get tort that. Yes, just fill this out. We'll fix anything. If we damaged anything, yes, we'll get right on that. And if we did anything wrong, just tell Internal Affairs. See that sheet? Go fill out one of those sheets, put it in the box, and we'll get right back to you. That's the process if you have property damage. You could fill that out. We talked about some of the articles. The lab wanted me to find out if anybody had ever borrowed any of that for a long period of time. So we talked about that initially. Did you also talk about firearms? We did. Did you talk about your time in the Marines? I did. And why would you do that? Just building rapport, you gotta be, you're going to plan to fuck someone over. You got to build rapport. I knew he was in the Army. And so we were both in the military. We talked about types of guns that we had in the military, types of guns that we had, type of guns I had. Did you talk about firing those guns? Yes. So how inappropriate is that for him to fucking go on talking about a guns with a guy he's about to fucking set up with a bullet that Oberg admitted to already years earlier, attributing that bullet to a whole different gun. And all of a sudden, a gun has disappeared, and the lab has to get new case numbers. And back in that, from 17KC00066 is now 19KC000121 or something, because the lab has run out of numbers. Yet a fourth gun has disappeared. Oberg accidentally disintegrated a fourth gun in some vat of oil, acid or something, because the oil wasn't strong enough. There was 3 other guns. 2 of them couldn't have fired the bullet. So the third one, the other 6-hour that she received on February 28th of 2017, she said did cycle that round. That was found through a whole different gun, she says it, because she attributed it to one of those 3 guns. And then she received the 4th gun was Richard Allen's, which was 5 years later. So if she had the extra gun, the 4th one, well, it's now the 4th one again, because the 4th one that she had back then disappeared. So now Richard's gun is the 5th one, but now it's the 4th one because that gun disintegrated way back then. So now if 5 years later, she thinks, if I had Richard Allen's gun, I wouldn't have said that this bullet went through that 6-hour. I would have said it went through this 6-hour, because I was inconclusive then. Yet instead of saying you're inconclusive then, she chose that 3rd gun. So I don't know why people are blowing over that. She literally says it in her testimony that Oberg, in 2017 or whatever, attributes. She chose one of the 3 guns she had. 2 of them couldn't have fired it. She chose that 3rd 6-hour and said this bullet, item 16 at the time, which is now Exhibit 148, they've had to shift all their exhibit numbers. They've had to give it a new case number because they ran out of numbers. A 4th gun disappears. Now a 5th gun comes here 5 years later. Yet now that's the 4th gun. Richard Allen's gun is the 4th gun now, magically. Yet it's also a 6-hour. The 6-hour she said cycled this bullet 5 years ago, she was wrong because she didn't have this 6-hour. She says it in her fucking testimony. Did you talk about frequency of firing those guns? Yeah. Can you tell me about that? I think I made a comment about if I could build an indoor range, I would shoot my SIG every day if I could afford the ammo. And I asked him if he shot his every day or how often. And he said he hadn't shot it very often. He didn't have that much experience, and it's been a while. You then continued with the interview. Is that correct? Yeah. What did you do next? At some point, I don't know the exact order, but at some point, I showed him the results and confronted him about why his round was at the murder scene. Well, dude, Melissa Oberg said that was with a whole nother gun. Can anybody find out where that gun Oberg had on the 3rd one? She's got a 6-hour from here. This gun is what I'm looking for. Where is it? This gun. This gun. It's on page 181 of this. It's either 40. Pretty sure it's 181 of her 200-page testimony. 181. 181. She says that here. So don't get distracted by them. They're trying to gobbledygook the cartridges, because these are just of the 3 cartridges. They're trying to distract people with this 3 cartridges. These were the one they found in Richard Allen's closet, one they found on the dresser, and the other was the one they found at the scene. So don't fall for that. They're trying to distract you. So forget it. They want you to know that they're only going to look, because those other 2 didn't have good marks on them that were from his home and his closet. So this is the one from the scene, bullet 16. She received all 4 firearms. And these are the firearms she received in 2017, guys. Not now. This is 2017. February 27th and 28th, like weeks after the girls died. She's receiving bags of water and guns in them. So this Glock that she received in 2017 couldn't have fired it. This one couldn't have. But this 6-hour, whose is this? Because she then talks about and the defendant's firearm, which is a fourth gun that she receives 5 years later. So if she received this gun that she got 5 years later at the same time as these three guns, she would have been able to get it correct. But she says she didn't. She would have articulated a different conclusion if she received them all. But item 16 back then, which is now magically 148, she says went through this 6 hour. She says it. This 6 hour was 2017, February 28th, she received it. And the defendant's firearm was not for 5 years. So if she had this 5 years later, she wouldn't have mistakenly got that. But she said, if I was in her testimony, she says, if we're forced to make an answer, that would be wrong. And she's not forced, yet she didn't say this was inconclusive, but she got it wrong then, because she's now saying it's this gun. 5 years later, she would have got the right answer. But 5 years before, since she's not forced to make an answer, she got this wrong instead of saying inconclusive. Because if she says it's inconclusive, or she says she makes the decision, then her co-worker, what's that word? Checks it up. It's a dumb word. It's like reviews it, a reviewer or something. Her coworker will look at it, and if the coworker agrees with her, then she's right. If the coworker doesn't agree with her, then they go to her boss, and the boss is the tying vote. So she says it. Yeah, because this is Melissa Oberg from the other day. Yeah, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm, not Richard Allen's. She says it was cycled in another firearm. And if there was another firearm, it couldn't have been this Glock from February after the girls were found, 2 weeks after the girls were found. It couldn't have been this one. It had to be this. Whose SIG is this that she receives on, I'll show you, page 48. She says, but they don't say whose they are. Page 48 of her testimony. This is Melissa Oberg's. She says it here. This is where she gets the whole bag of guns in the back here. So forget, don't fall for this. Don't fall for this. Examined as Smith & Wesson pistol and Sig Sauer. So item 90 is which is the Smith & Wesson gun. I received that on February 27th, 2017. The second pistol here, the Sig Sauer, I received on, she was about to say March, I think 3, but she's like, hold on, sorry. I received this Sig Sauer on February 28th, 2017. Is this Logan's? Whoever's gun is this is the one she said it went through. Yeah, you had a third submission? Is that? Yes. Describe. So I received a bunch of bags of water and guns, and the actual second picture was a similar middle envelope. It was not in water. So these are guns. But all 4 of those guns were in water. It was so bad to make them safe, she had to check the caliber of them to see if they matched the bullet found beside Libby. If they could have potentially fired or cycled 16. So what I did was I took the guns out of water. I tried to restore them as best as possible. The first thing I always do is I safety them by looking down the barrel and sticking my finger in there. Make sure they're unloaded. So all these guns were seized and had some form of gunk attached to them, or shells, some seashells attached to them, or gonk shell, or zebra, whatever. That sounds like Great Lake stuff, not just creek stuff. Zebra shells, mussels, or a lot of random stuff attached to them from being in the water. So I had to let them sit in some rust, some penetrating oil, right, to unseize them. The first firearm you see here was found to be a Springfield Armory. So this is the 4th gun, the Springfield Armory. I could never make it functional, but I was able to restore what it was, the serial number. She gets the serial number, but then the second portion of that gun, it was so badly rusted, I tried to restore it as well. And basically at the end of the day, she wasn't sure. She said, the second portion over here of this gun, I wasn't sure what this stuff was. It was stronger than penetrating oil because it wasn't coming clean. She was hitting them with hammers. I basically had to hammer and break them. She's hitting these guns with hammers. And then the second portion of that gun, the 4th gun, over here, I wasn't sure what the stuff was. I put it in. I tried to restore it. as well. And basically, at the end of the day, she comes back to look at this shit, and the fucking thing disintegrated. She disintegrated a gun. She disintegrated a gun. Well, whoever's gun she received, she says it. So now she's talking about receiving Richard Allen's guns as number 4. No. This is in 2022. She's talking about guns she received in 2017. She's receiving these in 2017. She's receiving them in 2017, a bag of them. She talks about the dates too. She received them in, this is the wrong one. Yeah. She receives a Glock, a Smith & Wesson, and a Sig Sauer, and the defendant's firearm she throws in there to deflect. But she doesn't receive this for 5 more years. These 3 she receives in 2017. And she says it right here. This is where they tricked everyone. The item 16, which is the bullet found beside Libby's leg, was then item 16, but now Exhibit 148. She would have been able to, if she received Richard Allen's gun back in 2017, she wouldn't have got it wrong, is what she's saying. And the reason why is because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other forearm. So she attributes bullet 16 to being cycled through another firearm. So the 4th one disappeared. This one won't fit. This one won't fit. It had to be, whose Sig Sauer did she receive on February 28th, 2017? She said the bullet found beside Libby went through this gun. And if she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, she would have received them all at the same time with the, they throw this into gobbledygook, people. Would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you received them all at the same time? She said, yes. If I received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with these guns, I wouldn't have got it wrong. But she gets it right. And it can't fit in these 2. So therefore, she's by default saying she said the bullet went through this gun 5 years earlier. She says it. It's right here. Yes, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion. At that time, I had limited evidence to work with. Yeah, you didn't have Richard's gun for 5 more years. You only had 3 guns. Yes, you had limited evidence. So having the additional item now, she would have been able to get it right. And would you have been able to exclude any of those firearms? Yes, because 2 of them it couldn't fit in. The bullet 16 couldn't fit into them. So, but don't fall for that, because it's not about the bullet. It's about the guns. Based on the marks that I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and Smith & Wessons. Not because of the marks, because they couldn't fit it. You dumb idiot. So they're fucking with you. And they didn't fire that bullet just to recreate the marks. They fired it to gain the striations through the barrel and the hammer hitting the pin. So she says that the unspent cartridge marks match the cartridge that she found, that she made. Those 2 match. Therefore, the other ones make it Richard Allen's gun. So she's now have 3 variables to blame to pin Richard Allen's gun. Versus, because the unspent shell, she's not comparing it with the extractor arm. She's comparing it with the shell that came out of Richard's gun that she test fired. Therefore, if she says those 2 are the same, the unspent and that shell, by default, that makes it the striations. She has them now, and she has the pin, the hammer hitting that. So I'm not going to get distracted. I should read you guys. Yes. Well, or she was lying then, because she says it on page, that's Jerry. Oh, so that's Jerry Holeman. So I'm on page 40. It's the 40, this one. So it's, if you go to Melissa Oberg's and go to page 48 and 49, it's all this gobbledygook here. The firearm right here, this was found to be a Springfield, so I could never make it functional. It was so badly seized and rusted. She's fucking banging it with hammers, dudes. She's banging it with a hammer. And so she could get the serial number from it, but, or she attributed it to that gun. Whatever it was, she attributed it to another gun. The second portion, I wasn't sure what the stuff was. I put it in, but the penetrating oil only worked on the first 3 guns. She needed something stronger for this 4th gun. Back in 2017, 2-3 weeks after, in like March. That's where that 3 comes from, because she's about to say March. Right? And I I tried to restore the fourth gun in 2017 as well. And basically, I wasn't sure what the stuff was I put it in, but the fucking thing disintegrated. Not the whole thing. She was enough to get but the part that would have hit that she needed, the extractor arm or whatever, it disintegrated. I have no idea what it was a part of or what it was. They were just miscellaneous objects she received. It disappears. And the other 3 firearms are not of the 40 caliber and Wesson family. So basically, all of those couldn't. So basically, the one she disintegrated, she's saying is the one that fired the gun. And now Rick's gun is the 4th gun 5 years later. Took place of this disintegrated gun, guys. That's what she's saying. The lower 3 firearms not all of them are Smith 40 caliber and Wesson. So basically, all these had to hammer break them to make sure they were safe. So none of those actually fit or could have cycled 16, right? So it's the one she disappeared, she's saying, because she does say here that she attributed it to one of the other guns. It's the one that disappeared. And then they get a whole new case number. Oh my God. Yes, because I was able to identify it, bullet 16, as having been cycled in the other firearm, the disappeared one. I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion if I had Richard's gun, but I didn't get it for 5 years. So I couldn't come to the right conclusion. But now she can, because she has the right gun 5 years later. But 5 years before, the one that disintegrated, and now there's all these new case numbers, she attributed it to one of them. And it couldn't have been the other 3, she's saying now, right? Because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. So I should just keep reading. Check chat. Trickery. They fucking definitely tricked us. Because then that whole bullshit is they tried to distract us by saying that she had to fire the gun to recreate the marks better. No. Because she could have found a gigantic meathead to do it stronger than a garden gnome. Richard Allen. Are we saying that Richard Allen racked that gun so goddamn hard that Melissa Oberg couldn't find another strong woman or man to rack it as hard or harder as garden gnome? That's why that always sounded funny, because they're distracting us with that too. Because when they fire it, they're then using the bullet they fired in front of their own eyes as proof that it's Richard Allen's gun, because she's saying the unspent cartridge is matching that cartridge that she fired. Therefore, now, if those 2 are the same, then we also have, look at the striations from the barrel match and the hammer hit here, and that matches. So boom, because in the beginning, if she says if she only had the unspent cartridge, it would be irresponsible for her to make a choice with just unspent cartridge, extractor arm marks. So she doesn't now. She has all 3. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Good question, TJ. I think we got to find that one that disintegrated and the one they received on these dates. Where are these bag of guns? So were received on, where weren't they at trial? She's receiving a whole fucking, I received a bunch of, were these in trial? I received a bunch of bags of water and guns. And the second picture right of them. So the middle envelope, the bullet was not in the water, but all 4 of these guns were received in water. So somebody put guns in water. She receives them. She receives them early. I received it on February 28th, 27. So item 90, the Smith & Wesson gun, I received that on February 27th, 2017. This is fucking 10, 13, 14 days, 13 days after the girls were found. Then the 6 hour, she received it on 3, which she's probably going to say March, because she's, hold it. No, sorry. The next day she receives another. So, but then again, she's saying that it couldn't have been any of the other 3, but isn't the 6 hour the same as Richard's 6 hour? So it is this gun. And she's saying it could have been the other ones because they're all 45s or something. The one that disappeared was a 45 too, right? This was so it couldn't be the 2 45s, the 3. It could only be that 6 hour. And she says it was one of those 4 the fourth one disappears back then because she puts it in a vat of liquid acid or something because the penetrating oil isn't strong enough. She's hitting them with hammers. Couldn't have been the first two because she says she receives 3 guns here. Smith & Wesson, the second pistol, the Sig Sauer or whatever, and third pistol, she lists them here, I forget. That's the fourth one. The Springfield Armory is the fourth one that disappears. Our guess, something disintegrates. The lower 3 firearms are all not 40 caliber. So what's this? The Sig Sauer, what was the Sig Sauer? It has to be, right? Sig Sauers, don't they? Richards is a Sig Sauer, right? Doesn't that mean it's a 40 caliber? So these 3, so that's why they're using that extra gun that disappeared. So they can say, because at the time, yeah, she's only got 1 bullet that could fit because they're all 45s except this is a 40, right? Has to be, right? Because it's a Sig Sauer. So they were not all the 40 caliber Smith & Wesson family. The lower 3, 2, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, and the what is that name again? Springfield Armory 45. Yeah, but they were not. So the lower 3, right, were not of the 40 caliber, but the fourth one was, which is not the fourth one she receives. She received 4 guns. 1 disappears. This is days, 2-3 weeks after she was receiving these guns. So whose Sig Sauer was this? Because this is the one she says on page 181 of her testimony. Yeah, so don't get distracted here. If you received all 4 firearms, so 1 disappears, then they can ask her about 4 again, because really it was if you had received all 5 firearms, 1 did disappear, and you had Richard Allen's gun, the defendant's gun. So she's got a Glock, a Smith & Wesson, and a Sig Sauer, right? And the one that disappears. So that's 4 guns. So if you received all 4, they throw Richard Allen's in because they don't receive this for 5 years. The defendant's firearm. If she received the defendant's firearm, which is now the 4th firearm, because the other one disappears, that's why they had to disappear that other one, to say, because they had 4 guns. So it can't be the Glock. It can't be the Smith & Wesson. Or is it the Smith & Wesson? Or, yeah, they're both 40s. So she says it can't fit in the other 3. But this is a Smith & Wesson 40. What caliber is this bullet? I don't know how that works. But it must have fit in this one, because this is the 3rd one she receives is a Smith & Wesson 40. And this is at the same time they've run it of... she never said 6 fired bullets matched the cartridge. What does that mean? She never said the 6 fired bullets matched the cartridge. No, she didn't. I'm saying that. I'm saying it. Because she's saying, and later on in this, she says that she has 3 variables to compare Richard gun now, because she only had the one of the unspent round, right? She compares that unspent round to the spent round. They're not saying that, no. But do you think that they couldn't have recreated by racking the gun? They couldn't have got the strongest man there to rack that gun as hard as Richard Allen could to recreate those marks? No. They're using that as a bullshit excuse to then fire the gun, to then get the other variables. Because if she says, and this is just me throwing it in, yeah, they don't say it, right? No, she says it's, are you reading this, TJ? She doesn't say it's a Sig Sauer. She says it's a Springfield. She says it. It's a Springfield something. Yeah. You should go read this. It says it right here. The one that dissolves is a Springfield Armory or something. But I mean, but then again, TJ, she can say this all she wants. This is when they get all these new numbers and all their item numbers are switched to exhibit numbers, completely different. They've shifted numbers, they've changed numbers, so they can say this all they want. But who knows what they've disappeared? It's gone. She has a serial number, but who knows? So yeah, I'm saying it. Then she says the lower 3 arms all are not the 40 caliber. What? The lower three aren't of the 40 caliber yet. They say it here. The Smith Wesson was so this one isn't, I guess, the Glock. This one is a 40, and this one is a 40. And here's the defendant's firearm is the fourth gun now, after one's disappeared. They're switching it up. Yeah, you're confused. This is what happened at trial. So get unconfused and pay attention, guys, because they've disappeared a gun. They're saying if you had this gun 5 years earlier, if you had Richard's gun 5 years earlier, would you have mistakenly matched it to this one? Because she matches it to, she says it. Yeah, because I was able to identify bullet 16 as having been cycled in the other firearm. So she would have been able to come to a better conclusion if she had all of them 5 years before. But they don't arrest Richard for 5 years. They don't get his gun for 5 years. So if she had his gun 5 years early, she wouldn't have mistakenly got it wrong. Would you have been able to exclude them? Sure, the ones that couldn't fit the bullet. The one that couldn't fit their item 16, which is now Exhibit 148. But based on the marks that I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and Smith & Wesson. Because, yeah, she wouldn't have been able to exclude this 6 Sauer. And this 6 Sauer is not Richard's 6 Sauer. And the defendant's firearm. That's why they don't say, and the other 6 Sauer. Because they fucking gobbledygooked it all. So there's a Glock, a Smith & Wesson, and a SIG that she receives early on. There's a fourth gun that disappears. There's numbers that change. The laboratory runs out of numbers, so they have to switch the case number to a whole new, a 19K in 2019. They change all the numbers around. 2019 is when Kathy Shank prints out the Richard Allen tip, which was found again, but then lost again until 2022 on her late husband's birthday. Oh my goodness. No, you're confused. No. The cartridge, but it does. She says it does. So that's why they're being able to use it. She says it does. She says, I looked at the unspent cartridge and I didn't compare it to Richard's extractor arm. I compared it to the spent cartridge that came out of his gun. And those two are the same, she says. Her opinion is that Richard's unspent cartridge that she fired matches the unspent cartridge that they found beside Libby's foot. Now, she says, and 5 years later, that it matches the spent cartridge. Therefore, she has the other variables now. Because look at, if I can see that this one that I just fired also has striation marks from Richard's gun. It also has the pin mark from Richard's gun. And since I say the unspent matches this spent, like why else would they have to fire it? Are you saying that they couldn't have racked it? So we fell for it. That's the lie. That's the lie. Well, sure, it should have been it, but that's the lie we fell for. That, okay, so Richard Allen's a 5'4" guard gnome. If he could rack that gun hard enough to create marks, okay, but maybe Oberg can't. But are we saying Oberg couldn't have found the biggest female or a Jerry Holeman or somebody male that was strong enough to match, to equal or greater? Do it 10 times harder than Richard Allen. Rack the fuck out of it. They didn't need to fire that to get those marks. That was the distraction. Why they fired it is so then they could say, look, because she's saying it would be irresponsible for me to bust somebody on only one variable. The extractor marks are not enough. But the extractor marks were enough for her to say the unspent round is the same as the spent round. Therefore, I now, since I fired it, I have the barrel marks and I have the pin marks to confirm mine. So she gets a confirmation of her bullshit gobbledygook finding. Yet, in the beginning, she says she identified it as having been cycled in the other firearm. The other firearms that she receives in 2017. So, there's the gobbledygook. We must have caught that. So I don't know why I'm reading that now. Definitely should not have been. But even more so is she says the gun she identified bullet 16, unspent cartridge 16 as having been cycled through the other gun. And if she had Richard's gun at the time, she wouldn't have made that mistake. So she did fuck up. And the reason she couldn't say inconclusive back then is because she has somebody check her work. And if they disagree with her, then her boss steps in and makes so they can't at the laboratory say inconclusive. They've got to come up to a decision. And she did. She chose one of those 3 guns. She chose one of those 3 back 5 years before she had Richard's gun. Because she had limited, you hadn't had Richard's gun for 5 years. So if she had Richard's gun, she would have been able to get it right. And this is just a distraction here. Yeah. Would you have been able to exclude it? Any of those guns? Well, yeah, because there's 1 or 2 that couldn't have fit this cart, Yeah. But there was 2 that could. One of them was she receives a Smith & Wesson 40. I guess, I'm not sure if it just because it's a 40 caliber, it can fit the unspent round, the 16. I'm sure this Glock can't. It's probably a 45. I don't know the numbers, but this 6 Hour 40, isn't it basically what Richard had? Whose is this? This is not Richard's. She says, and the defendant's firearm, which is now magical number 4, as a number 4 has disappeared. She didn't have this for 5 years. If she did, she could have got it right. But since she didn't have this, I'm sorry, exhibit item number we called 16 then, was now exhibit 148. Would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all at the same time? Yes, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm, meaning she did identify it as being cycled in a different firearm. Right. She would have been able to get it right. I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion at the time, but I had limited evidence to work with. Yes. If you waited 5 years to get the right gun, you probably would have been able to say you're right, but you didn't. So having the additional items all together would have given me that ability. Well, you had the ability to match it with one of the guns you had. She says it. Now, this is to exclude. Don't fall for this exclusion. That's a gobbledygook. And then they write 6. This is the bullet. Don't fall for it. That's a mistake. She meant to say, based on the marks I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. So I guess the Smith & Wesson 40 couldn't have. I guess the Smith & Wesson's a bit different. This one, I don't even know what it is. 45 or whatever. But she attributes to this gun before because she doesn't even have this gun for 5 years. 5 years. This is 2017. She's fucking at the same time she's doing all this. So she says it, that it goes through a whole, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. 16 was cycled in the other firearm, and because she didn't have Richard's gun yet. If she did, she would have been able to come up with a better conclusion. She couldn't say inconclusive because at their laboratory, she makes a guess and they can't say inconclusive like the black box studies do. That's the whole thing. Because she says if she was forced to make a decision, it would be wrong. That the black box studies were right. That's when Rosie calls her out and says, oh, so you agree with them? And she's like, in her laboratory, she makes a conclusion and they check it over and somebody double checks her work. And if they agree with her, fine. If they disagree with her, then her boss comes in and he makes the deciding vote. And I guess she's won. If there's ever a dispute, she's won and got the, because she's never been wrong. So her boss always agrees with her. But they couldn't have said inconclusive because this is their process at the laboratory. They don't go inconclusive. They go make a choice. Other people check our work. If they disagree with us, our boss comes in and does the tying vote, bad or good. They don't do inconclusive at the laboratory. Then a fourth gun disappears. And Richard's gun, it shows up in this question. But this question is talking about if you tested the Glock you received 2 weeks after, the Smith & Wesson 40 you received 2 weeks after, the 6 Hour you received 2 weeks after, and the defendant's firearm you received 5 years later, which is now taking the place of a disappeared gun. If you received all of them at the same time, because they can say 4 because one's disappeared, disintegrated. So now it's back to 4, which should be if you received all 5 and the 1 didn't disappear, right? You received 1, 2, 3, and then 5 years later, you received the defendant's firearm. Then a couple years in, they change case numbers. They shift all these numbers from items to exhibit numbers get shifted only at this laboratory. And the laboratory that runs out of numbers, which is bullshit, because they can just add the, prefix, add numbers on, whatever. But there's still a bunch of zeros there. They would never run out of numbers. But then they switch it to 19K, which is a different year. And they say it's because they're switching to 2019, which is bullshit. More bullshit. Only at the laboratory this happens. So then they fucking duped everyone. Wow. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I forget one for. So if you received the bullet, so if you received at the time, if you received the one, they don't count the one that disappeared. Now there's back to 4 firearms because one is disintegrated. So if you received all 4 of these items, it should have been 5 because they should have said, if you received 5 of them and 1 didn't disappear, but then they say 4 and they throw in the one you received 2 weeks after, the other one you received 2 weeks after, the other one you received 2 weeks after, the one that disappeared is gone, so we don't have to count it. Now Richards is the 4th gun. And the defendant's firearm. And they're not going to type 6R because that would look silly because then it would draw attention to there being 2. Right? She doesn't receive this for 5 years. But if she did receive it at the same time she received the bullet, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion than if you received them all at the same time? Right. If you waited 5 years to get the gun that you say is now you probably wouldn't. You might have been able to come to a different conclusion because they were trying to frame a different guy here. So you attribute whose gun is this? What 6R did she receive on February 28th? And that whole bunch of bags of fucking. I received a bunch of bags of water and guns. The 6 hours she received it on 3. So it's 3. She's going to say March. Isn't that when the whole Logan bullshit happened? The Logan, yeah. They were going to say Logan's search warrant was then, right? March 3. Hold on, sorry. I received it on 2/28. Or when did they take Logan's guns? Right before 2/28, I'm sure. Whatever's fucking 6 hours this is the one that she says the bullet went through. And she only made that mistake is because she didn't have Richard's gun for another 5 years. But then 1 disappears. They change all the numbers. They shift all the exhibit numbers. They've got just the laboratory runs out of numbers. She can't even confirm if that's true of why the laboratory had to shift the numbers. There's that question too. Read that. She says it in here too. I'll find it. Except the case number changes. No, it's not this far. It's in the beginning. So I'll stick with page 48. Then I'm on Melissa Oberg twice. So page 1, no, it's in the beginning. So it's in this one. So 48 is the beginning where she talks with the gun, and 181 is where they do the switch up and throw the defendant's gun in. But since she didn't have it for 5 years earlier, she got it wrong with one of these, and the 4th one disappeared. Now Richards is the magical 4th gun in this hypothetical question. This is a hypothetical. This isn't a real question. This is hypothetical, not literal. So if you had received all 4 guns, and and 1 didn't disappear, as it should be if you had received all 5 guns, but now it's 4 guns because 1's disappeared. So if you received all 3 guns and the 1 that disappeared, and now this 5th gun is the defendant's firearm, but since 1 disappeared, they can still say 4 firearms because she says she received only 4 firearms in the beginning. So they're duping everyone here. So if you received the 4 gun, this gun you received 5 years later, if you had received it with these guns in the beginning, you would been able to get it right? would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion than the one you came to first? So where's her first conclusion? She's concluding, obviously linking it to this one and the defendant's firearm, which is now the fourth gun. It's actually the fifth gun. The fourth gun disappears. That's why this question can be asked. Yeah, you're right, TJ. I know you're feeling it, right? How did everyone talk about this and I just fuck around too much in chat? That's got to be what it is. I really think that. I'm an idiot. Because I do fuck around in chat, especially back then when all this came out. I think we took the bait because she goes into these questions by saying they kind of fool everybody before they go into this too, by saying there's three things here, but she's talking about the cartridge she finds in Richard's, the one she finds in Richard's closet, and the one she finds on his desk, or the dresser, and then the one there's three. There's one that they find at the scene. Right. No, but those don't have she doesn't, because those two didn't have good enough marks as the one found at the scene. So then they go on with the gobbledygook saying she testified because they couldn't recreate the marks. As if. So she wasn't strong enough. Are we saying that there wasn't somebody there twice as strong as Richard Allen to fucking rack that gun super hard? That's where we fell for it too. Because then she's saying the unspent cartridge matches the marks in the spent cartridge. Therefore, they have the barrel marks now, and from the one that she says is the same as that. Because she says it would be irresponsible for her to make a decision based on just the extractor arm marks herself. And they go on with all this gobbledygook here. She gets to use the word magic here too. So can you give the date you received and examined the Smith & Wesson piston in the Sig Sauer model? So item 90. What's an item 90? Which was the Smith & Wesson. So this is where they try to fuck you over here. They go from asking the three guns. This is the gobbledygook. So he's talking about the date you received and examined the Smith & Wesson pistol. The pistol. And the Sig Sauer model pistol. And then they jump into talking about Richard's bullets. This is the switch here. So item 90, which is Smith & Wesson, I received the pistol, the second pistol here, the Sig Sauer, I received on March. But then they jump into a whole gobbledygook about it being one of them is the bullets. Right. They switched to Springfield Army bullets, and oh my goodness. Which would have been the Springfield Armory that was received. These are bullets now. These are the unspent bullets. So they switched to three things, but that's so she's still talking pistols here. And then serial numbers. She's got a serial number here, and they switched to the cartridge. Yeah, here it is. So she received a 40 West and Smith & Wesson, and I received two magazines that each had cartridges in them. One they found in his dresser, and one they found in his closet, or the one they found in his keepsake box, and they found these in his closet. Yeah, the photo, great. He received, now they're back to talking about cartridges. So these are the cartridges. So then she concludes that the two other cartridges from Richard's, the keepsake box and the fucking closet, they don't have good enough marks on them, so they're going to stick with the unspent round that was found beside Libby's foot. These items were collected at the same time as the state's exhibits and the search warrant of the defendant's home. Yeah. So don't fall for this, because she's also not receiving this until 5 years later, 2022. And another thing is, so on September 21st, 2 weeks earlier is when Kathy magically finds that tip again, right? but for some reason she printed it out in 2019, the same year they're making a bunch of whole new case numbers at this laboratory and disappearing guns. If you also notice, on August 23rd, I'll know that birth because it's my mom's birthday, coincidentally. That's why these numbers really stood out to me. So 10/14 is when they received Richard's gun. But on September 21st, 2022, on her late husband's birthday, which happens to also be Shibby's birthday, literally, not the same year, I hope, but her late husband, Kathy Shanks' late husband, dies a couple weeks on the 21st, September 21st. And on 2022 is when Kathy Shanks finds that tip to get them there to find this. But she printed that tip out in 2019, the same year they're making new case numbers at this laboratory and disappearing stuff. Yes. And the funny thing is in August, she talks about also receiving stuff on August 23rd, which is also my mom's birthday, literally, August 23rd. So that's what also made it stick out to me, in that Oberger receives a bunch of stuff in 2022, a month before Kathy finds a tip to arrest this guy. So something happens with that. It's in here too. August 23rd, she receives a bunch of shit, and they just kind of sneak that in. So pages 48 and 181 of Oberg's testimony have it all. There's all this bullshit with the 10,000, but there's something. She received stuff on August 23rd too. 2022. I think I just saw it somewhere. I was just reading that. So she attributes that bullet to being through one of the other guns. And it couldn't have been the first two. Here it is here. On August 23rd, a month before they find Richard's tip. So she receives a bunch of stuff on 273, which would have, these might have been those other numbers. They might have switched them to these to then put them, I don't know. So can you tell the jury when you see these items as shown on the screen? So he switches here. So they've chosen, they can't use Richard's two cartridges, so they're going to go with this one. The one found beside Libby's leg. Then they switched something here. Can you tell the jury when you receive these items? So these are different items. 273. But it's probably, what is 273? We got to see it. Oops, I almost shut that down. 273 is what? See, I'm still going to get finished. Sorry, guys. 273. I have to do this. Where are you? We're getting close. Getting close. Oh. 273 is a photo of the Winchester and Smith & Wesson stamp on the round. So she's receiving that. Where was I here? No. So the first item is 273. Then it was a 6R model P226 pistol. So she's doing it then, a month before, with another pistol. So she's getting that pistol back or something. P226, whose gun is this? Ah, see, now the serial number is now U625267. What did she say that armory one was? On this page 181, she says the serial number, the one that disappears. No way. There's no way. The one that disappears has a serial number. No way. Oh, don't dare tell me, woman. Where the hell was that? Was that in the beginning? The 48. Oh, this is Jerry, so it's here. Yeah. Where's that one that disappears? She says a number. One disintegrates, but she was able to get the serial number from it. Where is it? Here? No, that's, oh, was that what I was just reading? That's why it was bearing. Oh, I thought she said it. No, she receives another SIG that has the serial number, but the one that disappeared, she says, has a serial number also. So I got to find that. And it's that Springfield one. Disappears because it disintegrates, but she was able to get a serial number off of it. Right here. Restore And the serial number. I was able to restore that, and it was and the serial number she was able to get. Well, I guess she doesn't mention what the serial number is. They tricked us. So then the first item I received, so she's receiving more guns a month before she arrests. That Kathy finds that tip to go and arrest Richard Allen. This is a month before. August 23rd is a month before. And this is what I thought was funny too. This is my mom's birthday is the 23rd, August 23rd. Kathy Shanks, and a month later, finds on my birthday, her dead husband's birthday, which is literally my birthday, September 21st. That's what brought it out. This is when, so she's receiving guns a month before they even find Richard's tip again. And I thought it was weird because she says she receives a package at 12:26 p.m. and then boom, exactly 1:26 p.m. she receives the other one. I also thought that was weird. It says exactly, so 1 hour exactly. Why are they saying this? And that's submission number 4, and there's a gun that disappeared, and there's supposed to be, if she received Richard's gun, which would have been the 5th one, can be called the 4th gun back then, because one had disappeared, disintegrated. And now all these stuff have new case numbers, and exhibits are being switched to item numbers just at the laboratory, who's run out of, oh my goodness, it's all bullshit. This is where we got duped. Yeah, because none of them could have, the lower 3 are not of the 40 caliber. How could the lower 3 not be of the caliber, 30 caliber, right? She says the lower 3 were not of the 30 caliber, but when she describes them, she says 2 of them were. Right here. So, or when she described them, she says 2 of them were 40 caliber. Not here. 2 of them were of 40 caliber. Where's that part where she receives them? Or when she talks about them getting broken up. So here, one of them, the State's Exhibit 280, so you see how it's now the Exhibit 280 is now, it was 315 then. So 280 is now 315. Oberg's item 315 was a 40 cartridge, but they've now had to adjust that. No, she says 2 pistols here. This is the Blazer. No, she said there was 2 pistols that were 40 cal. No, not this. Those are the ones he received from the defense home. So I got to find the ones where she says she received the. It's in the beginning. Sorry, guys. In the beginning, when she receives those 3 or 4 guns, the dates, she talks about the calibers. No, she receives them in water. Here we go. She receives them in water. Here we go. Both of them were 40 caliber pistols. Both of them. It's just the Glock was? That is correct. So the Glock was the only one that wasn't. So she's got 2 40 caliber, and back in 2017. These are the ones she received in 2017 she's talking about. The second was a 40 Smith & Caliber Wesson pistol. The first firearm, Smith & Wesson Model 40 caliber Smith & Wesson caliber firearm. She's got, and this is the ones in the beginning. I received a 6-hour 40 caliber pistol. Did you receive them in 2017? Yeah. 2017 she's receiving 2. But then on here she says the lower 3 weren't, so it could only have been 1. So the one that disappeared must have been, she says, was 45 caliber, but it must have been, something's not adding up with their answers. Because she says that one that disappeared was 45. So forget about the round stuff. Got to figure out the guns. So if you had received all 4 firearms, the Glock, They're talking about 4 firearms: the Glock, the Smith & Wesson 40, the Sig Sauer 40. So there's 2 40s, and the defendant's firearm, which is also a Sig Sauer. And the only reason they can say 4 firearms is because one has disappeared. So he should have really said, if you had received 5 firearms and the Springfield whatever didn't get disintegrated in a vat of acid that you used, of those 5, if you received this one with those other 4, would you have been able to come to a different conclusion? She says it. But no, she can say 4 because one's disappeared. And these 3 she receives 2 weeks after the girls have died. It's the 4th one in the water, but now that 4th one disappears, and Richard Allen's is now a 4th gun. If you received all 4 of these, the 3 that survived from the beginning, and the one we have now in 2022, if you received all of them at the same time, with the bullet we've had since the beginning, this unspent cartridge, which used to be this number, which is now this number, as we've run out of numbers, we had new case numbers, and they're switching. Yes, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. 16 was attributed to another gun. But if she had Richard's gun at the time, 5 years earlier, she would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion. But since she had limited evidence, she only had 3 guns because one disappeared back then, and it would be 5 years before she got that now 4th gun. If she would have had limited evidence to work with. Yeah, you didn't have that gun yet that you now say is the one. So you went and attributed it to one of the other 3. And then you say by exclusion, there's 2 that it couldn't have been. You can exclude some of them. Yes, forget this. Based on the marks in detail, based on the marks, she would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, which is a 40 caliber. So she's not excluding them because of the wrong caliber. She's excluding them based on the marks. So that Glock, they don't say, this Smith & Wesson's a 40 cal, that's gone. So what? What does that mean then? She would have been, she couldn't exclude the 6 hour, but she came to a conclusion at the time that it was that 6 hour. So whose 6 hour is that? She says it. She wouldn't have said that, right? Because 5 years later she has this, but 5 years before she does attribute it to one of these 3, because she says, because I was able to identify the bullet 16 as having been cycled in the other firearm. The other one is the one she received way back then, right? At the time in 2017 she had limited evidence to work with. Yeah, you didn't have Richard Allen's gun for another 5 years. So you should have went inconclusive until you found the right one, if you weren't able to tell. But she just says that those are the, she said she was right without Richard's gun. And she got it right, and 2 of them it couldn't have been. She was able to exclude on the marks. So she gets rid of the 45 and the other 40. Therefore, the 6 hour is the only one left because the springs, the once 4th gun has disappeared. Got disintegrated in acid. And in that question, Richard Allen's is now the magical 4th gun. So we've been duped. Yeah. Well, TJ, no, in the sense that back in the beginning, the Wabash River search warrant wasn't when because she receives those guns in the beginning. Look at the bag of guns she receives is in the beginning, and they're in the water. The bag of guns in the water are in the beginning. It says like 2 weeks after the girls are dead. She's got a bag of guns with four guns in it. In the beginning. It's page 48, she says it. There's a bag of water and a bunch of shit. They distract people. Here it is. Wait, where is it? The bag of water's here. I gotta bag of bullets, the guns. She receives a bunch of guns and water. Where is it? It's got to be here. I thought it was at the top of the page. So you guys got to remember this page for some reason. Because I'm on 48 to get back to this area. So these are, she receives them, she says, 2 weeks after. Wait, I can't. I'm on Melissa Oberg's, right? Oh, yeah. What page was it? She receives a bag of guns and water. Can't be back this far, is it? Can't be back. No. I found it before. I'm just going to check for checking sakes, because if it was before any of this, it would be. No. She's still talking cartridges in the beginning. Oh, no, she does. So it's earlier in page 30. It's earlier here. Okay, so it is earlier. Glock model. Fourth, or doing my measurements. There's a bag of water. Forget these cartridges, so it can't be back this earlier. No. Sorry, guys. She receives a bag of guns and water. I used to go to page 48 to get me close. Look at this distraction. We're at the bag of water. If anyone's still here. Oh, hey, what's up, Charles? What is up? Dewey's here. TJ's here. Oh, hey, Jamie, hello. They drained Deer Creek. Well, they got 4 guns given to them 2 weeks after the girls died. 4 of them were rusted to shit. She soaks them in penetrating oil. The 4th one is a Springfield something. She can't get it free, so she then uses something stronger. She comes back at the end of the day, and the thing is fucking disintegrated. There's a bag of guns and water. I know it. I've read it a bunch of times. I know it's right around 48, so she's got pistols, 40 Smith pistols. Forget about the magazines. She's talking pistols. So they're trying to confuse you with, where the fuck is it? Why do I not find it? Because I found it so easy before. She receives 4 guns early on that were in water. Here it is. I ask you the date. Can you give us the date you received and examined a Smith & Wesson pistol? So item 90, which is a Smith & Wesson, I received on February 27th, 2017. The second pistol, 6 hour, received on, she was going to say March 3 something, but hold on. It was February 28th, 2017. Yeah, here it is. So you had a 3rd gun? Is that correct? Yeah. Describe what this. So another submission of firearms. So there's more firearms. So she received a bunch of bags of water and a guns. So on February 27th, 2017, right? Because she's talking about a Smith & Wesson, a Glock. So she received a Glock pistol too. She's got a Glock pistol and a Smith & Wesson, and then she receives this one, this Sig Sauer, on February 28th, 2017. And then she gets a third submission of firearms, plural. Holy fuck. So I received a bunch of bags of water and guns, and the actual second picture. So she receives a bag of guns and water. So she wanted to check if those ones that came in the bag of guns and water were the same as the item 16, which is the bullets found beside Libby's foot. So what I did was I took the guns out of the water and I tried to restore them, safety them, and blah, 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 blah. Make sure they're unloaded. They were seized and had a form of gunk attached to them, and random shells were attached to them. They were in water. Possibly the ones that the month before Richard Allen came. She's received stuff in August 23rd, which is a month before, in 2022, which is a month before they find who cares about fucking Troll Farm? Why you guys waste your time with that shit? Look at, I'm fucking solving crimes here. You're talking about troll farms. Fuck, who cares? So I had to let him go in the rust release, right? Check this out. The first firearm you see is right here. This was found to be a Springfield Armory 45. I could never make it functional. So to restore it, but I was able to restore what it was and the serial number she can get. But the second portion over here of the gun, I wasn't sure what this stuff was that she uses, stronger than the penetrating oil. I tried to restore it as well. And basically, at the end of the day, the fucking thing disintegrated. The shit was too strong. She comes back, she puts it in this shit, goes and does her stuff, and it comes back at the end of the day to find, thinking she's going to be able to have another gun parts that would help her with the extractor arm. But for some reason, it all disintegrates. Yet it's not the same caliber, but she does get the serial number, and then so that's convenient. She can get the serial number. Yet this stuff, whatever the rest of it, the part that she needed, the extractor arm or whatever, disintegrated. And if it's all covered in gunk, as if it would be able to be examined anyways. People are wild. So the 3 lower firearms all are not 40 calibers. So there's a whole bunch of other guns here, man. Shit, and this is in the very beginning. But the lower one wasn't of the Smith 40 caliber range. She's fucking crazy, because here on 181, she's talking about the 3 guns. So if you received all 4 firearms that you've tested, that you examined and tested, when was her examination date? It's back when she was using Exhibit 16. It was before they changed the case number. There was a Glock, which is a 45, I believe. This Smith & Wesson is a 40, she says it. This is Sig Sauer, so I don't know if it's, obviously I don't know if it can fit just because it's 40, but this Sig Sauer is the one she says the bullet went through. And the only reason she says that is because she didn't have this one for 5 years. So when she made that determination way before, she would have been more conclusive if she had Richard's gun, but she doesn't receive the defendant's firearm for 5 more years. And now she can say 4 because one of them's disintegrated, which would have been 5, but now it's 4 again. So if they received them all at the same time, along with the Exhibit 16, the bullet beside Libby's foot, if you received all of them at the same time, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all? Yeah. If you waited 5 years to get this one too, you would have then, since you're so accurate, would have been able to tell it was this gun, not this one. So yes, because I was able to identify it as having cycled in the other firearm. Yes. I would have been able to come to a more, but at the time I had limited, so she couldn't have found it. So, and would you have been able to exclude any of those firearms as having been cycled the bullet 16? Yes, based on the marks I was able to observe, it would have been to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. But she wasn't able to exclude that first 6 hour, therefore that's the gun she attributed it to. She attributes to this first 6 hour, which she receives in fucking February 27th or so. On February, she's about to say the Smith & Wesson on February 27, 2017, this pistol is 6 hour. Hold on, my mistake. I received that. So are these aren't the ones that are in the bag of guns. So they throw in that bunch of bags of, so to give her an excuse to be using that heavy duty stuff. So there's more guns that she receives in a bag of water, one of the 4. She receives a bunch of bags of water and guns. So the first one, first firearm, yeah, they had to put them in oil to unseize them. First one, this was found to be a Springfield Armory. I could never make it functional, but I was able to restore it enough to get the serial number. Thank you, yes. Perfect, you got the serial number. But the part we're looking for, the second portion over here, I wasn't sure what this stuff was I used because the penetrating oil wasn't working. I tried to restore it as well, and basically, at the end of the day, it disintegrated. She disappeared a gun. And then they changed all these numbers and shifted all these item numbers to exhibit numbers. Why is the laboratory the only one that ran out of numbers and needed to get a whole new case number? Because they were going to bust Ron Logan with it. I have no idea what it was part of. Just miscellaneous objects that she receives. The lower 3 firearms were not of the 40 caliber. So there's a bunch of other firearms, but the lower 3 weren't 40 cal, because she says 2 of them were. So she's got 5, 6, 7 guns. This is crazy. Sorry, I'm not really reading you guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of babbling. Yeah, I had never heard about the disintegrated gun evidence. Look, it's right here. She fucking just, and she's hitting them with hammers, the other ones. So the lower 3 weren't of the 40 caliber. So the ones that are rusted, she's putting them in penetrating oil to unseize them. And the 40, so those weren't of 40 caliber. So basically all of these, she had to hammer or break to make sure they were safe. So she soaks them in penetrating oil and is hitting them with hammers, these guns, because they're so rusted. Must be the ones she receives in August the 23rd. Right here, she receives guns August 23rd too. Or first time I received item 273 was a different round. The Springfield Armory that was received was this date. That's the one that disappears, the Springfield Armory. Or the parts that, so the Wabash River stuff, she disappears parts of the gun that was found in the Wabash River, but she gets the serial number out that gun. The rest of the items were received the same day, just 1 hour later. Exactly 1 hour later. Fucking wild. Another submission was a 6 hour, and this is submission 4. So this must be Richard Allen's gun. This must be, but they're not saying the date because it's after this. So must be that. So she's got a shitload of guns. These the ones in the water weren't, so they're trying to trick us again there by saying the ones that, so it wasn't any of the ones that were rusted in water, because if they're rusted in water covered with shells, she wouldn't have been able to match them as being the cycling gun, even if they were the right caliber, because 2 of them were. But she says they weren't, so it's not them guns. Therefore, the ones she receives on February 23rd, or February 28th, 2 weeks after the girls, 10 days, no, 14 days exactly after the girls are found, she receives a 6 hour that she almost says is 3, like the date, March. She almost mistaken. So is this a Freudian slip here, saying, because that's when Ron Logan, or when did Logan's guns get taken from him? We need to find this out, because she attributes to this gun. She receives guns on the pistol, the second pistol, meaning this is a pistol. The first pistol was February 27, 2017. The second pistol, she almost says was on hold on, it was on 2/28. So these are the ones that are the 40s that are in that comparison. So they're gobbledygooking us again with those other ones. So now, forget those ones that were in water, forget those other ones, the one that disappeared. She's got 2 guns plus the one that was left over that could have been, yeah, that's it. There was only one of the ones that could have been in here. So one of these is, I don't know. She's got a Glock, a Smith & Wesson 40 and a 6 Hour 40 and the defendant's firearm. So if, this is a hypothetical, remember, if you had them, if you had received all these together at the same time, so basically she receives all these 3 and the bullet beside Libby's foot. If she had received Richard's gun too, she would have been able to articulate a different conclusion at the time if she had them all. But since it's 5 years earlier, she doesn't have Richard's gun. Yeah, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. The other one could have only been this one. Right? This one. It's this one. Whose 6 Hour does she receive on February 28th? Is the one, that's the person that was going to take the fall. Or is this Brad Holder's? Don't you fucking dare tell me they took Brad Holder's gun and then disappeared all that other stuff. Because they linked it to this gun. She says it. She says it here. After that, she says it. Yeah, because I was able to identify 16 as having been cycled in the other firearm. And if she had Richards, she wouldn't have done that. But since she didn't, she had to choose one of those 3. Would have been able to come to a more better definitive conclusion at the time. I had limited evidence. Yeah, 5 years from then, you hadn't got Richard's gun yet. I was working to work with. So not having the additional items all together would have given her the ability to get it right. She didn't. She got it wrong. Therefore, so would you have been able to exclude any of those firearms? Yeah, based on the marks only, not the caliber. She's basing it on the marks, not the caliber. The exclusion isn't the caliber, it's the marks. And those other ones were all rusted to shit. So she's excluding one of them because of the marks. The 140 caliber was a Smith & Wesson. So the Glock, I don't think, yeah, there's 2. So this one, I bet it couldn't even fit the gun. The first of the 3. No, it's here, 181, sorry. It's a Glock. So here are the Glock, probably a 45, I guess. I don't even know. This is a 40. And so she was able to exclude the 2 guns because of the extractor marks, or 2 guns because of the marks, she says, which is a bunch of gobbledygook. She's got a bunch of other guns too. She's got a bunch of other guns at this time. Basically, she's saying it's this one she contributed to because she doesn't have this one for 5 years. Where's that first report? When was that? Did that disappear with her case number being changed? I'm not even reading, sorry. When did she get Ron Logan's and Brad? I don't know. I have a feeling this could be Brad Weber's or Logan's. Look at how early it is. It's right when everything's disappearing too, right? February 28th, she receives it. But she almost mistakenly says 3, like she's going to say March. That would have been Logan's, right? Does she receive other 6 Hour pistols? And what were Brad Holder's? Sorry, so she received it, this 6 Hour, on this date, on February 28th, 2017. Oh my God, Weber's gun? They were going to set Weber up. That's what it is. That's why they get a whole new case number. Because in the beginning of this, dudes, just remember page 48 and 181. I've got to find that where they go on about the case number. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's about the case number. And she says that they could be lying about changing the case number from 40. sorry, from 17K C00 something to 19K. And the 19K signified the year. So the firearm, I did not officially exclude it, but there was nothing to suggest that the item 16 was cycled in the firearm in item 24. God. They fucking duped us good here. There's analysis. Did you compare the Glock? Forget. So they try to switch it up with cartridges, and they try to dupe us with the bullet. The unspent rounds, that the ones found at the scene. 148 is the one at the scene, which is item 16 back then. But they tried to dupe us a couple times by saying there's cartridges that they find in Richard's closet and the unspent round on his keepsake. Those two are to dupe us and distract us a few times. So if you looked at a firearm, blah, blah, blah. So forget about this because she's just talking about, but they do talk about case number. It should stand out because it was 1700 and they're right beside each other. They're right on top of each other. 1700 KC00066 turns into 19KC000 or 00121 or something, or 133 or 166. And she's like, I can't tell if they're lying or telling the truth. Her own laboratory. So they get that out of the way in the beginning. You must have seen that. I gotta find it. Where are you? It sticks out. It sticks out. It's a huge number. So forget the magazines and cartridges. That's all. So here she's talking about, she hadn't closed her report yet. I added this to item. I received a Glock 2240. So here's those ones in pistol. And so this is February. So I received item 16 on, so she receives the bullet on the 17th. This is the bullet. When did you receive the model 2240 Smith & Wesson? I received that on the 17th also. So she received that first Glock on February 17th. The same day she received the unspent cartridge and this Glock. Whose Glock is that? Wow. One of them's Brad Weber's, right? It's got to be Logan. They must have got some from Logan's too, no? Wowzer. So she received that Wesson, the Glock 40 and Wesson caliber, and I received, which is a Glock. So on my notes written a report. So I added this item, which was a Glock 22 Smith & Wesson pistol that I received, a magazine, 15 cartridges, those 15 cartridges. Can you give us a date you received your item 16, which is now Exhibit 148. So she received that on February 17th. And when did you receive this Glock model? The same day. The same day. 106, so 30 minutes earlier, 31 minutes earlier, she received the pistol. And then she received it on the 17th. So 31 minutes. The first thing she receives is that Glock 40. And then she, whose Glock 40 is this? They're duping, they're switching this. How did this get through? Where's the objections? What's happening here? Just this fucking case number alone being switched is crazy. Hey guys, sorry, I should read better. I'm sorry, not reading. Good morning. Good morning. She held on Weber's gun for 6 months. Oh my goodness. I've got to move on. So this needs a better dive. I mean, how does this get through? Because if she's saying that the 16 went through a whole other gun in the beginning, wouldn't that basically free Richard Allen? Because they tried to nail him on that. A gun that was attributed, the same woman had said with her professional subjective opinions, she basically said it went through another gun in the beginning. And then all the shit disappears in the beginning. And then they get new case numbers at this laboratory because they've run out of number, which I'm trying to find right now. You guys got to see it. You must have seen it. It's fucking amazing. It's all about case. They have the laboratory can't count, so they need a whole new case number, and then they start switching all these evidence numbers over. Oh my God, it's in the beginning. It's going to stand right out because it's fucking a huge number. Not huge, but got a bunch of zeros in it. 17K, so C or 17K C00. Forget, don't let ET distract you, because she fucking got me there. She uses ET riding on his bike with ET and he's in the basket. She literally uses that as an example. And she also talks about running your hand through the sand as making an extractor mark in sand. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that. I'm not. Nope. Don't fall for the ET and the hand in sand. I gotta say it. I just want the case number that changes. She talks about them. She can't tell if they're lying or not. The fuck? Nope, not falling for it. Gonna find it. And I'm gonna remember that page number so I don't have to do this again. It's in here. Forget about and remember when she's talking about the false positives and false negatives, she's leaving out 25% inconclusive, because the laboratory doesn't do inclusives. What they do is, if they have their workers check their work, and if the workers think that it's wrong, then her boss comes in and makes the tying vote, or false negatives. And so her lab can't only come up with this. They can't come up with the inconclusives, because they always come to a conclusion, which she says in one of her other answers, it would be wrong if she had been forced to make an answer. But she has to come up with an answer, and they always check it. And if somebody disagrees with you, they go to the boss to make the tying vote. I'm not falling for that either. I'm not. Excuse me. Where's that fucking case number? It's here. They changed it from 17KC000066 to 19KC00121 or something like that. 121, I think. And they say they do that. They give it a 19 because they're giving it a new case number in 2019. That's when they're doing it. In 2019, if you look on Kathy Shank's little printout, 2019 is when they've actually found Richard Allen's tip again. Yet it's not till 2022 is when they actually say they found it again. So why is Kathy Allen printing? That's why that anomaly of her printing it out in 2019 is weird, because they say they lost it in the beginning. Why is she printing that out? If you look on Dan Doolin's report, the third page or the second page, she prints it out on the bottom of 2019, November of 2019. Around the same time, they're getting new case numbers, disappearing others. Man, this is wild. How does this get through? Where's the objections? Oh, God. Sorry, guys. If anyone's still here, I should be reading. I'm going to finish reading after this. I can't beat this to death, but I have to see it now. My petty, tiny brain won't let me move forward. It's a wild answer because she talks about them. She can't tell if they're lying. Her own laboratory. She can't confirm if it's true or not. Because that they ran out of numbers to give it a new case number. Where the fuck is it? If anybody knows, let me know. Sorry. It is insane, Jamie. You're right. Glad you're here. Let's get insane together. Look at this. It's only it's 3:50. It's almost 4 a.m. and I'm hard at work until 8 a.m. So thank you guys for being here. You're keeping me company. Look at Carol's here. Callie's here. Jamie, good morning, guys. Charles is hopefully there. The Dumb Police Force wrote all that. Why trust it? Right. You're so right. Anybody else come in that I missed? Sorry. I missed you. I'm not doing a good job reading. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. I do have it. You're right. I probably should do that. You know what? Good point, TJ. I should get into, because I could easily download it and open it up. And I could, like, when I down, like, they won't disappear, right? Because, yeah, I like using this, but if I touch it just disappears. You can only kind of do one. Like, if you start doing this, you know, you're so right, TJ. I need people like you to tell me how dumb I am, because I talk about it all the time. I should just download this, open it up, and I can do a whole bunch of cool things that would save me this. You're so fucking right, TJ. Please remind me of that again when I forget. Where are you? I beg of you. I'm going to move on, because I'm an idiot. You're so right, TJ. Tell me this every time you see me. Tell me how much of it. I'm telling you the truth. You're right. You're so fucking right. It's not even funny, because I see Prof do it all the time. I see Criminality Teresa do it. Like, if you download this, you can kind of mark it yellow and kind of, it doesn't go away, right? And I do this all the time. If I do this and I go elsewhere, I try not to, because if I touch this key, if I touch this button, it disappears. Honest to God, I'm going to do that. I should do it now. I should do it now, but I'm on the chase. I'm not being a jerk. I'm literally agreeing with you. I'm an idiot. I know that, and I talk about it all the time. Yet I get so far into the complexity of things that those simple things, I swear to God to you, doesn't even cross my mind that it would. I want this. I want to download it and mark it up. I've been doing this for 3 or 4 weeks now. It would have, but I end up doing this. And if I had done that, I would have had it marked, and it would have stayed marked, and I would have come back to it if I just download it and open it up. I can't. I'm not a normal person. Damn you. Oh, can I search this? That's it. What's that F thing? See, that's another thing I should be doing. Control, is it Control Fishy? Right. Control F. I'm going to Control Fishy. That's what it's called. Control Fishy. Oh, I can. See? And I know it's 17K. Look at, oh my fucking God. It works so good. Fishy, where are you to remind me? Damn you. Here's what I wanted. I've been looking for this for half an hour. And I Control Fishy did it right away. Look at this. Page 55. I went the other way. Damn you, Fishy. Where the hell are you to tell me? That Control Fishy works great. Holy fuck. So the jury's familiar. I believe they've seen multiple packages that bear the case number 17K00066. What is that number? This is Oberg. That was the first case number that she received. So item 16, the one that's found beside Libby's foot, would have been received under this case number. Now, 197, sorry. What is 19K00? So 97, that's the new case number. That would have been when I received the firearm, it came in underneath that case number. So in 2019, she's receiving firearms on different case numbers. So that's the bullshit. That's the bullshit. They didn't need to change this number because they had to introduce firearms from a different case. No? Wait, why would they do that? They received a firearm. Right. The firearm that she attributed in this case number, I bet you she then tries to say it was in a different case number. But there wasn't. It was in this case number and they switched it. That's where all this switching comes. Because look at, that would have been when I received the firearm in 2019. And she says the 19 is 2019 because it signifies that. So why did the case number change? So this is now the case number for Richard Allen's. So she morphs him into this and says, because they don't have enough numbers here, you know, like if they're counting sequentially, right? They'd go to 67, 68. They could get 99,999. but for whatever reason, the lab can't count that high, and they have to reintroduce a whole new case number. What a gobbledygook, eh? That was the first case number that I received. So the bullet would have been under this case number, but they say just her laboratory runs out of numbers, so they have to switch to 19. So that would have been when I received the firearm. So to introduce a firearm, they've got to pretend there's a whole new case number. They got to, so if she received one in 2019, she wants to maybe introduce it to say that it came from, it was in the original case number, but it probably wasn't. So that would have been when I received the firearm. It came in, yeah, and why did the case number change? Well, here's the bullshit. From what I was told, so this is page 55 of her, from what I was told is that within our laboratory information management system, that there was some maxing out of the first case number, and they were not able to add the items into it, or there was some issue going on, so they had to create an additional case. Is the 17 and 19 a reference to? Well, what is it a reference to? Who? Pray tell, please explain. Basically, those are the case numbers that each item was submitted underneath. So 16 would have been a reference in the 17K. Oh my God. 16? Did 16 come from 2016? Get the fuck out. Oh my goodness. That's a weird, well, I'm not saying that. So 16, which is the bullet found beside Libby, which is now Exhibit 148, it would have been referenced as the 17K case, and item 315 would have been under 19K case. What's item 315? That's a different gun? Get the fuck out of here. 315. Or that's another cartridge. Get out, get out. If that's an unspent cartridge, I'm going to shit my pants. Not found listed. What is 315? Why is there a bunch of 313s? What is going on? 311, 312, 313, 314. Would this be it? No. Oh, God. 315 was not listed in the clerk's evidence. Let's do a control fishy. Sorry, guys. So sorry. Control fishy. Oh, I fucking hit the wrong key. What did I just do? Oh, my goodness. Oh, I can't do it. Do I have to be, okay, maybe that's why. I'll try it again. Control F. Oh, I could do it. Okay, so I was looking for K315. Let's see. 3, 1, 5. Folders, volumes, 1 to 13. I don't think I can do that on the main page. I have to be in a document, I guess. So, forget that. Oh, my goodness. Or did I go to, oh, I did. Look at this. That's what I did. I went to a whole different page than where I was. I should go back. Oh, fuck. Here's what I have to do. I have to get those exhibits back because I screwed it up. I screwed it up. It's in here. It's this one. Oh. Oh, it went to a different screen. 1 second. It went to a different screen. I got to pop it in here. There we go. It's here. The exhibits. So whatever this is, I accidentally went there. So this is just transcripts of known exclusions. TJ, here's the exclusions I accidentally found. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I'm stumbling on these exclusions. What is this? I accidentally hit the wrong key when I was trying to search. Where is this? Oh my God. I've never seen this before. Holy fuck, TJ, I found the exclusions. Holy shit. How did I get here? It's exhibits. I must have went into something. Holy fuck, oh my God, this is known exclusions compiled. How the fuck did I get here? Holy shit. I was trying to hit Control F and I accidentally went there because doing this. I wanted to control F. I'll try control F. I wanted to do 315 to find out what they're talking about. Sorry, guys. And I couldn't. And then I did this, I think. Folders. No. So I accidentally hit something and got to where I am now. So I have the exhibits here. Oh no, see, I did it again. I did find it. So this, what's this 115? This is great, whatever this is. Seems to be a whole bunch of cool stuff I don't see. Snapchat photo of Abby. This is the good one, right? Holy fuck, I've been looking for this for a long I've been looking for this for so long. Look at this. I've been trying to do this. Look at this. Do we believe this R and T overlap? I won't get distracted here. This is a total accident. I've been looking for this forever. The good one, not the Cecil one. This one. Like as if these fonts would touch. You know, German. So fonts can do that. But if it was the case, why isn't this R touching, you know? Like how is this? It's a short little T. How is it touching? Is this an N? Like they've, something's not right here. So I got to remember how I got to this because I always look for this. This is a weird, what is this? Excluded stuff. Where has this excluded stuff always been? What is this? Oh my God. I've always looked for this. It seems to be in the exhibits yet. Such an idiot. Rick Allen exhibits. So what is this? Rick Allen exhibits. I'm not going to try to figure that out now. I'm just not going to close this. And I have it saved too. So sorry, guys. What was I looking for? 315? We want to find out what 315 was because then item 315 would have been underneath the 19K case. That's only because you ran out of numbers in 17K. That's what I had been told. Whether that's true or not, I can't confirm it. But it's the same case? Correct. Yes, of course it is. Right? Because it's true, even though she can't confirm it. The same case. So they've merged two cases. So they probably took Ron Logan's and merged it in. Whoever's case was the first year or two, which would be Ron Logan's. They've merged Ron Logan's, and now all of Ron Logan's stuff is now Rick Allen's. Holy fuck, it has to be. Is the 17 and the 19? Right. So 19. Like, why wouldn't you just give it a fresh 17 number? Why do we have to go to 19? Because you're doing it in 2019? Like your lab fucks up. The 17K is run out of numbers because you ran out of numbers on 17. This one is run out of numbers somehow. How? How does that run out of numbers? When you can go to 67, 68, 60. That's what they're doing. They're counting up. So are they saying there's so much evidence in this case, but they get to 99,999 and have to, because they've run out of numbers? That's what they're saying. They've got 99,999 pieces of evidence. So take 66 off of that. There's 99,933 pieces they don't have, as if they didn't run out of numbers. It's right here. 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. You can get up to 100, then it'll be, you can get up to 1,000, then you can get up to fucking 10,000, and then so on. They're not wrong. But how does this go through in a trial? Where's the objection here? She's saying it. Yeah, they were maxing out the first case number. The case number, were they counting down? Was she trying to imply they're counting down and maxing out? 65, 64. So, boom. Oh, we've run out of zeros? What the fuck? Holy fuck. How does this get through? Why is this gobbledygook accepted? So, they have to switch it to a whole new case number. So whose case number would have merged with Richard Allen's? they got rid of in 2019. And also in 2019 is when they picked up the tip. Kathy Allen prints the tip in 2019. So it's like they want to then they start compiling stuff for Richard Allen in 2019, because that's when Kathy Shanks prints out the tip thingy, right? Doolin's tip narrative gets printed out in 2019. These people are awesome. Fucking amazing. Doolin. Where's fucking Doolin? I should remember this. I've gone a million times looking for this. Ooh, should I just do that? Can I do the... I'm going to try. Control F. See, that's what happens. I hit Control F and it just goes to that. Wow. I'm just going to type in Doolin and see what happens. I don't think I can do it out here, right? So I shouldn't hit enter. No, see, I can't. I got to be in a document. But when I do that, it brings up some of the stuff I'm such an idiot. No, that's not where I should be. Doolin. Where's Doolin? Sorry, guys. I hope you're having fun. You're still here. So I did it again. This is not... It's not where I want it to be. How do I keep doing that? Can I go back? So I got to open it again. So I'm going to close that because I have it open a couple times already. I got to close this down. Go back to the exhibits. Somehow I'm doing this. Then it opens on a whole other screen. I'm an idiot. I'm such a fucking idiot. So then I got to grab it from my other screen and bring it back and pop it in. Now I'm back. So I got to figure that out because I've done it a few times. I'm not going to try to control F that ever again in this unless I'm inside it. I'm looking for Doolin's bullshit. It should stand out. It says Doolin. Sorry, guys. I'll remember the number once I think I should remember it by now. I've only looked for it like 20 times. Doolin. Hey, guys, are you guys with me on this still or what? Should I continue reading or you guys like these odd... I got to finish Jerry Holeman. How many do I have left? Sorry. Where's Holeman? Oberg. Look at me. Oh, my God. I'm only on page 10 of Jerry Holeman. I think. I don't even know anymore. I'm a fucking horrible person. I got to read this. You know what? If I get back to it, I should. If I can finish this rabbit hole, I swear to God to you, I will never get distracted again. Just find me Doolins. I'm sitting here talking to myself. I'm not even reading chat. I'm so sorry. I don't even know if you guys are still here. 18 people are probably sleeping. I'll try not to wake you. Oh my goodness. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm talking to myself. I'm hard at work. I'm doing security. Looking at a bunch of cameras. Play with toy cars. I'm a mechanic of remote control cars. Look at this idiot. Look at this. This is what I do. I play with toys in the snow. I'm an idiot. That's what you guys. This is who you're watching right now. Just know it. And I got a disclaimer on my screen saying you're watching this at your own risk. Nothing can be assured. Accuracy could be way off. I may get distracted. I'm a complete idiot. God, Doolin, where's Doolin? Son of a bitch. And it's only to show you that Kathy Shank printed it out on... No, it's coming up. It's after this. Oh, that was it. That was it. This is it. I found it. Manila folder is the best one. 3 pages. This is it, guys. Prepare. We've all seen this a bazillion times. Forget this bullshit because it's in the narrative. It's triggered by the Orion system. Forget all this. Don't let it distract you. Look at it. This is the one. So Why is she printing this on 10/2019? She's found it again. Is that just in time to get a new case number for somebody? Excuse me. 2019. The tip that was lost in the beginning, that's not found until her late husband's birthday, September 21st, 2022, has been printed out. And we can dedicate this to Amy G, I believe, who brought this to people's attention. So the tip that was lost in the beginning, that was discovered on her late husband's birthday of September 21st, which I know is because it's my birthday. In 2022, she discovers this tip. It's been lost for some reason, but was printed out in 2019, in October 29th, just before, almost before a Halloween special. This is the day before Devil's Night, October 30th, then October 31st. But then maybe they changed their mind. It's no, because Logan just died. No, Logan hasn't died yet, but they've got a new case number. What else is happening in 2019? They're doing Wabash River searches, and there's rusting guns. All these rusted guns that get introduced in 2022, a month before they find Richard Allen's tip, which they've printed out in 2019. Whew. This is too much. Did I miss all this? Was I fucking around in chats? Why do I feel like I didn't screw around so much? I should probably pay attention better, because now, look at me, I'm all over the place. All over the fucking place. So, not going to fall for it. I need that. I'll keep that open. I like it. This is awesome. I don't know why. This is all the stuff that was redacted or something. I'm not going to fall for it. I have to have this open. Here's where I was. This is my, you know what? I'm writing this down. 55, because I know I've been looking for this. Actually, no, I don't need to, because I can just do the Control F thing to find that so easily. I don't need to write it down, because when I'm looking for it again, oh my goodness, I'm not falling for it. So just this bullshit. Last time, we're getting back to Jerry. This is it. The jury. So, yeah, you'll see the case number. Yes. Item 16 is the case numbers. There's hairlines on these cameras have hairlines in them. The jury's familiar. So the jury's familiar, I believe. They've seen multiple packages that bear the number 17K00066. What is that number, young lady? This is Oberg now. I'm going to finish up, Jerry. I'm just kind of touching up. Oberg says that was the first case number that I received. So item 16, which is the bullet found by the unspent cartridge found beside Libby's foot, would have been received under this case number. Now, what is 19K009? So it's like they brought it from, so they're getting a gun from a different case. That's what they're doing here, because that would have been when I received the firearm from a whole different case number. It came in, right, because the person they were going to nail, oh my God, something's up here. So what is 19K? So if these numbers are dependent on the year, because it happened, they are 2017. That's why they had to. So was there a case in 19 started? In 2019, what case was started? Seems like they started a case in 2019 that then they want to merge into this. So they give this gobbledygook saying they ran out of numbers. We want to make their case number. They want to add it to Richard's case. Because the Delphi murders, if this is dependent on the year, then why would they just reset 17 to the number 000, which is bullshit anyways, because they didn't run out of numbers. So how did this go in trial? How does this go into trial? How does this even, no objections? Did this even get set? Were the defense out at lunch? What happened? Hey, Yotan, what's up? What even happens here to get this into a trial? Who's in the room? So the jury, so they have Richard Allen's case, yeah, no, it's Richard Allen's. Well, the Delphi numbers. This is the Delphi murders case number. It's not Richard Allen's, yeah? It's the Delphi murders. And 19K, they create Richard's. They start compiling stuff, and that's when Kathy Shank she prints this out in 2019. She found Rich, so they were planning on doing it then. They started changing numbers around to nail this guy then, in 2019. Kathy Shanks found him. But then they must have thought about some shit and waited till her late husband's birthday to find this a third time. On September 21st of 2022, which is a month after Oberg receives a shitload more of guns and water. Oberg receives on August 23rd, which I know is because that's my mom's birthday. So thank you for doing this on my mom's birthday and mine, because that's what made me start looping. My mom's birthday is August 23rd. So on August 23rd of 2022, I should have wrote that down. Let's see if I can control this one. That's Jerry. I'm going to open up another one of Melissa Oberg. And I'm going to. The reason I know that is because it's a month before they even find this tip. A month before. She's receiving a bunch of fucking guns and water and stuff. Control F. What was the date? How did they print it out? I'll try 08. You know, 08. 23rd. It was when dash 2022. 08, 23, 2022. Where are you? Why doesn't that come up? Do I have to add? No, so it says 0. So I should go back a bit. I should just go to 22. Did they write August? August 23rd. So they do write August one time. One of two. Where's the other one? August would have been the time I testified. Where was that August testimony? No, I remember it being 08. So I'll search 2022 and it probably comes up a bazillion times. Oh, it comes up 10 times. So is this show the first time? Do I scroll? So it's not, it's August. So 10/14. No. Do I just keep scrolling till I see the rest of them? Oh, can I use this? Oh, get out. Oh my God. So I can scroll through them. It's August 23rd. When Oberg received some on my mom's birthday. I know it. That's why it made me trip out. August 23rd, 2022. Like a month before they find Richard's tip, they get a bunch of guns that are rusted from obviously the Wabash River stuff. Ugh, where are you? Please come to me. What is going on? Positives here. October of 22. Where are you? So by someone prior to 2022 had you established. No. Shit. Did I miss it? How is this happening? I'm an idiot. I know it's here. Sorry, guys. This is what you have to deal with. Okay, so it's not here. I've done something wrong. I know it's here because I've seen it. Maybe I should just go to 22. Oh, there's way too many. So I should go to 08. Well, maybe I should look at that again because I didn't put two and two together that I could do that. So wait, start fresh. So 08. Huh? There's only 4 of them, so it's not page 08. It's not case number. I know it's August because how is it not there? Shit. Dash. Sorry guys. 23? I know it's my mom's birthday. So there's 0 of them, so it can't be that. It's only 4 of them. So how many 23s are there? Oh my God. Here it is. Boom, I got it. Excuse me. Page 49. So, excuse me, I just burped. What's the other one? I should just look. Other ones. Right, right below it. Oh, such an idiot. I went to search for, I was curious because I found this one. I found this 823 here. And I just went to search. I was like, what's the other one? And it goes poop and shows up here. Poop. It's right there, idiot. So August 23rd of 2022, 1 month before the Shankmeister finds Richard's tip. Conveniently, the year they're merging 2 cases together. Yet they don't do anything about this tip until her late husband's birthday that he shares with Shibby, September 21st of 2022, a month after Oberg receives a shitload of stuff. So the first item was, what is she receiving here? So all these lower 3 items. Can you tell the jury when you receive these other items that are shown? So the first item I received was 273. Springfield Armory is, coincidentally, Springfield Armory is one of the parts that had something disappear. Holy fuck, did they say this at trial? Where's the defense? Oh my God. Is this what everyone's flipping out about? I don't feel I've seen this unless I'm fucking around too much. Springfield Armory is the gun that gets dissolved. It disintegrates. It disintegrates. Here. I like this control function. I'm going to do that again and just find out so much. This all I had to do was do this instead of fucking scrolling through a bazillion pages. Control F. And I would just write disintegrate and that's going to pop up. How do I spell it? Disintegrate? Is it sorry. Disintegrated. Oh my goodness. It works so good. How can I not be doing that? I tried to, so here's the gobbledygook. Springfield, the first firearm, so it happens to be a 45. So I don't know what that means. If it can, the bullet we found is a 40, right? But I guess we'll have to trust them. Can these be 40s also? I don't know. This was found to be a Springfield Armory 45 caliber, sent to her a month before they find Richard's tip. The tip that they printed out in 2019, the same year they're changing a case number. They're getting a new case number in 2018, right here. And I know it's because it's my mom's birthday they received. And then Kathy Shanks' husband, that's what I should find. No, I don't need to because she says it in her testimony. I'm not going to go, but I know it because it's my birthday. A month after my mom's birthday in 2022, when she receives all this shit, her late husband's birthday is September 21st, 2022, is when Kathy Shanks finds the tip that she printed out in 2019, the same year they get a new case number. See, I fucking knew it. I'm an idiot. Barely squeaked through high school. And look at me, I fucking cracked it. Motherfuckers, steal that. Take it. Take it and run with it. Look at this. They got a new case number in 2019 that they now want to merge with the Delphi murders case from 2017 because they ran out of numbers. So a new case number that they started in 2019 needs to now be this. Why? Because he says that these are indicative of the year. So if they needed the new case number, why aren't we just resetting 17? Why are we getting a 19 number? Is there a case that started in 19 that needs to now magically beat this? So, but they can't, but they got to disappear this too. So they have to merge. They have to. I thought that was also ridiculous to say that. First of all, to say that they ran out of numbers here is amazing. Why are we accepting that at all? Because you're not. Why isn't 17K 0067, 17K 00068? You know, you can get up to 99,999. So what? So that was the first case number. So item 16 was in here. And you received it underneath that case number. So what is this? That would be when I received the firearm in this case number. What case number started in 19 or they got firearms? A case that started in 19. Hey, what's up, Forfeits? I've cracked the code, buddy. Figured it out. Check it out. Check it out. Dude, I've literally figured it out. Literally. Thanks to my mom's birthday and my birthday. One sec. So here's how it goes. They fucking, when they changed these case numbers from 2017 is the Delphi murders case. They had to merge these two. So a case that starts in 2019 has to now get into here. To get that 16 bullet now is the 16 they found beside Libby's foot now is at 148. And they're saying they're doing that because that would have been when she received a firearm in this 19 case, whatever case was from 19, they had to merge it because maybe they quit somebody in 19, right? When they changed Kathy Shank, who the tip was lost in the beginning, but in 1 or 2 days before Halloween, they were probably going to announce a new arrest. Hey, look, we found Richard Allen in October 29th, 2019. So boom, on October 30th or 31st, they could have had a great announcement, but they decided to not do it just yet. For some reason, in my opinion. Kathy Shank, because it's lost in the beginning, it's not until my birthday, September 21st, 2022, where Kathy Shank, on her late husband's birthday, finds this tip that she'd printed out then. Yet, in 2019, they're merging case numbers at the laboratory only. And then a month before they arrest Richard is when they say they received a gun that's exactly the same as the gun that disintegrated. The gun that disintegrated. Where the fuck? Oh, it's the first one, right? No, it's got to be here then. Oh, yeah, here. Disintegrated. It was also a Springfield Armory. What was that? So I should put these in order, but I'm not going to. August 23rd one is. And here, this is a hypothetical question. If you had received all 4 items, this Glock, so basically it was 5 items, but since one disappears back then, because she disintegrates one at the beginning. These are guns that she receives February 27th and 2017, February 28th and March or something. She receives all these in the beginning. And this is the defendant's gun. So this is 2022. So this is a hypothetical question. If you had received all 4 firearms, so 2017. So February 28th, 2017. One was February 17th, the day after she received, the same day she received the 16 bullet, she received a Glock. So February 17th and February 17th, she receives, but at different times. The Glock comes in. Whose gun is this Glock? Probably Weber's or something. Don't tell me that's, oh my God. Then on the 27th, she receives this. And on the 28th, she receives this, which aren't any of the guns that are rusted because she's able to examine these. So The 3 guns she receives around the same time, the same day she receives this, 2 weeks after, and 2 weeks and a day after she receives these 3 in 2017, and the defendant's gun, which isn't received till 2022. So this is a hypothetical. And this happens to also take the place of the gun that has disappeared. Something's disappeared, disintegrated. But she says she received a bunch of guns then that were rusted up in water, that she had to use hammers, the 3 or 4 of them, that she puts 3 of them in a vat of penetrating oil to separate them. Right. No. Sorry, man, I figured this out. You can shark yourself. No way. You go read your own stuff. This, I've cracked the case, and you want me to stop? You guys crazy? I fucking cracked it here. Look at this. You shark nothing. If you had received all 4 firearms, you examined and tested the Glock, the Smith & Wesson 6-hour, and but if you'd received this 5 years earlier, would you have then been able to say this was the gun that cycled the bullet? Because she attributed the bullet to this gun, which she received in 2017, February 28th or so, or February 27th, February 28th of 2017. She received this 6-hour. She had this one, and she had this one on February 17th, this one February 27th, 2017, and this one February 28th of 2017. And there was another guns, but that disintegrates. They were found in water. She puts it in penetrating oil. Man. The Springfield that she receives at 23, I guess, too. But the lower 3 firearms are not of the 40 caliber. So it can't be, there's other guns that she receives on August 23rd with this, because she says the lower 3 aren't of the 40 caliber, but these ones are, 2 of them are 40 cals. The original ones, 2 of them, this is the second one. So the Glock, I don't know what that is, probably 40. But the Smith & Wesson and SIG are 40 calibers guns, and the defendant's firearm. So that's why they don't call it another 6-hour to confuse people. Basically what they're saying is, if you had received all 5 firearms, 1 that you disintegrated, right? 2 that you, or I don't know. So I'll just say 4. So if you received all 4 firearms, the one you received on February 17th, 2017, the other one you received on February 27th, 2017, this you received on February 28th, 2017, and the defendant's firearm you received on October 2022. So if you received this 5 years earlier, at the same time as the bullet that was found beside Libby, sorry, it's now exhibit this because we've merged case numbers. But if you received this first gun, second gun, and third gun, you received right after the girls died, and the one you received 5 years later, which we can't print because we don't want to confuse people with another 6-hour. This is a different gun, and the defendant's firearm. So 1, 2, 3, 4 guns. Hypothetical question. If you received Richard's gun, when you received these in the beginning, at the same time you received the bullet, which is the beginning, very first day, February 17th of 2017, she's getting this unspent cartridge, which was then exhibit 16 in the other case, now exhibit 148, which was her item 16. Would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all at the same time? A hypothetical. If you received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with these 3, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion? So she came to a conclusion. That conclusion was because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. She attributed the bullet, the unspent round 16, to this gun. And if she had this gun, she wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have made that mistake. And she couldn't say inconclusive because she has to come up with, at her lab, she comes up with a conclusion. her workers verify it and check it. And if they disagree with her, her boss gives the tying vote. Yeah, because I was able to identify 16 as having been cycled in the other firearm. I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion if I had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier. At that time, I had limited evidence. I did not have Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier. So having Richard Allen's gun altogether, yeah, I would have been given me the ability, and you would have been able to exclude those other firearms from, well, there was a couple that couldn't fire the round. So yes, but it wasn't, she's not excluding because of that. She's excluding them based, yes, she could have excluded them from having fired 16 because she checked them based on the marks she was able to observe in detail. She would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. So she couldn't exclude this one. Therefore, this is the one she said the bullet cycled through the first time. She's saying it right here. She can exclude these two, Glock and Smith & Wesson, but she can't exclude this one. But that doesn't mean what people thought it meant. It means, yeah, because I was able to identify the bullet as having been cycled in the other firearm. Because she does it. She says she identified it. And if she had this 5 years earlier, she might have not got that wrong. But she did say this. She attributed, whose gun is that? Whose 6 hour did they receive on February 28th of 2017? That's who's going to take the fall. And in 2019, they're running out of numbers. Yeah, it was the first case number. Now in 19, they're starting a new case number. So whose case started in 19 that they needed to merge with this to then, because they found Richard Allen in 2019 too, right? Again, except they printed this out in 2019. So Shanks finds, the investigator Shanks prints this out. So Kathy Shanks is the one that's the hero. She's the hero for Richard Allen. She fucking left this on there saying she printed this out in 2019 because he was lost in the beginning. She found him on September 21st, 2022. What is this? What is this? They found him. She found him. Like, this guy, check this out. She's got this in 2019. Are we thinking she lost it twice? Come on. It wasn't even lost the first time because triggered by this Doolin's follow-up. They triggered Doolin to go out and follow up because of this tip. The Orion system's like, hey, dipshits. Or Doolin, even Jerry's triggered it. So Jerry's original input from Jerry gets it on the 16th. When is it? Jerry receives it on, Jerry's the first one to receive it. Richard either emails him, calls him, or comes in and talks to him. Either way, Richard contacts Jerry to say, even if Richard gets this wrong, which obviously he's not, Jerry's obviously full of shit. So he says, hey, Jerry, I was at the trails Monday between 1 and 3, and you've got a video of a guy that's on the bridge that you think at 2:13 abducted 2 girls. I was there between 1 and 3. That's what they're saying, he said. Even worse, he sees other females. And this Alex enters that into the Orion system. This one, the original tip, and it fucking, the Orion system was like, what? Fucking triggered by the Alliance system. Dude, fuck, get out there. Talk to this motherfucker. Doolin goes out and writes this shit in, and it's fucking triggered again. This is a load of shit. Right? It's fucking more triggering stuff, even though he doesn't say the car. Like as if he's not saying he parked. He parked at the old farm. What? Did he not tell you, Dan? You just talked to him. What did he park there? Did he say a silver car and you don't want to put that down? Why would you not write the type of car here? This is all these words made the system go nuts again. It's being triggered. Like, dude, it's fucking alarm. So then you guys write covered on a tip that's been the system saying trigger. And then they print this out And 2019, the year they're starting a new case number. And then there's all these guns missing. This is amazing. So now it's a shark moment. Sorry, TJ. I didn't mean to. Okay. You're right, TJ. I can't keep doing this. So yeah, I will shark for TJ if she hasn't left and unsubscribed. I know you've done that a couple times. I think, because I keep seeing, oop, TJ subscribed. I think she hates me some days and unsubscribes. So if you're still listening, I'm going to shark for you. Shark is code word for stop looping. Oh, did you say goodnight? Sorry. 4:25, a long time ago. So Paul, if you're still listening, good night. I missed it. That's Delphi, dude. How right does that sound? This gun disappears a month before they find the tip. They're receiving a bunch of other guns. One just like it's disappeared. Guns, 6 hours. Submissions, all these numbers having to change. She has this serial number now, but the one that disappeared, she was able to get the serial number from way back when. So now, wow. So the gun that the extractor arm disappears from, she disintegrates as an extractor arm. She disintegrates as an extractor arm, but take note, everyone, she's able to get the serial number. So this is beautiful, man. Check it out. So the third submission of firearms. So she's receiving item 90, a Smith & Wesson, on the 27th, but she says also on February 17th. So the Glock is February 17th, an hour after she gets the bullet, 16. She then receives a Glock. Then the second one is this, February 27th, 2017, the Smith & Wesson. And the third one, but the second pistol here, because, oh, that's how they tricked everyone. The second pistol here, here. This is the third pistol. Because the first was the 2017, like an hour after the bullet. She receives that Glock. Then she receives this. This is the second one. This is the third one. On 3 what? Is it 3 something? Hold on. I almost said the right date. I meant to say I received it on this date, February 28th, 2017. 3. Wasn't that when Ron Logan's search was searched in March? I received it in March. Hold on. I received it in February 28th, 2017. I bet you this is before Ron Logan's search warrant, right? Didn't I pull that up? Oh my God, I shouldn't fall for it. I do this. I'm not going to fall for it. I thought I had that up. The FBI thing. I'm glad I don't, because there's so many sharp moments there. That's crazy. So the second pistol, which is actually the third, the Sig Sauer, she received it on March. Hold on. Sorry, I received it on February 28th. So she almost said the right date, I bet you. Freudian slip. She then says the right date. So whose Sig Sauer is that pistol? That's the one that was going to get sent. So that's in the Delphi case, 17K, yet they run out of numbers here. Look at, so we got bunch of guns here. One's disappeared. A Springfield has disappeared, just the extractor arm, but she has the serial number. Yet this merges into that. The same year they find Richard Allen's tip. They're probably starting a new case, right? 2019. They've got his new tip. But then again, the system loses it after it's being printed out in 2019 for no reason. It's been lost in the beginning. She discovers it September 21st, 2022. So 2019 is action happening. DP was on the bridge. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, 4Pits? Hey, Carol. Man, you're right. I got to shark this. So if TJ hasn't shut me off and unsubscribed. I probably has. Is that Daniel Pearson? Is he the one that was with the Cheyenne and the black car? Parked at. I mean, you know what I have to do? I got this huge area, like a pool table size area. Picture like a snooker. I'm going to recreate all these with little models so I can have everything at once. Literally. I'm going to buy like a Lego. I'm going to buy Lego and toy cars. Dinky cars match those little dinky cars like the Hot Wheels. I'm fucking doing it. I'm going to recreate this. I've always wanted to do that. I could, under my workbench, I could kind of, you know how that you've got your keyboard on your computer table? You can kind of slide it out. I want to do that under my workbench and slide out this recreation of everything. And then so I can slide it back in. Like, I'm going to glue these cars down to the table so they don't move, get the right colors. This is crazy. So that's what happened in my opinion. Who was in 2019? So this person was going to take the fall. The first 6 hour was the guy. Because these two, she says it wasn't them. This one because I think it was a 45. And this one because the marks don't match. She looked at the marks and said they don't match. So would you have been able to exclude them? Yeah, she could exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. But she couldn't exclude this one because it's the one she said. She makes a determination at this time. And if she had the defendants, she wouldn't have made the wrong determination. But 5 years earlier, she didn't have this. So this is a hypothetical. She then says, yeah, because I was able to identify 16 as having been cycled through the other firearm. What's the other one? Can't be this one, because she doesn't have it for 5 years. This is a hypothetical question. The other firearm is this one. She identified it as this SIG. And that's why they don't even say, and the SIG Sauer, what was Richard's gun? A SIG Sauer also. So if they said, and the defendant's SIG Sauer exactly, they would say, oh, there's two guns exactly the same here. That's why they don't mention, they say his is just the defendant's firearm. So if you received all of them at the same time, if you got this gun 5 years earlier with Exhibit 16, with all those other ones you received with Exhibit 16, which is, tricky. Something just went crazy. My mouse does that. Oh, you fucker. You motherfucker. My mouse just, while I had all that stuff lit up, it fucking took off on me. You son of a bitch. Well, what was I doing there? So here, look at this. Oh my God, my mouse just took off. So what was it, 17K? Okay, thank God I can do that because I'm at page 55. I jumped like, man. While I was lighting that up, sometimes my mouse just takes off and it just fucking. So, anyways, that's wild. That's fucking wild. Not even where I was, too. I was looking for the August one, which is this one. So she receives. So this is a trick. They try to pretend like this is the second pistol, but this is the third pistol. It's just the first one she receives on the 17, an hour after she receives the bullet. The second one of this, it is the second one. But the second one here is the third one. And she received it on February 28th. So whoever's gun that SIG is, this SIG Sauer, is who was going to take the fall first. I bet you that's why they had to disappear that whole, when they found Richard Allen in 2019. Right before Halloween, they were probably going to announce it 10/29. Next day is Devil's Night, then Halloween. They were probably going to announce it, but they said, whoa. Got to take care of some other loose ends first. We got to get rid of, if we wait a couple more years, the cell tower data and all that shit will be overwritten for sure. 5 years. This is too soon because there'll still be fresh data everywhere. So they got to wait a while. And then they find Richard Allen again after printing this out, 10/29, 2019. Oh my goodness. So whose was the first one? How do I find it out? This is the third pistol that she says is the second, but it is the second. The second pistol here, after we've already talked about the first one. This is the second one here, being the first one, second one, third one in total. Second one here, because they've split them up. First one was literally right in 2017. She received it. So now you're except 148. The Winchester cartridge you received February 2017. As you, yeah. So when did you receive? She says the time too. 1:20. Exactly an hour later, she receives the gun after the bullet. The very first one, which is a Glock. Yeah, in 2017 you did. It's like 1 hour after. Exactly like weird timing. It said 12:26 and 1:26. Or, yeah. The Glock here comes up. All right. Man. Okay, I'm going to just read. I'm probably losing everyone. Excuse me, one sec. Usually mute before I do that. I'm so sorry. Definitely looped enough here. Let's do a reset. I don't even care anymore. See, I say that, and yet I can't stop looking because I know she received. I found it weird. So the receipt, here it is. I received the first one on 106. Oh, this isn't the one. Yeah, this is the 131 minutes later. So she receives item 16 on 130. So she receives a gun first. She received the item. I see this item first on February 17th. And this one I received at 106. What? The initial date that I received the unspent cartridge was February 17th at 1:37. When did you receive the Glock? The Glock Model 22, Smith & Wesson? Is Glock Model Smith & Wesson caliber pistol? Or is the 40 mean? So the Glock was a 40 cal. Holy fuck, those three were 40 cals. They say the other two were, Smith & Wesson was a 40 cal. So when did you receive this Glock? I received this item at first in 17, and this one I received at 1:06 p.m. What? So this one is at 1:06. So before at first, is she just not saying a time? So before this, she received the Glock. Is this the other Smith & Wesson? Holy fuck. When did you receive this? Is this the same gun or is this two guns? When did you receive this Glock Model 22 40 caliber Smith & Wesson caliber pistol? 40 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol. I received this item on February 17th. And this one, she must be talking just about this. She received it at 1:06. She received it first. 1:06 before. So she got a gun before she got the bullet from the unspent cartridge from the scene, which she gets 31 minutes later. They say, so she receives the bullet, the unspent cartridge at 1:37 p.m. And I received this item at first for this at 1:06 p.m. So she receives a gun before she receives this. Whose gun was that? Oh my God. I got to move on. I'm just going to finish reading Jerry's. So first, it's 5 o'clock. How about this? I'll write a timestamp to anybody if they want to skip this last hour or two because I'm an idiot. I got to quickly pause and go to the bathroom, make a quick coffee. If even one person is still here, I'm going to just read Jerry's. And even if TJ's probably unfollowed me, I'm getting this done today. I'm going to read 70 more pages for TJ. Look at you. Oh, don't you dare. You don't you dare. I was just about to get back on track. I will. You know I love a good you love it, don't you? You're fucking laughing right now. I hear you giggling. Fucking throwing peanuts at the wall right now. I hear them hitting crack. You're cracking. That's it. You're eating peanuts, cracking. I'm thinking, look at this idiot. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. How about this? I'm on page 10. I've got 70 pages to go. I'm at work for another 3 hours. I could make it. Maybe we'll give it 5 minutes. Can you look up the guns in evidence? Oh, I can do anything. I can do anything, TJ. I can. Because they even say it here. They say there's other guns. Yes. We got to do better. I'm telling you, you got to help me keep track of this stuff. My head is spinning with these numbers. Because if I start... Oh, did you hear me earlier, TJ? I found the exclusions. I keep accidentally finding this. The exclusions. These are but I think we read them. These are the exclusions. Remember we were looking the other day? This, I accidentally keep finding this. So, press release, stuff that was excluded. Look at all this. This is, oh my God. Exclusions. Oh my God. Oh. So, yes, I can. I can do that after I go to the washroom. So we'll spend 2 minutes doing that, and I've got to finish Jerry's testimony. So what is it you want to find? Because I was already looking at them. The guns are all those numbers. There's guns here. I don't know how many extra ones, but man, they're talking about a whole lot of extra guns. There's at least 3. She receives one 30 minutes before she receives the unspent cartridge from the scene. She receives that Glock. And then 30 minutes later, she receives 16, the unspent bullet. And then 13 days later, on the 27th, 2017, she receives that Smith & Wesson middle one. And then 28th, she receives someone's Sig Sauer on the 28th of February, 2017. So within the first 3 weeks, she's got 3 guns already. One of them, she says, that Sig Sauer cycled the bullet. Because if she had Richard's gun, which she didn't get till 5 years later, she would have said it was Richard's gun, but she doesn't. She attributes it to the other firearm. And since she rules out the other 2, because the marks ruled those other 2 out, she's saying that first 6 hour was the one. She said that bullet, but now, so she was wrong. Right? Are you catching up? You hearing me now? You're right. So how about that? How about this? I got 3. I have to go pee. We'll come back and I'll give you 5 minutes. All right. Let's find these other guns. TJ, can you open up another thing? They're here. I've already looked at them a couple of times. The numbers. She says other guns. That's why I read it. It's here. She talks about other Smith & Wessons and but not here. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. What were the numbers? Oh my God, I'm so horrible. They had, a few of them had numbers listed. There was, but we can't click on them, I don't think. They don't show the other guns for some reason. I can't do it. I know I've seen it. Can't be this far back, can it? I don't even know. There should be photos. Yeah, there should be. Would it be in this here? This one I keep accidentally opening. It's here. In all this. What's all this? Excluded exhibits. Still need to be released. It's gonna be. I bet it's in here. Photos. Oh boy. Videos that need to be released. It's got to be the gun stuff too, because I know on August 23rd she receives a shitload of guns. August 10th. August 23rd she receives a shitload of guns. 23. It's 2022, and she receives those. 2022, not this far. So this is excluded stuff. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Oh. But this is where I can find this. So here, stare at this while I'm gone. Something's wrong with this photo, obviously. I can't find this. Yet Cecil found it on the internet. Fucking crazy. I hate how this font is touching that font. I hate it. I can't stop thinking about it every time I see this. But we can't find this photo. 7 hours later, but yet they know at the time they're looking for the one. So somebody's seen this photo right away. It's not this one. I've seen. So go find me those guns, TJ. I'll talk about them. I have to go to the washroom. I'm going to make a coffee. Unless I have. No, I finished this up. I'm going to make a coffee. 2 minutes, guys. If TJ or anyone's still here, I'll spend 2 minutes looking at those photos of the guns. If they're here, I know I've read them in that evidence sheet. They're here. The numbers are like 215 and 315 and 330. So if you can find the numbers in Melissa Oberg's testimony, they talk about them. Oh, here it is here, 314. Okay, let's do this for you. 314 and 315, how's that? Because that's another thing is this gun disappears back in then. 273, 314, 315, how's that? This gun, a gun just like this disappears back then. But she was able to get the serial number. And then something here has a serial number. But for some reason, is this Richard's gun? Can't be, can it? Because no. If it's here, because this is a month before Kathy Shanks has rediscovered Richard Allen. Because this is my mom's birthday. 1 month later is my birthday, where she finds the tip. And then they go out and start talking to him. Then they do the search warrant to find the gun. And they arrest him in October, so this is a month before she's receiving a bunch of guns she's talking about rusted up guns. So in Wabash River, they must have found a shitload of guns, right? Because they're talking about all these guns that are seized up. Why would they be worried about guns? And how would these guns in the beginning, and it's not those three because they're all functional. She's able to compare them. So they've gobbledygooked us here. Because she's talking about guns that disappeared and seized up in water. Unless this is the ones she received in water, but she didn't tell us back then. They kind of try to make it sound different, Don't you dare send me there. Oh, no way I'm going there, because I can't use that. So you find them, send me the links, and I'll definitely do that. Nope, not falling for that. I can't open any. I've got 3 screens here. I got 4 or 5 screens. I got my laptop. The appellate attorneys? Oh my God, don't you dare go there. I can't go that far just yet, TJ. Let's just do one thing at a time. Because, I can't. I hear you. Save that. I agree. If there's something going on, we're going to get to it. But there's a process here. We can't start getting more stuff without figure out first. So I'm starting to think that these that she's receiving on August 23rd are from like the Wabash River search. And she's duped us earlier, telling us about bunch of guns, because it would take a few years, right? It would take like 4 years or so for guns to get gunk on them and be rusted and seized up. If those are the guns, they're not the guns she finds in the beginning, because she's able, like the first day, like if somebody used those guns, they would just be wet. They would just dry them off. But if they wait till this time, this will be the time when guns start. And the Springfield Armory is one that she talked about earlier. Is one that she can't really unseize. And the other one she's hitting with hammers because they're so rusted up. And she's putting them in penetrating oil. And she can get them kind of safe, but they're covered in barnacles and rust and seized up. And then the fourth one she receives, she gets a serial number from it, but the extractor arm, something disappears because the one gun she has to soak in something stronger than penetrating oil, and it disintegrates. She says it here. It disintegrates. No, it's here. It's got to be here. And I must have moved it. She fucking she disappears a gun. And then all of a sudden, oh, that's Jerry Holeman. Oh, I can't move that. She disintegrates a gun. And I have new case numbers. She's disappeared a gun. This is beyond crazy. Anyways, I gotta go to the washroom. I'm getting a coffee. I'll be right back, okay? Hopefully. I would, that's possible, but I could only chase so many nuts at once. Save that. Definitely. I'll be right back. Gotta go for the washroom. 2 minutes, okay? 2 seconds. I just took my garbage out. I forgot. I just took it out. I'm freezing. I ran. Let me catch my breath. I'm just going to finish this couple green grapes. I'm ready to go. 30 seconds. Maybe a few more. 1 sec. Oop, that went. 1 second. I'll get that off. Sorry. So I have the appellate stuff. Seems like a whole bunch of other stuff is there. That's, or is that different? Let me just do this. Boom. Go here. Let's do this. Sorry. Kaboom. Not that loud. There, perfect. 9. So we got a loop for me after playback. Yes. Minimize. Okay, let's do this, TJ. Let's give you a few minutes before, so we can finish up Jerry's. What is it? Is it in here? This is all. I don't know what I'm clicking on here. I just found this appellant's appendix. So if there's something in there, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you wanted. The evidence. If you're using the evidence in the appellate, there's a lot more evidence came out. Is it these? Because this looks like a lot more stuff has come out. Like, tell me where. I don't know where. I'll do it, but I don't know. Oh, I should just do that. Because that stuff has. Was there pictures that we received? I don't know. Show me where. I'll go. But I'd rather do it here, because if I start looking everywhere else, I got so many computer windows open. I don't think these are. This is a whole bunch of new stuff for the appellate stuff, no? Because we did. We did these ones, right? Oh my goodness. You want pictures? I can't do this. It's way too much stuff. So tell me where and I'll check. But anyways, I should just do what I'm meant to do. I should finish up and I'll put a timestamp that at 6 hours perfectly. I'll put that I started Jerry's back up at 6 hours. And I did a little, so I'll let people know that if they want to skip that last hour or two. So it's 5:30 a.m. So I have 2.5 hours. Let's see if I can blow through Jerry's. And TJ, if you find where that is, let me know. I need to get rid of some distractions here. Oh my God, I almost did it again. My mouse took off. Luckily, I wasn't clicking and it hits. My mouse just took off and was on top of this red dot while I was clicking. And luckily, I just stopped. Wow, that was only by luck I didn't shut all these down. So one thing I don't like with this, I think it's how I'm doing my mouse on I'm doing it on the arm of my reclining chair. So it's probably, I should probably get something better. I should probably get something better. So I need this. I need this. No, I should keep it because I'm always looking for it. Keep those. I'll keep that. So that's enough Melissa Oberg loopholes. I've cracked the case. Melissa, so glad I read yours because you're so convoluted that it's interesting. So glad. Fishy, get lost. Let's do this. Page 10, 73 pages. Let's do this. TJ, if you're still here, tell me where to go and what. Drop a link. I'll do it. Or at least we'll look at the photos you're talking about. I don't know. There's all those other guns. I mean, there's all those other guns. Guns are showing up on my mom's birthday a month before my birthday when they find the tip, which is a month before they arrest him and get his gun. So there's a whole bunch of other guns that are showing up seized. I don't know if those are the ones that are seized in bags. There's 4 of them. One of them is so badly seized that the penetrating oils aren't enough. She then needs to use the same acid that apparently the Joker or the Riddler use on Batman. It's green, bubbles probably. She puts it in there for the day and comes back and the fucking thing's disintegrated, gone. Oops. She disintegrates that Springfield parts. Yeah, but she has the serial number, everyone. A gun disappears, parts of it, whatever. She has the serial number. And then in August 23rd, probably after the Wabash River stuff, that's the thing. So she has to disappear a gun in the beginning to get that serial number, to apply it to a gun that they get in like a Wabash River, and 1 month before they arrest Richard. I don't know. Something's happened there. Because it also happens to be one of those Springfield, Weston, whatever they are. But then there's a serial number then too. On the August 23rd one, there's a serial number. Wow, great time to get another serial number of the same type of gun that you disappeared a bunch of years earlier. Just the parts, the internal parts or whatever. Some parts of it, she's not even sure what she disappeared. Because it's gone. It's disintegrated. And she receives the same model a month before she arrests Richard Allen. They're all arrested as shit. It can't be the ones in the beginning. It's not them because she's looking at them, she's cycling them, she's making them safe. But she's confusing us at that time by talking about the guns she probably received in August. Because, I mean, think about it. It would take a few years. In August 23rd of 2022, that would be what, 5 years? That would be, I don't know how long the gun would take to rust and shit, but I think 5 years would be a more likely time. Not like 2 days. She receives that Glock before she receives the bullet. She receives the Glock at 1:06 p.m. on the 17th. She receives the 40 caliber Glock. Something with a Smith & Wesson. I don't know if she receives 2 then, but then she receives the item 16 on 1:37 p.m. on the 17th. And then on the 27th, she receives the 2 guns that she calls 1 and 2, which are actually 2 and 3, because she's received 1 before the unspent bullet on the 17th. So of those 2 guns, 1 is 1 and 1 is 2, but they're actually 2 and 3. And that's a Smith & Wesson 40 and a Sig Sauer 40. February 27th, 2017, and February 28th, 2017. So before February's up, this woman is holding 3 guns. And then she's looking down the barrel to make them safe, sticking her finger in them, cleared them. And if she had the 4th one, she could have been more concise, but she wasn't able to because she didn't have Richard Allen's gun for 5 years. So if she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have made the mistakes she made and attributed it to the other gun. And it couldn't have been those other 2 because she rules out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson because of the marks. And so it has to be that first 6 hours she receives on, I think it's either the 27th or 28th of February. Whoever 6 hour that is, that person was ready to go down. And then in 2019, the laboratory runs out of case numbers, and they clearly have 99,933 more they could use. But instead of resetting the 1700 to the proper way and counting maybe from left to right, I don't know, which is bullshit either way. So a case that started in 17, the case in 19, since they redid it in 19, they had to start with the number that was in 19, yet more than likely it was a case that had already started. They wanted to merge with that other one, in my opinion. Because Delphi murder's case started in 17. Nothing started in 19. Why change it to 19? Just because you're fixing it in 19? No. 2019? No. The case is 2017. The girls. So it should have went back to the 17K, and they could have reset that to that makes no sense. But since they probably had to disappear a case number, and they disappeared a gun, they got a serial number from it. 3 other guns are being hit with hammers. They were in water, but yet you couldn't have been hitting with hammers that soon, because it's like a couple weeks in the water, a couple days in the water is not going to make anything rust. Yet August 23rd, after a Wabash River search or something, or any water, definitely August 23rd of 2022 would have been when you received more guns, which probably would have been a great time to have guns covered in barnacles, zebra mussels, she says, and gunk, that she needs penetrating oil. So that would be a great time, because she one of those guns, the Springfield one, has a serial number, or something has a serial number on it, probably interchangeable with the one that disappeared. And the extractor arm and some parts from the Springfield one that she couldn't make safe. She couldn't unseize it. She couldn't hit it with a hammer. She couldn't, nothing. Hitting it with a hammer, beating it, nothing fixed this gun. It was seized up so bad that the 3 other ones could be made safe, but this one needed some super strong vat of acid that she got from the same store the Riddler goes to, or the Joker from Batman. And the penetrating oil wasn't enough, so this super strong vat of acid, she soaks it in there, come back at the end of the day, and the fucking parts are disintegrated. But hey, everyone, we got the serial number. That's the main thing, is we got that serial number. Thank you, lady. Thank you. So now she's got a serial number to a gun, and case numbers are merging. You're running out of numbers only at the laboratory. The 16 is now 148, but when it was 16, you received 3 other guns, and if you had received the defendant's gun with those 3 other guns 5 years earlier, you wouldn't have been come to the determination that the Sig Sauer the first Sig Sauer you matched the cartridge to, that wasn't rusted up in water, that you just kind of tricked everybody into thinking it was in that same, but no, you just said all that shit at the same time, but it couldn't have been then, because you're finding a gun from how old? From 10 years ago, 5 years ago? In 2017, no. The guns you got there, you're searching. I mean, so the Glock, the first Glock 40, and the Smith & Wesson 40, the one you received first and the one you received second, weren't a match, not because they're seized up like you probably wanted people to believe, but because and not because you could exclude them, only because you exclude them because you looked at the striations and the marks on the unspent cartridge and cleared those other 2. Therefore, you attributed it to the Glock, the Sig Sauer, the first Sig Sauer you received on like February 28th is the gun. You said, so you said it was the first one, the first time it was cycled through that gun. And if you had Richard's gun 5 years earlier, you could have been more concise, but you couldn't be. And it would be wrong for you to be forced into making a decision. So instead of saying it was inconclusive, you chose the best one, which was that one, whoever you tried to set up then. Because we know that's true, because those black box studies you guys left out, that there's the 25% are inconclusive, and you only get 5%. 3 are wrong, 2 right, negative, false positive, false negative bullshit. Turns out like 25% are inconclusive, and it would be wrong to make people come to a conclusion when they don't think they can. Yet your laboratory doesn't do that. everyone comes to a conclusion at your laboratory, and your coworkers check your work, and if they agree with you, great. If they disagree with you, your boss is the tying vote. How many inconclusives have come out of your fucking lab? These people are awesome. So 2019, Kathy Shanks finds the tip that's gone missing that was making the fucking Orion system triggering this fucking Orion system. 2019, Kathy Shanks prints that tip out, which again is not found until her late husband's birthday, 1 month after a bunch of shitload of guns are given to Oberg, who coincidentally is a bunch that are, she has some serial numbers in, and some, again, she doesn't know about Richard Allen's gun because a month later on her dead husband's birthday is when she finds that tip, which happens to be Shibby's birthday. And the month before, she finds they got all those guns that are seized all the fucking hell, which would be a great time for, I don't know which water system they came from, but she's banging on them with hammers. There's three that can be safetied. There's a fourth one that needs to be, the penetrating oil is not enough. They need a vat of acid from the store that the Joker from Batman goes to. It must have been fluorescent yellow, bubbling and smoking like I see in my cartoons. And then, but she gets the serial number from that gun, but the biggest part that it disintegrates. Some parts disintegrate. She just puts them in. The oil's not enough. She puts them in that whatever. Something she doesn't even know what it is. She puts them in. So goddamn strong. Most likely because they don't have anything like that at her. Anyways, she puts them in something. Comes back at the end of the day and they're disintegrated. Poof. Poof. The magic dragon disappeared. In 2019, they got a new case number, but they don't need. And they assign 19 to a case that started in 2017, even though it's their protocol to go by the year. So that 19 is obviously a separate case from 2019, which was started. Oh my goodness. Like, why not? If they run out of numbers, why aren't they just resetting the 17K? Come on. This is amazing. How did this even get no objections? Any of this, eh? If anyone's still here, I'm just going to move on. So TJ, if you're still listening, I'll read. Get Jerry Holeman done. Let's do this for the dick. Jerry Holeman. That was great. So look at me. 613. 13 people at 613. I'm going to start again. Boy, oh boy. So you then continued with the interview. Is that correct? Yeah. Oh, actually, one. I'm so sorry. I got it. 1 second. 1 quick second. Got to fix my chair. And we're back. Let's do this. Fresh Ricola. So you continuing Jerry Holeman from day 8 of trial, responding to a bunch of bullshit from Melissa Oberg the day before, I think. You then continued with the interview. Is that correct? Yes. What did you do next? At some point, I don't know the exact order, But at some point, I showed him the results and confronted him about why his round was at the murder scene. Before that, did you have any discussion with him about loaning out items he'd owned? Yes. Yes. Oh, will you tell me about that, please? Oh, what a fucking, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Will you tell me about that, please? Yes. I asked if anybody ever borrowed his car for a long period of time. I gave him an example of a friend of mine had a fuel pump go, oh my God, I don't remember this. I let him use my truck. And he said it would be a week or two. Ended up being 4 or 5 months. And he said, no, nobody's ever borrowed his car. I asked him about the car you can't prove was, yeah, that's great, Jerry. The car you can't prove anything about. He didn't let anyone borrow it. The one that Doolin forgot to write down which car he was even driving. More than likely, that tells me is that he probably told him to drive in a different car. Why wouldn't Doolin write that down in his tip narrative? He investigating a double murder, and there's a man on a bridge that you're looking for. You say was on the bridge between 1 and 3. Turns out you're looking for somebody who abducted girls at 2:13 p.m. and you don't even ask the white guy that you talked to. Forget his name, what type of car he is, but you get his phone, IMEI, and all that. And Doolin just, coincidentally, he parked here. Parked what, dipshit? Come on. They were leaving that out probably because it's a silver fucking Ford 500. You guys are assholes. If Doolin's leaving that out of his little narrative, man. I asked him about clothing, and he said, nope, nobody's ever borrowed his car. What? Oh, sorry, I skipped. So I asked him about clothing articles. I gave him an example that I wear my son's coat sometimes. Oh, I may keep it for a year and give it back. And he said, no one's ever borrowed any of his clothes that he knew of. Come on. Your son wears your coat for a year? Bullshit. Fuck you. A year? Huh? Your son wears your coat for a year, Jerry. Yeah. Sounds like it's his coat now, dipshit. As if you get that back. And I asked him if he'd ever lent his gun out. The example I gave him was my son-in-law collects guns. Sometimes he gets as low on finances, so he'll give me one of his guns and I'll give him 500 and then, collateral? That's not lending. That's collateral. What a fucking idiot example. Oh my goodness. So then you're a murderer then, Jerry, if you had his gun. If anything happened with that gun, could have been you. Jerry, who'd you shoot with his gun? Then he pays you back and you give him the gun you used to fucking rob a bank with. He pays me back and I give him his fucking gun back. And I also give him another $500 because I just robbed a bank with his gun and shot up at the teller. Ooh. I asked him if he's ever done anything like that, and he said no. He did not think he'd ever done his gun out to anybody. What ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness. Judge Gall, shame on you for that circus. Why did you put those personal examples in there when you're asking him those questions? Well, prove that way. Let's bring them in. Bring your son in. I want your son to tell us that he took your jacket for a year. What color was that jacket, Jerry? What was the situation? What year was it? Was it winter jacket? What kind of jacket, Jerry? Come on, Nick, get tough. I hope the defense does, because I'd like to get some information. What kind of gun was it that your cousin, or was it that gave you collateral? And is that legal to do? Do you have to not do some kind of registering? Or what? You can just give somebody a gun for a little while to hold on to? You lend his gun. So the example I gave him, my son-in-law collects guns. Maybe he gets low on, so he gives you guns. You must have a bunch of receipts because you'd have to keep money, right? You give money to people. Are there tax implications? Oh my God, Jerry, this car, did you switch? Is there like limits of how long somebody can borrow your car for? Do you not have to get insurance for him? And how long was that? His fuel mentioned the truck went up, so he ended up being 4 or 5 months. Is there any Isn't there like after a month or two, you might have to have something put in his name? Did you guys have an agreement in paper? Any proof? Which car was it? What color was his truck? What year was it? Jerry, was it a red one? Does he have a black dog? Oh, was your truck at the crime scene, Jerry? That's what they would do. It's exactly what they would do. If that was them. Oh, wait. Was it red? Was this cut? Did this guy have black hair? Did he have dark hair? Did he own a black dog, Jerry? Was your truck there that day, Jerry? Was that your truck? That this guy parked at the Mears entrance? Oh, to walk his dog. Is that your... Jerry. Got some explaining to do, Jerry. Why was your truck at the then we wait 5 years, and then you can't prove it, your truck wasn't there. So it's like, Jerry, your truck was at the Mears. We know that was it. No, it's not it. It's not mine. No, Jerry, we know it. Because we have a Who's Your Harvester video that it never drove past. So therefore it means it was there. Because you must have we say it went the other way. This guy drove past Ron's house. He didn't trust the Who's Your Harvester. That's off by 54 minutes. Whew. Jerry, why was your truck at the crime scene? At the trails, the Mears? Or was that your truck that got blocked in, Jerry? Did you lend Pat Brown your truck? Oh my God, Jerry. You're all up in this now. You asked him about the firearm, if he'd ever loaned it out, correct? Correct. And what was his response? Do you recall? No. Do you talk to him about his statement about where he was on February 13th, 2017? Briefly. Did you ask him? Did you talk to him about his firearm that he had, whether or not he had on that date? I did. Tell me about that, please. I asked him if he normally carried his firearm, and he said no. He only carried it when he was fishing or mushroom hunting. I asked him if he had it that day, and he said no. But then what would it matter? Are you allowed to carry guns? So it's like a wallet. No? Just another thing you got in your pocket. So we told you no. Did he have his firearm that day? Correct. What did you do next? After you talked about those issues or those topics, what did you move on to next? I think that's when I confronted him about the round being there. Ooh. Tell me how. Tell me about that, Jerry. I told him that we had a report from the lab saying that the gun that we recovered from the search warrant matched a round. I mean, the gun that also matched a round from a different 6 hours. A round that was found, I think, I may have had six inches from one of the girl's foot and in between the other girl. Right. The one that didn't, the round that's got a new case number, right? That matched a 6 hour from February 28th, 2017. That round, Jerry. Round item 16, now 148 from a different case number. Jerry. Case number 19K instead of the original 17K. We need to reset 17K because we ran out of numbers. Yeah. Why couldn't you just reset it since it's from 2017? Since you guys do that, you do those numbers from dates, the year. Why don't you just reset that 17? Well, because we had a whole new case in 19 we started from somebody and then decided to merge them. Sounds about right. Sorry, that was ad-libbing in my head. That was not said. So Jerry's going on. I have 6 inches from one of the girl's foot in between the other girl. When you told him that, what was his response? He denied it. He didn't know. He couldn't explain how that round would have got there. Right. Because you're full of shit. You couldn't explain it neither. Can you explain why Melissa Oberg attributed it to that first 6 hour many years earlier? And that hypothetical question, if she would have got Richard's gun if she had it 5 years earlier? Can you explain that? Let's talk about his demeanor at the beginning of the interview. What was his demeanor? Hey, hello, done. Go you, Kelly. Get your stuff done. If I can entertain you, I think it's just you and I here. Let's do this. Now go make yourself a nice tea and crumpets. And don't wake up that grumpy guy snoring away. So let's talk about his demeanor in the beginning of the interview. What was his demeanor at the beginning of the interview? Calm, I'd say normal. Did his demeanor change when you confronted him with that information? Yes, I confronted him multiple times about it. Each time he became more agitated. When you initially confronted him with it, he denied it, correct? Yes. And you carried on with the interview, is that right? I did. At this point, when you confronted him with that info, was he under arrest? Nope. He could leave at any time, yeah. At that point in your mind, did you say, I'm going to arrest him? No way. You continued to talk about the findings, is that correct? I did. And at one point, you asked him about a comment that he had made to you during the search of his home. Do you recall that? I do. Tell me again the comment he made during the search of his home. I believe it was, it doesn't matter. It's over. Boom. And you confronted him about that comment during this October 26, 2022 interview. Is that correct? I did. I told him I was concerned about that comment and asked him what he meant by it. Yeah, because you're fucking standing on his front lawn like an idiot and all the people are rubbernecking him. His fucking life is over. If you do that to an innocent man, their life is over. And what was his response? He said the damage was done, I believe. He said that we'd interviewed his neighbors, his co-workers, and everybody believed that he did it. And that we've already, basically, in my words, ruined his life. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. You explained it perfectly. But it's not what you think, right? I'm sure. At that point, had we announced to the public or anybody that an arrest had been made? No, not to my knowledge. Nope. We didn't know. Nobody knew. Except for the fact that we're fucking dancing on his front lawn with the news crews. You assholes. You guys are fucking assholes. Ooh. When this fucking gets twisted, oh my God, this appeal better come out. Hope all you fucking get arrested. After you confront him with the information from Melissa Hoberg, what do you do next? At some point, I don't know exactly the order. At some point, I think I gave him a water early and I asked him if he wanted to take a smoke break. I knew he smoked and asked him if he needed to use the restroom. So I gave him a break. Yeah, take a break, dude. I'm about to fuck your whole life up. Did you continue to confront him with evidence? Yeah. And at some point, did you talk to him about the video from Libby's phone? I did. Did you talk to him about the voice on the video? Yeah. And what did you tell him? I told him that we had witnesses that saw him out there. I also told him we had experts that said that it's him on the video and that's his voice. Yeah. At that point, did you have experts telling you that? No, we did not. You had experts telling you that it was some kind of fanboy, exactly like Brad Holder, that you cleared after lying about that. And then when the fucking Winters comes in all freaked out, they say you send Purdy back to talk to him, and Holder tells Purdy and Lourdes, his partner, that dudes, nothing to see here. My name's Brad Holder. My tattoo, my hand tattoo, whatever it looks like, my son's dead girlfriend's a stick configuration. I make knives. I make ceremonial knives. I'm a blacksmith. And what else was it? The first one was, like he's into Odin and all that stuff. But this time, the second time Purdy comes back, after he's been cleared, he says, I like to walk through the woods. What do? I walk through the woods and I listen to Odin to speak to me through the branches. Cleared. Boom. Let's clear him again. And so you lied to him? So you lied to him? I did. Had you done that in other interviews with suspects that are suspects in crimes? Yes, I have. Great. Hey, Jerry, have you done that in a sworn affidavit? About Professor Turco. Yeah, I did that too. I don't have to swear. Fuck that Bible I put my hand on. Fuck it. God doesn't care. Do I? Is that a technique that you've learned from your training and experience? Yeah, it is. It's an approved technique that we use to elicit responses from the person that we're talking to. Yeah. Even a sworn affidavit? Yeah. So you continued to discuss the findings, is that correct? Yeah. And throughout this investigation or throughout this interview or interrogation even, did Mr. Allen give you any explanation of how his bullet got to the crime scene? No. The one that you attributed, Melissa Oberg attributed to the 6 hour she received on February 28th, 2017, that one. What did he tell you? He just kept telling me that there's no way that's his bullet. There's no way that that bullet came from his gun. He just continued to deny. Did you ask him whether or not he committed these offenses? I did. And what was his response? No. And he continued that response throughout the interrogation. Is that correct? Yeah. We didn't have a chance to break him yet. And you had an opportunity to review the transcripts? I did. How many times did he deny participating in the murder of Abby and Libby? I would say between 20 and 25. That's a guess. I didn't count. He also denied having his gun that day on the trail. Is that correct? Yeah. Each time you confronted him with the information from the lab about his bullet being at the scene, did he have any explanation? Never. No. Did you ask him if he'd ever been to that area where the bodies were? I did. Where's the defense? This is the worst part here. Because, I mean, how could I let him say that after hearing what Oberg has said? Did you ask him if he'd ever been mushroom hunting or hunting out there? Yeah. And what was his response? He said nope. And at some point then, during the interview, did he inform you that in his past he had had some mental health struggles? He did. Well, what did he say? Oh, so this is Nick's fuck you, because yeah, now they can talk about the health because you fuckers tortured this guy. The nerve of you. I hope you guys get something similar when it's your turn. I believe he said that he had been suffering from depression and maybe anxiety. After he informed you of those things, did he continue to deny any involvement in this? He did. Did he continue to deny the findings from the lab that his bullet was found at the crime scene? Yeah. The findings, eh? I mean, the new case number findings? You have training to pick up. You talked about some training that you have, I think the CIT training. That deals with people you're interviewing that may be suffering from mental health effects. Is that correct? Yeah. And is that the same training, Jerry, that you used to think Mary Jacobs' eldest sister was out of her mind or whatever you said? Crazy? Except she wasn't. Her medications, because she has a couple bottles around. Purdy thought she was pretty good. Murphy thought she was great. So much so that they took her to the police station to get a polygraph test, which she passed with flying colors. So wouldn't it be unethical for your guys to take a crazy woman in their car to get a polygraph test? And then if she was so crazy, why did Stephanie not refuse to polygraph her? So I guess it was okay then, because you didn't get jumping and bang your hands on the table and get all pissed off at them. So say, hey, dudes, you can't bring this crazy woman in a straitjacket to the fucking driver to the police station. And Stephanie, what are you doing? This woman's obviously crazy. They think she passed pretty well too. That crazy person, Jerry, the one that you can, your training would have told you can deal with people that may be suffering with health effects. Is that correct? Yes. Mary Jacobs too. From that training and experience, when Richard Allen informed you that he had depression and anxiety and those kinds of things, did you pick up on any of those things you'd learned from the training and experience? Nope. I just remembered it's critical incident training. And no, I did not observe any obvious signs of mental health issues. No, you didn't, eh? He was right, yeah. So, yeah, you haven't had a chance to torture him yet. You didn't get him forced halidol injections yet. You needed to leave the lights on 24/7. Have people yell baby killer at him. Suicide companions befriend him. We're supposed to talk to him. Put a fucking camera in his face with the fucking 6'3" Odin guards that bench press 3 plates aside. Taser him for sticking his arms out a hole. Break him. Whatever else shit I forget you did. Walked him around on a leash. Solitary for how long? As the interview continued, did his demeanor change? Yep. Tell me about that. After I asked him 20 to 25 times about the crime, he became agitated with me. Did you ask him if he ever had fired his .40 caliber weapon on the property around the bridge? I did. Tell me about that. Why would you care if he fired it there? Just ask him if he ever had the gun out there. Oh. Even target shoot that weapon out there in that area. And he said no. Yeah. After he told you about his mental health issues that he had, you continued on with the interview. Is that correct? I did. At some point, well, here's the defense finally. Let me back up. Let me rephrase the question. At some point, did he make a statement about him not confessing to something? Objection. Leading. I'll restate the question. Sustained. He continued to deny that he was involved in that. Is that correct? Yes. And what else did he say about denying being involved in the crime? He said multiple times, I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. And he made the comment one time that, I don't care what you do to me. I'm never going to tell you that I did something that I didn't do. You continued to talk to him after that. Is that correct? Yep. Did he deny that he'd ever contacted Abby and Libby? He did. Did he deny knowing the two girls? Yes. How about Brad Holder? What did he tell you? Did he ever met the girls? Or was he lying? Did he ever meet Abby? No? Or yes? As the interview goes on, did his demeanor continue to change? Yeah, like I said, he just became more agitated with me. And at some point, did the conversation between the two of you get heated? Yep. Can you tell me about that? I think he indicated that he was pissed off, and he said he didn't fucking do it. And then I believe I raised my voice and cursed back at him several times. Why did you raise your voice and cuss back at him? Usually, I match their demeanor and try to speak their language. So the whole beginning of the interview, neither one of us were cursing at each other. But once he started cursing, I thought that's a way that you speak to their language. Oh, sure. You take to them, you talk to them in their language to try to get them to understand that you're being serious as well. The nerve of you. God. Did you then go back to talk with him if his gun had ever been loaned out to anyone? I did. I think I revisited that a couple times. And did he give you a different answer when you asked those questions? No, he did not. Did he ever give you a different answer or a different explanation of how his bullet got to the crime scene? Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry. Did he ever give you any explanation during the interview of how a bullet that was cycled through his gun got to the crime scene? Nope. Mr. Baldwin jumps in. Objection to the bullets cycling through his gun and moved to strike on that. That's an opinion for the jury. That was the opinion of the expert judge that we heard yesterday. Those were the words that she used. Overruled. How she was able, overruled. Judge, may I approach? Sure. Judge, may I get my water? Yes. So there's a sidebar. Baldwin's having a sidebar with Judge, and probably McLean's listening. So basically, what you've just done is said that to the jury, in my opinion, respectfully, that that round cycled through Rick's gun, that bullet cycled through Rick's gun. That's just what had happened. What happened? I'm just being straight with you, Judge. Sorry, I'm not understanding. It's an opinion to say. That was his question. You objected. Yeah. And then you said, and then his response was that that's what the expert said. And then you said overruled. Overruled. Which now tells the jury, and is telling the jury, that the gun, that bullet was cycled through the gun, as the judge has accepted that. No, I overruled I overruled your objection. And that is what the expert said. That's for the jury to determine whether they believe that. Well, he didn't couch in terms of the expert. He couched it in terms of that bullet was cycled through the gun. That's correct. Yeah. So he should have said that they said this. And then when you objected, I asked for his explanation. And his explanation was recounting the witness's testimony. It's up to the jurors as to the weight that they give that. Well, that's what I said. And then you overruled it, making it sound like what I said was not, that he was correct and I was not correct. I mean, I think it's solved by saying to the jury, you are the trier of fact if you believe the expert or not. Good. That's a good point. Yeah. Because you kind of said that and she overruled it. I'm sorry, I don't know that I'm explaining it very well, but I think it just came up as when I objected to that, he should have rephrased and said that, yes, and I'm saying it as the expert said. Then perhaps you should rephrase that question. That's fine, Judge. That's fine, Judge. I can do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Lieutenant Dick Holeman, I'm going to rephrase the question again. You were here yesterday during the testimony of Melissa Oberg. Yep. And you heard her testimony that her belief was the round found at the scene was cycled through the firearm found at Richard Allen's house. Yes. And that's what you believed during the interview of Richard Allen. Is that correct? Yes, I did. And you confronted him with that information. That was, one second. What am I even listening to here? There. Sorry. And you confronted him with that information that was transmitted to you from the expert. Is that correct? Yeah. I had the certificate of analysis with me. And so during the interview of Richard Allen, were you of the same belief as the expert? Yep. Your belief was that the bullet found at the crime scene had cycled through Richard Allen's gun. Without a doubt, that's what I believe. Yeah. That was your belief. That was my belief. You used that belief to confront Richard Allen with those findings during his interview. Is that correct? I did. And so you're interviewing Richard Allen. You're telling him your belief. Is it correct? Yeah. That the cartridge was cycled through his firearm. Yes. And you confronted him with that several times throughout the interview. I did. And did he ever give you an explanation for that? Nope. Well, he did give you an answer for it though, right? What was his answer when you confronted him with that information? I don't remember exactly words, but something to the effect, there's no way that round cycled through my gun or was in my gun, and I don't know how that round got there. Something like that. You followed that up with a question, though. Is that correct? I don't remember, but I'd have to. Did you ask him how his firearm or how his bullet got to the crime scene? Yes. And what was his explanation? He didn't have one. He didn't know. Did you ask him if he was on the trail on February 13th, 2017? I did. Yeah, he came and told you that on the 16th of February, 2017. And what was his response? He was. He said he already he already told me or told us that he was out there. No, he called you, asshole. He called or emailed or came in and talked to you. You choose. You knew. Fuck you. Alexis put it in tip system for you. The tip system went nuts. Oh. Sorry. Quickly distracted there. Sorry. Stop talking to myself because I actually had to turn on my laptop just to make sure the audio was coming through. So I was listening to myself. And I was listening to a delay. It's like 6 or 7 seconds behind. He said he already told me that. Yeah. Did you ask him if he was on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017? I believe I did. Yeah. He came and talked to you. He told Doolin that the next day or the day after. And what was his response? I think it was similar to the same one. I already told you I was out there. What about what he was wearing on February 13th, 2017? Same response. He said, I've already told you what I was wearing when I was out there. At some point in the interview, you said you allowed him to take a break. Is that correct? I did. And after the break, did you continue the interview? Yep. And was there anything else during the part of the interview when he came back from the break that stuck out to you? A few things. Tell me about those. At one point, he told Kathy that all you have to do is ask for a lawyer and they have to let you go. Don't worry about it, me. So, well, let's back up a little bit. At some point in the interview, let me ask you this. Who is Kathy? Kathy is Mr. Allen, Richard's wife. Miss Allen, Richard's wife. And you said in the beginning that an interview is just you and Richard Allen. Yes. Okay. Tell me how Kathy comes into play. I can't remember exactly when, but we allowed her to come in and talk to Richard. And where were you in the room during the two of them talking? No, I was observing. And did Richard Allen have a conversation with Kathy? Yeah, I should have rephrased that. I was observing most of it. I came back in at some point and we were all three in there. And during the time that all three of you were in there, did you observe the conversation between Kathy and Richard Allen? I did. When you were out there of the room, did you observe the conversation between Kathy and Richard Allen? Yes. And you stated that one thing. So has Kathy been read her rights? Is there allowed to spy on her? I don't know. Obviously, she's in there. They should have just fucking... And you stated that one thing that he said he was interesting, that you were starting down that road. And what was the comment? I can't remember exactly how he made it, but he told Kathy that ask for a lawyer. We'd have to let her go. Don't worry about me, or something to that effect. And did you then continue to question Richard Allen? I did. Did you continue to talk to him about his firearm? I did. Did you ever ask him questions concerning how he carries his firearm? Yeah, I did. I asked him if he carried it, how he would carry it, and he said he had a side holster that went on his belt. What about ammunition when he carried his firearm? Did he talk about that at all? Yeah, I asked him if when he carried it, did he carry one in the chamber or just the magazine in there? And he told me that he thought he normally would carry the gun with one in the chamber. At this point in the interview, was Richard Allen under arrest? Nope. At this point in the interview, had you decided that you were going to arrest him? Nope. At any point during the interview, did he give you any indication that he knew Abby and Libby? Nope. Did he give you any indication that he had murdered the two of them? No, he did not. Did he give you any indication that he carried his firearm when he was on the trail on February 13th of 2022? No. How his round was found between the bodies of the two girls? No. During this conversation you had with him, you testified you were able to observe his demeanor. I did. And through your training and experience, are you able to identify when a suspect is being deceptive with you? Sometimes. This whole training bullshit it's out of control. It's out of control. This guy's an idiot. If he's allowed to quote his training all the time, why is he allowed to say stuff about Mary Jacobs being crazy? Apparently this training ain't that good if you can't tell, because Purdy, Murphy, Stephanie Thompson, and whoever else questioned Mary Jacobs, Elvis' sister, their training told them. So whose training was fucked up? Is it theirs all fucked, or is it yours, Jerry? This is fucking criminal. I mean, if they took Mary Jacob, who was crazy, in a car to get a polygraph test, and the Stephanie passed a crazy woman who probably rambling, then that's unethical, right, Jerry? What did you do to punish them? Well, apparently nothing, because it sounds like you're full of shit. You're lying, Jerry, and you can lie, but now you can't. What is that? Defame people or whatever it is. You can't say stuff that's not true. So one of you is not. I mean, you should be held for defamation or whatever. Call her fucking crazy. Yet your own police officers thought she was a great witness, very lucid. She wasn't talking to the wall. She was making perfect sense. Enough so that two of them drove her in a car to get a polygraph test, and the woman who gave it to her, she's trained the same way. She thought she sounded very lucid and was making total sense. Enough so she even passed a polygraph test. So, Jerry, I think you should be sued. What kind of things do you look for? Oh, sorry, what kind of things do you look for? There's many, and I'm no expert at it. But touching their face, I'll object to the rest of his answer. I can build a foundation, Judge. Sustained. Wow. She sustained a road for Baldwin. Oh my goodness. You have training and experience with interviewing people who have been suspected of crimes. Is that correct? Yeah, I have. Oh, yeah. You guys and your fucking dumb training. You're so full of shit. You're horrible. This whole system needs to be fixed. These fuckers are out of control in their training. This Melissa Oberg is a tool mark expert who runs her hand through the sand and says the sand is softer, therefore she can tell. That's a good way to explain to people how tool marks are. And E.T. flying in a bike over some cops. Yeah, they have. Now, you testified to your training. Which part of this training has taught you to pick up on cues from a suspect to show when they're showing deceit? I believe it was the read and read interrogation, but I'm not 100% sure. What a load of crap all these people are. They're all fucking full of it. Tool mark expert, now a fucking tool and die expert, processes and production of factories and just-in-time services, and heads flipping back and forth, and milling machines and boring holes and different bits and dies, and oh my goodness. And how do you use the techniques in the read training that have helped you? Or do you use techniques from that training that help you pick up on cues of when someone is being untruthful? Yeah, I have. And have you done that in the past? Yeah, I have. And did you do that in this interview? Yeah, I did. Did you pick up on any cues that Richard Allen was being untruthful? Preliminary question. Yeah. Please tell us these pieces of information you learned at your read technique seminars or training that allow you to testify as you're about to testify. I'm not sure if it was the read, but at some point I've had training in watching body language, touching of the face, looking away, looking down, things like that. I don't know all of them, but those are some cues. Okay, so the touching the face, who has it that told you? Which trainer told you about this touching of the face business? And what is it that they said that the touching of the face, how and why it indicates that somebody might be deceptive? I don't recall who told me, but I just know that if somebody continues to rub their face or make any hand movement, that's a sign of deception. So this is a sign of deception, is what you've been trained. He demonstrates. It could be. Okay, what was one of the other ones? Looking away or not making eye contact? No eye contact. And who was the instructor that talked about and what were their credentials to come up with that? I don't recall, sir. What was another one? Looking down, I guess that would be. Looking down. Who was the instructor on that? And what was their credentials to know that? I don't know. I'll object to this line of questioning. Judge, I think he's laid a foundation from his training and experience. He can at least testify to his observations during the interview that he's made. I think it goes more to the weight. Defense can argue that it shouldn't be given any weight, but I think he can at least testify to his observations during the interview. Overruled. Lieutenant Dick Holeman. Were there signs that you saw during the interview of deception by Richard Allen? A few, nothing obvious, nope. What were those? Just very minor, being very denial and touching his face, looking down, not making eye contact sometimes. Now, very subtle, very subtle. Now, you're not suggesting on the stand today that everyone that denies is being deceptive, are you? No. You're not suggesting that everybody that touches their face is being deceptive, are you? Nope. But these things stuck out to you during this interview, specifically with Richard Allen. Those and some of the comments he made. Oh, okay. Do you remember any of his comments specifically? I remember one comment where I told him that I didn't think that his wife and I thought he was the bad person. And he looked at me and said, what kind of good person would kill two girls? And so that comment gave you some concern, a little bit. And at some point during the interview, do you escort his wife, Kathy Allen, back out of the interview? I do. Do you go back in and talk to Richard Allen some more? Briefly. At that point, was Mr. Allen under arrest? No. At that point, was he still free to leave? Yeah. Throughout this entire interview up until now, is he free to leave? Yes, he is. Did he ever leave? Only when he went outside to have a smoke break and came back. He should have kept walking. Did he ever end the interview? He never ended the interview. He did say, I'm done, a couple of times, but continued to talk. And you advised him of his, or you asked him if he knows his Miranda rights? I did. And what was his response? He said he understood. Isn't there something about they missed the beginning part where you remind him of his Miranda views? Or it's probably a different day, but that wasn't caught on video. So we come to the end of the interview where it's him and you in the room, correct? And what happens next? Well, I believe that's where it got a little more heated, and I told him that I thought he did it. And at some point he said, take all your evidence and just arrest me. And at that point, did you leave the room? I did. And did you meet with other investigators? Yeah. And what was the decision made at that point? Our decision was to detain him for the murder of Abby and Libby. And why did you do that? Why? Let me back up. Yeah. Why did you do that? Well, we felt that we had enough evidence to establish probable cause to make an arrest. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Baldwin. Thank you. Let's do this. Baldwin's going to cross-examine Jerry Holeman. 1 sec. Please hold. Excuse me. And we're back. Anyone still here? Try not to wake the others. I'm hard at work. Everything looks great. Lots of work I need to be doing. I can put that off. My boss is reasonable. Thank you. Oh, you're reasonable too. Thank you. I saw. Sorry, this is Baldwin. Nice voice, Baldwin. I saw you looking down quite a bit during your testimony. Looking down like that, he demonstrates. Is that one of those signs of deception you were talking about earlier? That could be a sign of deception, yeah. The nice, calm guy on the stand right here is not the same guy Richard Allen experienced, is it? Yeah. Did you know? Now, you testified that you reminded Richard of his Miranda rights. I did. And that you also told him he was free to leave. I did. And that's important because if you didn't do those things, somebody might scrutinize the constitutionality of that interrogation. Would you agree? I would agree with that. One sec. Sorry. But surprisingly, you telling Richard Allen that he was free to leave and you're reminding him of Miranda rights is missing on the video, isn't it? So he reminded him of his Miranda rights. It's missing on the video, isn't it? At the beginning, we had technical difficulty with the audio and video recording equipment. Oh my God, it's so amazing, eh? And so what happened was, this is what you say. There was technical difficulty. That's what you claim. That's what happened. And then when you learned that, then you came outside. This is what you say. You went outside. Dave Vito came in and said, hey, it's not working or something, correct? Right. And then you went outside, correct? Yeah. And then you got it working. Somebody got it working. And yeah, how do we know any of this happened? And then you sort of, well, at this point, if you knew it happened, then why wouldn't you do everything again? You should not start over with it, but at least do what was mandatory. Well, it wasn't probably because it wasn't mandatory, right, Jerry? In Indiana, yeah, as long as you did it within a week or something bullshit. Fucking horrible people. So you notice it then. Why didn't you fucking say, hey? And then you sort of, when you were outside, it started working and it was recording, correct? It appeared to be, but I'm not sure if it was yet or not. Well, that's not what you told me. To me, it looked like it was, yeah. Well, you said to me in a deposition that that you saw with your own eyes, the 3 dots. Judge, may we approach, please? Yeah. Don't, inaudible, but we all see what he did last time. He wants to read the transcript into the record. That's not how you impeach a witness with a transcript. That violates the rules of procedure. Ask him a question. If he doesn't remember, you can show him his transcript to refresh his recollection. That's fair. Okay. Apologize. I'll do that. Okay. Do you remember taking a deposition back in May of this year with me? I think I did 3 altogether. I can't remember. I think you did 2, but one was on August 10th of 2023, right? Yep. And the other was the May 3rd of 2024. Take your word for it. Okay. And would it help refresh your memory as to whether or not you knew that that was recording when you walked into back into the interrogation? No, I told you. I thought it was recording. Yep. Yeah. You saw it recording with your own eyes. You saw the 3 dots that shows it's recording, correct? Yep. And the problem with your story, and so therefore we should see you walking into the interview because it's already recording and sitting down with Richard Allen, correct? There's a delay in the recording. Oh, of course. Oh, there's a delay in the recording. Yep. So we won't get to see you walking in, even though it is recording. We don't get to see you walking in and sitting down, do we? It starts after the delay makes it start after I get in there. So it's recording, but then there's a delay somehow as you walk in. As you see it recording, then there's a delay. That's your explanation. That's what I believe, yeah. Oh, okay. So we don't see you. Strike that. The recording does not show, therefore, you telling him about his Miranda rights, reminding him of those, correct? That is correct. What kind of delay would that be? A fucking 30-minute delay? 20-minute, 10-minute delay? That's correct. And was he free to leave? That is correct. This is one of many missing videos in this case. Would you agree? I don't know. You don't know about, there's some missing videos, yep. And some missing videos from February 2017. We had a lot of technical difficulty with the audio and video. from March or April the 28th to June 2nd. A bunch of videos are gone. Judge, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of direct. Sustained. So we just have to take your word for it then that you read him, that you told him about his Miranda rights and told him he was free to leave. My word and the witnesses that were observing that day. And you were here, I think it was 2 days ago when Steve Moonman Mullins testified. Were you not? I was. And he talked about the first interview of October the 13th. He did. And then your interview was, sorry, this is Baldwin, sorry. And and then your interview was October the 26th, right? Yep. Okay. And you heard him also say that there was a similar demeanor change in Richard Allen at the end of his interrogation. Yeah, I observed that interrogation as well, but I don't recall it. Judge, at this time, I would move to admit both the October 13th and October 26th interrogations and ask them to be played for the jury. The state has put into play Mr. Allen's demeanor, and I think that can only be seen and understood and interpreted by the viewer of the video. Perhaps you should mark those then. Judge, do you want to have a sidebar before he does that? Sure. Now, there may be some issues we need to speak about, Judge. Oh, this is the audio. Oh, yeah, Baldwin's walked him right into this, but still. You got Judge Gull, dude. Nothing can go wrong. Do you want to put those in? Yeah, well, is this what he's going to threaten to say? He's going to have to add his mental records? Or his health, whatever. Well, do you want to put the whole interviews in? Yeah, outside of there was just one thing on the second one about the polygraph that I don't think. No, there's several spots. Okay, well, play the first one and then we'll edit it out. Scrub that as well. That'd be a while. Sorry, Rosie jumps in. That'd be a while. Scrubbed it for mention of polygraphs. I mean, I don't care if you want to put them in there. We do not inaudible, but I think it's bad for your client. He was offered a polygraph? Well, yeah, when we talked about this, and that's, I emailed you about this the other day. I was like, I don't think that they should hear that. Well, I wasn't going to put them in for that reason. Well, it can be redacted. Yeah, it can. Yeah. Okay. It's easy to do. Okay. Well, I think you can do it on the fly. Diener jumps in. Judge, I think we should also review it for reference to a third party. Blah, blah, blah. Inaudible. That's true. There may be other. And we've been successful in keeping that out. Issues in here. Diener, oh my God. Diener and McLean. And there might be a reference to that. No, there is a Keegan. Yeah, there's a Keegan Klein reference. Ooh, a Keegan Decline reference. Because he declined a polygraph. So I call him Keegan Decline reference. Okay, so there's other references in there. So I don't know that I don't necessarily have an objection. But I'm not comfortable putting it in unedited. Okay. Well, we got time on our case in chief to I think it's more of a legal argument right now. Right. And I understand he has to admit it. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's more of a legal argument that would be on the table that we can clean up. Why don't I offer? Why don't I edit them? Okay. And give them to you guys. All right. And we'll play them next week. All right. And I think, to be fair to you, I don't want the jury to have that impression that you are objecting right now. So I don't think that would be right. So I think you should withdraw your motion to admit at this point, because you're not moving to admit those. You're going to move to admit a redacted version. Yep. Why don't we just tell the jury we're going to play them for them later? There's a stipulation, and we'll redact them. That way, they won't have any impression. That's even better. Yeah, about who's denying it, who's not. So you are inaudible when we'll play them at a later date time. Okay. Well, what can you make it clear to the jury? And I guess is the question, as they're redacted. Well, I think at some point there's going to have to be some explanation because it's going to show some jumps on the screen and times and stuff. 1 second. Need a quick drink. And we're back. What we're going to do, we had talked about this morning, which is why I didn't move to admit it's not ready, but we're going to avoid the jump with the black spot. So it's going to jump, but it's not going to cut right to it's going to be butted up. There's going to be like a 3 or 4 second black spot and then cut to the next part. Oh, okay. I'll just tell them that the parties have agreed that there are some materials that aren't necessarily pertinent that talk about something else. I can say that. Yeah, I'm comfortable with all that. And I think if they know that we are taking our time to review it, and you say that we all agree to that, and we're all good with that. So you want me to say that? You would say that stipulation, right? Well, you've all agreed that we are going to produce it today, that the parties have agreed that the videos will be played sometime next week after moving. Well, I won't say that. Just they're going to be seeing them sometime. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're working on. You will say that, or you want me to say it? I'll say it. Okay. I will say it. My plan is to get them done and give them to you to review, and then we'll play them. Okay, very good. Fair. Sidebar's over. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show the videos to you sometime next week and at an appropriate time. and because of that, Judge, it's going to take me a second. I apologize because I'm going to run through a lot of these questions. Sure, that's fine. And I apologize for that. I don't want you to rush. Everyone's being so nice today. What's up? What day is this? I don't want to rush you. Do you want to take a break to be able to get to the place that you would like to get to? Judge, that'd be fine with the state. I'm gonna have some additional conversations. Some other concerns came up, what I think we need to talk about before we get too far into the... Yes. Yep. Jerry Holeman. But McClellan and the court have been going back and forth. But when you see witness, it's Jerry Holeman. But when you hear me talking like that, when it's the court, that's Gull. So I don't know if you can see it, but Gull and Jerry have similar voices. And Diener and McClellan have similar voices. And Rosie and Baldwin have similar voices. So when you hear the judge, that's the prosecution. When you hear that's either the court or law enforcement. And when you hear just nice Shibby, hey, nice Shibby, that's going to be the defense, either Baldwin or Rosie. So I'd say judge each time, but it's going to be too much. So if you hear me talking gruff, it's either Gull or Holeman because they sound so close. Okay, well, then why don't we do that? That way you're not pushed to the shuffle through something that you're kind of under pressure. So we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. While you're outside of the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please do not come to any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence, but please only do it if all 15 of you are present. Were they still missing one guy, right? Or wasn't? Yeah, because there's 12, 3 alternates because the one guy's a goner, right? Well, he never came back, right? You're present in the jury room at the same time, and please don't deliberate, gentlemen. So the bailiffs All rise, 10 a.m. You may be seated. Okay, can Lieutenant Dick Holeman step down from the stand? Yes, Your Honor. So why don't you go ahead and step down? I'll give you like 15. I know I keep saying 15 minutes, and it always becomes 20 because 15 people, yeah. So why don't we take 15 minutes, and that'll give you, Mr. Baldwin, a better opportunity to sort through your notes then. Thank you, Judge. All right, Jody, you can go off the record. Off the record, 10:03 on 10:21. Baldwin's up. Judge, I did weed out a lot of questions, but there are some questions that I think they're appropriate. They are appropriate, but I do not want to run afoul of the court. So I would like, I can kind of say that they're very quickly and I can kind of say what they are very quickly and want to see if the state would have issues with them. Okay. Based upon the motion in lemonade. Okay. Would that be okay? Sure. So cross-exam of Lieutenant Jerry Holeman still in. Oh, I shouldn't have read that. Okay. Do we do it in here, Judge? Do we want to do a sidebar? I don't care, Judge. Doesn't matter to me. Well, we could do a sidebar. Okay. Okay. Just bring all your shit. They're primarily about, see, I put warning. So there's no data on Rick's phones at the time of the cult or the occult. Do what? Say it again. So there's no data on Rick's phone, or it could be his computers or anything that tied him to cults or the occult. Oh, this is the questions they're reading of the, I guess, yeah, so they're approving the questions from the jury. I would object to that, but there's going to be no answers, right? So, yeah, he's not accused of that. Okay. And then this might be short. Oh, Lieutenant Dick Holeman had said that he believed that somebody was assisting Richard by setting up the meeting. I don't honestly have a problem with it. Okay. As long as I can clean it up. Sure. On redirect, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So that came in. I'll have to do this at an offer of proof later. That's fine. Baldwin. No connection of Rick Allen to any other person of interest. You're worried about Keegan decline. You're worried. I think that it's getting dangerously close to. Okay, this one trying to be lawyering here a little bit. Any social media on his electronics that connected him to tree branch sticks arranged in specific configurations. That's fine. What? Why is that fine? I thought we couldn't talk about this stuff. Tree branch configuration. I mean, that came up in somebody's direct. Was it crime scene? Probably. Yeah, I don't know, because you were trying to ask questions about the sticks inaudible. So your question is, anything on social media dealing with that connected to, say it again, I'm sorry, any social media on Richard's electronics that connected him to tree branches or sticks arranged in specific configurations. My issue is that it's kind of implying that the arrangements has to indicate something that runs afoul of the motion in lemonade. That's my thought. So the bailiff jumps up. Folks in the gallery, please keep it down there. The bailiffs are yelling at people. They're trying to have a sidebar conversation over here, and they're picking up your conversations. Oh, folks, they're trying to have a sidebar over there. And so people are talking too loud. The bailiff just yelled at them. It doesn't give me a chance to clean it up unless I get into, the cults and stuff. If that's fine. That's fine. You know what? I don't want this. We can, because I mean, we'll have to revisit some of the issues based on the motions that you filed. Correct. Okay, and so I think based on whatever she rules, if you call, you're gonna call him again on your case in chief, right? Probably, yeah. Then you can ask him those questions. Okay, but I'd like to say I'm not the ruler here, but I'd like to focus on his interview with Richard Allen. One quick second. Oh my goodness, you drink Dr. Pepper for breakfast? As long as one's okay. Good morning, Steffi. What's up? Oh, did you come in? How long? Oh my God. Such an idiot. Look how long you've been here. Oh my God. TJ's probably sleeping. Kelly, I don't know. She's out. Oh, she's making crumpets, right? Yotan is just working out. He's bench pressing. I can see him working out right now. I wish I could, but what? Good. Yeah, you don't need. Just Dr. Pepper's great. Then if you're staying sober, then drink whatever you want. We'll get the rest of the stuff worked out later. How's that? Just Fair play to you on that score. Is always personal. Yes. Awesome. So if I missed you, good morning. I see you, young lady. Enjoy your Dr. Pepper. Dee Dee, oh, look at this. Good morning. As if you've been up all night. What are you lying? Good morning. You're on the East Coast. Are you on the Pacific? You're on the West Coast. It's 3:48 for you there. What? So 6, 5, 4. Yeah, it's 3:48. You've been up all night long. You know it. Sloan Bella. Yeah, you like her, don't you? You guys talk amongst yourself. The wonderful Dee Dee is back in action. Anarch is here. Jotan. Steffi is here. Look at Steffi's here. Love having you guys. 18 people. Look at this. Oh my God. 43. I'm halfway done. It's taking me 7 hours and 20 minutes. I should be done any minute now. Okay. The only thing that he did say at the end, that I arrested him because I felt there were facts that had established probable cause. That's why I'm going through this stuff, and I do talk about it at the top of it, a little bit more about his interview here. But if you don't think that at the end of that, when he said that, when Lieutenant Jerry Holeman said that doesn't allow me to get into other aspects of the investigation, up to only to his arrest, then I won't get into those. But I felt like I did, because he said I had probable cause based upon the facts. And I don't have a problem with that. Okay? Other than things we've already discussed. Yep. That we don't need to discuss again. I mean, I'm sure there's other things in here, but I will preview them. Obviously, I'm nervous. I don't want to get run afoul of you at all. If there's anything that I think is even close, then I won't do it. Like, just kind of set it to the side. Okay. Because you're going to have an opportunity at some point to either make an offer of proof or ask those questions. Okay. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge. Like, why are they jumping around this woman? Like, a lot of the stuff they can't say is literally handed to them in the discovery. The fuck, man. Don't talk about 80% of the discovery we handed you that we got from our own investigation. Crazy. One second. What? I drink a cola, but have hot chocolate at the moment because, man, what you guys enjoy your drinks. Morning, good night, good evening, everything. Yes, the old car. I can see Ron Logan having an old car in his garage. Well, every guy would. No? Probably has a bunch of RC cars too, that creeper. Hey, Dee Dee? That Logan would have been the type of creep for sure that played with toy cars, right, Dee Dee? Toy cars with snowblowers on them and tracks like tanks. And this here has tracks, metal tracks, and snow plows that push. Oh my God. What kind of creeper, what kind of man would play with this kind of shit? Ugh. Fuckers. Probably has a bunch of trail cams too. Thank you, Judge. So, okay, with that conversation, then ready to bring the jury back in and continue with your cross. I am, Judge. Like, the defense kind of does sound beat down here, knowing she's just fucking saying no to everything, right? Okay, gentlemen. Judge, may we approach while we're waiting for the jury? Yeah. Judge, with the question about that he's going to ask him about other people involved or something, that question, can I at least warn the witness not to talk about the stuff? Yeah, you can tell a grown man not to fucking answer easy questions. In the motion in Lemonade? Yeah, it's not stuff that I did on direct. I might just avoid it. I just won't ask that question. How's that? Okay. I just don't want him to blurt out something that, okay, opens the door. Oh, sorry. We can figure it out later. Okay. I won't ask the question. I appreciate that. Why risk it is what I say. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Thank you. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. You may continue, Mr. Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin's up to bat. Top of the ninth, bases loaded, full count. Let's go. Thank you. On direct examination, you had talked about one lie that you had told Richard Allen during the course of your interrogation. Is that right? Yeah. And that lie was, what was that lie? I think there was two lies. I think I told him that there was witnesses that saw him on the trail and that experts saw him or said that that was him on his voice. There were multiple others. Lies, yeah, about the bullet, saying it was his. Okay, so whenever you told him those lies, he said, I didn't, sorry, he still said, I didn't do this. That's correct. Let me see if there was other, you even told him? I'm not lying to you about anything, didn't you? I did. But you were lying to him. Was, and you even said it would be unethical for me to lie to you. No, I don't think I said unethical. If I had a transcript of that interrogation and handed that to you, would that refresh your recollection? No. If you said I said it unethical, I'll agree to it. I'm not lying to you, Rick. That's unethical. It would be unethical for me to lie to you. Doesn't sound like something I would normally say, but yeah, I'm full of shit so much. So you trust that? I trust that. Okay. You told him that the prosecutor and the other investigators want to lock you up and throw away the key. You told him that. I did. And he still said, I didn't do this. Correct. You realize the death penalty is on the table. You told him that? I did. And if he still said, I didn't do this, he actually said, I don't care. Kill me. I want to die anyway. Something to the effect. I guess we'll see it next week. Okay. Yeah, it's on the video. And then at one point in time when you said you talked about a moment and when it got ratcheted up and there was cussing between one another. Yes. And one of those was you're going to drag your effing wife. But you didn't say effing, did you? No. Okay. You're going to drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit you made a mistake. You said that to him. I did. So at that point in time, you put into Richard Allen's head the notion that his wife and daughter were going to suffer because he was accused of this crime. I don't know what he thought. Object to speculation, a judge. I don't know that he can testify as to what was in Richard Allen's head at that point. Sustained my robe for you, Nicky boy. It was it it must have been important for you to let, in order to get a confession out of Richard Allen, to put his wife and daughter into play. Hey, they're going to suffer unless you confess. Judge, may I ask a few foundational questions? Yeah. Or I think the question was phrased that it must be, was it important to you to get a confession out of Richard Allen? Is the tactic you use something you learned through your training and experience? Yeah. And why were you using those tactics with Richard Allen? To elicit responses and get a confession. Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. I withdraw my objection. So, part of the way that you were trying to elicit a confession, as you just said, was to leverage his wife and daughter and say, they're going to suffer unless you confess. That's basically what you were saying. No, that was not my intention. Well, you were going to drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of it and admit you made a mistake. That's what you said. That's what I said. Oh, okay. And the rest of the jury, I won't go through it. The jury can see that next week. Okay. You were a couple of days ago, so you were here a couple of days ago when there was a jury question that asked Mr. Moonman Mullins, where were you in an interview in which Richard Allen said he did not know which day he drove that day? Which day he drove? Which way, probably? Does that sound? 1 second, sorry. That must be what they said, right? And he did not know which way he drove that day. Were you here when that question was asked? Yes. Am I missing anything? Sorry, guys. I'm not really reading. The fuck? The Brit version of Elvis Fields? And Moonman Mullins' question was yes. Or answer was yes. I don't remember. Oh, okay. That is not true, though, is it? You've watched that interview. Richard Allen never said he didn't know which way he drove. He said he drove from town. I think he said there was a multiple way he could have went, but I don't know if it. Well, just let the jury watch that. Yeah, like these assholes waited how many years to go talk to him again, and he's held it to account of what he tells them, like 5 years later, when they're not held to account to just tell us what he really told them 2 days after. They could have played the tape for him. So how could they hold any of this against her? So fucking absurd that if they can't produce that tape that Doolin was supposed to have taped when he talks to Richard Allen 2 days after, or even Richard Allen like calling in or email, coming in to talk to Jerry that 2 days on the 16th, and then Doolin goes what on the 18th or 19th, whatever. That's fucking amazing. So before you conducted Rick's second interview on October 26th, remember, the first one's October 13th, and by the 26th, you had learned from Melissa Oberg certain information that between those two dates, is that correct? So, 1 quick second, sorry. Oh my God, my coffee was perfect. Sorry. Oops. I didn't want to involuntary burps. Like not even a burp, kind of just squeaked through. So, yeah, Melissa Oberg, remember those dates. October 13th and the 26th of 2022. As Oberg is putting this bullet in his gun, basically, with a bunch of bullshit. After she'd have just lied a whole bunch of bullshit about saying that bullet was gone through whoever's gun she received on February 28th, 2017, the 6 hour. and changing the case numbers. Only the laboratory, because the laboratory ran out of numbers. And merging a bunch together and sticking with 2019. For some reason, they didn't reset the 17. Not only did they make a new 17 because the case started in 17, they made it a 19 because it was dependent on the year, which is such bullshit because they're doing it. They're not making these fucking people. I can't stop. Melissa Oberg, certain information that between those two dates, is that correct? At some point, I did, yes. Had you learned between October 13th and the 26th that Miss Oberg had compared the unspent shell found on the ground to a fired shell out of Rick's gun? No, I did not. Okay. Were you aware of whether Miss Oberg had utilized the consecutive matching striation objective tool to determine if Oberg was even correct? Nope. It just went off the certificate of analysis. I don't know how they test it. And in those 2 weeks from the 13th to the 26th, like, how can they use this certificate of analysis if she's already said it belongs to another gun? Like, did they not acknowledge that, or did somebody get duped here, or I have this wrong? There's no way. There's no way. They snuck it through, and these people should have paid better attention to that, in my opinion. I mean, if I have this wrong, I would gladly say it, but there's just no way. There's no way. Something's fucked up here. She says that fucking gun was racked in another gun. And in those 2 weeks, from the 13th to the 26th, you did not send that unspent casing to an independent examiner, not affiliated with the state police or the state of Indiana, to determine whether Melissa Oberg was correct or possibly wrong in her analysis. No, we did not. You test. Was it yours, you or Moonman Mullins, that, I don't know why I always say Moonman Mullins. I do. I do mean to be disrespectful. Is he a detective? Do you know what Steve Moonman Mullins is? Investigator he's the head investigator for the prosecutor, an IT extraordinaire. Head investigator Moonman Mullins. Yeah. Head investigator Moonman Mullins. Who was it that said yesterday that Rick said it's over? I did. You did you testify? I did. I don't remember. Yeah. And you said that you did not tape record it? I did not. You testified yesterday? What? Oberg did he come in yesterday too? Yesterday? And you said that you did not tape record it? I did not. But was he in your squad car? Yep. Now, funny thing is, though, on October 13, after Richard Allen left the interview room, somebody from law enforcement drove him back to his house. Do you remember that? I believe so, yes. And that was tape recorded. The in-car drive from the station to his house, that was tape recorded, wasn't it? It was. But you didn't tape record the statement that you claimed that he made? He said he made it in the interview. I guess. Well, we'll let the jury see. Okay. And what he was basically saying to you, according to your direct examination, is, hey, it's over. Everybody believes that I did this. The neighbors see it. That's what he was talking about. He said it doesn't matter. It's over. I don't know what he meant, but in his interview, he explains it. And I understand that you said a second ago that you claim, but the video will speak for itself. Richard Allen told you what you say, that it's over. But I want to focus on it wasn't recorded. You didn't record the one that when his house was being searched and you claim that he said that. That's right? No, I did not. And that was in your car again, correct? Part of it. Okay. Part of it was a walking around. Also, when Richard Allen left in October 26, when he left in handcuffs, that was tape recorded in the vehicle as well, right? I believe so. I believe they put a tape recorder in my pocket. Oh, hey, Judy. Good morning. Dude, I froze? How is it? Is it me frozen or are you guys frozen? Let me hear. I can check on my laptop. Hello, testing. Oh, I sound perfect. Judy. Maybe it was something froze. Let's do this. Laugh your ass off. Go get him, Baldwin. Let's do this. Hey, Judy. So who else is Steffi, Dee Dee, Ja, and Judy. And possibly Kelly. Oh, Critter, did you? Damn it. I haven't been there, but it's supposed to be beautiful. Hey, Critter, what's up? I missed you coming in. Look at me. I'm so full of my narcissistic self. Look at how long ago you came here. Where would you visit? This is 7:03. You've been here like over 5 minutes. Oh my God, I'm a horrible, horrible person. Hello? Good morning. Just know I'm a horrible person. Good stuff. All right. Judy's got audio. Critter's been said hello. Let's do this. Baldwin's going to get him. Let's do it for Dee Dee. And you find, oh, I believe so. So what? I believe they put a tape recorder in my pocket. Oh, did I miss something there? So he was in handcuffs. So that was tape recorded in the vehicle as well, right? I believe so. I believe they put a tape recorder in my pocket. Oh my goodness. Could you have done that with Doolin? Oh, you fuckers should have recording on you constantly. If you're wearing your body cams, you would catch a bunch of shit. Doolin would have got him on video. And you find Betsy Blair to be credible. I do. And you were aware at the time that you said on direct examination that there was probable cause to arrest Richard Allen. You were aware that Betsy Blair had described a vehicle that did not look like Richard Allen's car at the CPS lot when it was supposed to be Richard's car, right? Judge, a little bit of foundational questions here. Do you know whether or not Betsy Blair was describing Richard Allen's car? No. Oh, we don't, eh? So you think Betsy Blair is describing it as a 1965? So it's speculation? Yeah. Did you show her that photo Betsy Blair drew? So, Judge, I'm going to object to speculation about him being able to testify as to whose car Betsy Blair was describing. I can ask a different way. Sustained. To get there? Okay. So, Richard Allen's car, for your theory to be correct, Richard Allen's car was at the CPS lot at 1:30. No, that's not correct. For my theory to be correct, I don't know what you mean. Well, okay. Well, I'll ratchet back a step. Your theory is Richard Allen's vehicle was at the CPS lot at 1:30. That's not my theory, no. I don't know where he parked. I know he drove by the Hoosier Hardware store. Where he parked, I don't know. You believe that he drove. You have witnesses. We have witnesses. That's your belief. We have witnesses saying they saw a vehicle matching the description, some of them. Oh, yeah. Betsy Blair also said that she thought it was Dave McCain's car. So you have witnesses. Who are those witnesses? Go ahead. Tell me. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know you were one of the lead investigators in this. I know there was some people that described vehicles in that area. Whether or not it was Richard Allen's car, I don't know. That's not. Go ahead and tell me who these people are. Betsy Blair described a vehicle. Yeah. And said a 1965 Mercury. I don't know. You don't know that's what she described? I don't know why. Judge, he's making a big fool of him. Please, Judge, get this guy to shut his mouth. We're getting kind of far afield here. Betsy Blair has not testified to that at this point. And so I'm going to object to this line of questioning at this point, Judge. Okay, sustained. So just because she hasn't, well, then you guys probably said a whole bunch of stuff that hasn't been testified to, right? You found Sarah Carbaugh to be credible. I do. Were you in the courtroom when she testified? Yes. You thought she was credible? Yeah. She's the only person. Betsy Blair is the only one that saw a guy purportedly muddy and bloody. So this is wrong. Yes, not Betsy. I'm going to object. That's not what Betsy Blair testified to. He's not Betsy Blair. Sustained. I'm sorry. I do that a lot when I screw up the names. Sarah Carbaugh. Sarah Carbaugh is the only person that saw this guy walking, what she says, westbound on 300 North. That in 2 interviews was muddy, and then in the 3rd interview was bloody. Is that correct? Yes. So there was no other reports. Hey, I saw, and that's what That's not an unbusy Threadneck North. Unbusy, I mean, there's traffic on that. Well, it's true because Betsy Blair says she drives by a shitload of people at the Mears entrance who are just freaking out, looking concerned. So there's a bunch of people there, and he walks by covered in blood, and nobody fucking lets you know, eh? Judge, may I ask a few foundational questions? You may. Are you aware of the traffic patterns in Carroll County? I'm not. Well, yes, you are. Because Sarah Carbaugh has testified before you today in this a couple of days ago. Sarah Carbaugh said that when she drove by, there was a shitload of cars and a bunch of people looking concerned. And Derek's car was obviously there. So we're not talking about traffic patterns, you idiot. We're talking about the Mears entrance where she said she saw a bunch of people looking frantic and concerned at 3:56 as she drives by. Are you aware that, what a fucking asshole. Have you done any studies to the traffic pattern on the roads of the Carroll County? Nope. Have you seen any reports or done any studies? Yeah, I have. Sarah Carbaugh said it. What? Baldwin, you can let him get off? Fucking Sarah Carbaugh said there was a bunch of people looking concerned at the Mears entrance. So you telling me a bunch of people are standing around that Mears entrance looking for 2 girls missing, and some fucking guy walks by covered in blood, and nobody tells you that? Fuck you guys. Nope. Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Calls withdraw. Why the fuck are you withdrawing that? Sarah Carbaugh said it in her testimony at this trial 2-3 days ago. Sarah Carbaugh said there was a shitload of people there. It looked all weird as she drove by right before she saw BG. She says it was BG. He was walking on that same street right towards them. Sustained. Thank you. The Hoosier Harvester video. You did see the traffic patterns on that along 300 North, did you not? I did not watch the video. Yeah. If you had more than screenshots, you would be able to tell exactly the traffic pattern. You would have it. You could have had it for fucking a whole month before. You could have did a whole traffic study on just those videos alone. Could have counted cars, the times they went by. Yeah. Here's your traffic pattern that you didn't care to fucking see because you're afraid of seeing people walk by too. Did not watch those videos. You are one of the lead detectives on this, right? I assigned somebody else to watch the video, and then they would show me still photos. How many vehicles were traveling along the path of 300 North between noon and 4 o'clock on the 13th of February 20? I don't know. What? How could you not know that? How could you not know that? Such a simple question. You guys got the video. Look at it. The FBI has it. Even do an hour before because your whole little 54-minute offset is wrong. Oh. These guys are wild, eh? I don't know. The bridge. How tall is that bridge? I don't know. Tall. Somebody should measure that bridge because the claim is that would you agree with me? Somebody should measure the height of that bridge. Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Sustained my robe for you, my Nicky boy. Because I said, would you agree? Would you agree that it would be prudent in an investigation like this, where the girls were on the bridge, to measure the height of the bridge from the top of the bridge down to the floodplain? I think we know. I just don't know. You don't know, okay? Yeah, the investigation team knows. Sure. So we're going to hear from, do you think we'll hear from somebody later on? You might. Okay. I mean, it's not 10 or 20 feet, is it? No, it's tall. It's probably 100 feet. If I was guessing, it's like 66 or something. And when you go down, and have you been at the end of the bridge where the girls were abducted? Yep. And when you go down that hill, if that's what happened, then you go down to the access road, right? Yes. And that's not the end of it. If you want to get down to the creek, then you've got to go down even more. There's a whole nother level. Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is well outside the scope of direct. Sustained. Law enforcement believes that once Richard Allen left the scene around 3:30 or 4 p.m., he never returned to the scene. Yes. If you would just because I think, yes, could be misinterpreted later on in the record. Is that correct? Law enforcement believes that Richard Allen left the scene and never returned to the scene. Is that correct? That is correct. Law enforcement believes is that Richard Allen's involvement in the murders was completed by 3:57 p.m. That's when Sarah Carbaugh claims that she saw someone? Yeah, correct. And therefore, is a law enforcement's theory also that Richard Allen did not take Libby's phone with him and then later bring it back? That is what? He did not. Oh, he did not take it with him and he did not later bring it back. That is correct. And Libby's phone helped establish the timeline that you used to find probable cause to arrest Richard Allen, correct? That is correct. Richard Allen did not sell his Ford Focus, did he, between 2017 and 2022? Not to my knowledge, no. He did not sell the gun that you say held the bullet. Nope. He did not throw the gun away. Nope. He did not take clothing or hide clothing that you think he may have worn. I don't know. Okay, that's fair. And Libby's phone would give a good timeline of the events from that day on the 13th and the 14th. Would that be accurate? Yes. And you and other investigators used the info you collected from Libby's cell phone to establish a nice timeline that you think would implicate Richard Allen. Is that correct? Approximate timeline. And the phone data is accurate? I don't know. I believe so, yeah. And I just want to be clear on this. Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees, that was 2 of 4 people that were on the trails together at the same time. Yes. And Richard Allen said that he saw 3 people on the trail when he was on the trail. Yes. You thought at one time was Libby's phone had shut down at some point on the 13th. That's what we were told. But that ended up being inaccurate, correct? Yes. And you believe that one person and one person only was involved in this murder. I believe that now. Yeah. Okay. At some point in time, you thought it was multiple people? No. At some point, I thought maybe there might be more than one. But the longer it went on, because of my training and experience, usually when one person commits a crime, they don't tell anybody. And usually, if there's multiple people, one will get in trouble and tell the others. So if there was multiple people, I think those people would have gotten in trouble. So that's the way you can tell, eh? Because nobody's ratted each other out. Wow. What a fucking buffoon. And that's coming from my drug. When I was in DES, Drug Investigation Enforcement, Drug Enforcement Section, that would happen commonly. Yeah, because they had, you're fucking ass. So that's one of the reasons that I thought it was just one person. Oh my God. So you're equating the dealing of drugs or selling of drugs and how people might talk about that to the brutal murder of 2 girls, that you think that they would still talk about that? Absolutely, if there was more than one. Right. So, yeah, somebody would sit there, smoke a joint with you and run around saying, hey, I love smoking weed. And then if somebody murdered somebody, they'd say, yeah, look, watch me kill these 2 girls. I love killing 2 girls. Oh, you fucking asshole. Have you seen, I'm sorry to interrupt. If there was more than one, yeah, someone would get in trouble. There was more than one? If there was. Oh, okay. That's well, you've seen the crime scene. I mean, you were there. You've seen photographs, right? I have, yes. And you believe that one person in an hour or so abducted those girls, brought them across the river, somehow clothes are changed in one body, and the other's clothes in the creek, put sticks in an arrangement on those girls? Judge, I'm going to object to the question at this point. It's beyond the scope of direct. Overruled. Boom. Look at that. Overruled you, bitch. One person did all. Without a doubt, I believe that. Oh, you do, eh? Then what was with the whole gag order again? The gag order was as to not alert other people, wasn't it? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What will I remember? I don't know. I can find it. What? What's the question? Sorry. What's the question? Oh, this is it. We were trying to figure out what nickname to call him, LOL, and I forgot. why we stuck to Ja. Ja Rule. Ja, because it's Yotan Joja. Because I wanted to do Joja, but it was just Ja. I just wanted something easier to type. And then there was Ja Rule. You know, in my little short, Ja Rule. His name is J.A., that black dude, the rapper. Ja Rule. So, I don't know. Anything you want. I like just Ja. Yeah, I remember that. I would have went with Joja, but I think that sounds a little bit too, what's that? J-Lo type. Without a doubt, I believe that. It would be, so for me, Ja Rule. Your Ja Rule, that works. You want to be the full Ja Rule? He's like a rapper. Or Ja Rule, you meant, right? I do like that. That works. I like anything that's shorter than your name really is. It would be, would you agree with me? It would be easier for two people to do that. I don't think it would agree with you. No. Oh, okay. Now, Libby, you believe, based upon the evidence that you knew back then, was killed at a tree some distance. Not a crazy amount of distance, but some distance from where her body ultimately was found, correct? That's what the evidence supports, yes. And there's no drag marks from their tree to where the body was ultimately found. There are some drag marks, but I don't think you're describing it correctly. Yes, there are some drag marks, but not from the tree to where the body was found. And just the theory is that she was, a knife was used on her at this tree, some distance from where she was found. I don't think I made that clear, correct? Yes. One sec. And then later on, the body was found in a different location. Yeah. And you think the photos will show drag marks for Abby? Was he saying Abby? For sure. Abby? Is that Abby? Sorry. Libby? She would probably be a bit harder. Yeah. Okay, so Libby, you believe. Okay. What did he say, Abby? And I missed it. Just as serious that she was. No, he said he didn't switch to Abby, did he? So I think obviously it'd be different with Libby. She's heavier. But, so, yeah, they're hard to see. But I think you can see Joja. Oh, you like that? Yotan Jagger. That's your name. Yotan Jagger, Joja. I just wanted something easier to write. That's all. Yeah, that's all. So I just say stuff until something sticks, if that's okay. But, or Anja, A-N-J-A, Anarchan, I don't know. Whatever sticks, sticks. You just got to keep throwing them out. What about anything you want? Oh, you know what? This is what we do. We suggest them, and the good ones stick around. Trust me, guys. You watch. You watch. Check again, Shibby, when you have a time. I got time, bro. Oh, check again the questions? Uh-oh. Did I miss something? Uh-oh. Tell me, you guys. Quit speaking in code. Uh-oh. Ja is Shibby's nickname for me. Oh, okay. Ja the Troll Hunter? Okay. See, I'm an idiot. I don't read far enough back. So you guys read Ark sounds good. Ark the Angel. Ark now Angel. Don't be shy. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Good nicknames just stick around. You throw them out there, and if it sticks, it sticks, you know. For me, you'll know. So where the hell was I? Look at you guys. Disrupting me. Well, I mean, you should. We should be able to hear some people get up and testify. This is a drag mark. Here's how long it is, right? Do we have people like that are going to be testifying? I don't know. You know, don't we get those Pharaoh images? This is crazy. They clearly said there's Pharaoh images. Where are those? The Pharaoh images of the crime scene. That's where the tripod marks came from, obviously. They had a machine at the crime scene called FARO. It took like a 3D, complete 360-degree image, cartoon-like, but exactly as area with the girls laying there. Every little piece would have been picked up. They leave it running for like an hour or two. It just sits on a tripod and takes like everything. So 2 people could lift a body though and take it somewhere, and there won't be any drag marks. Would you agree? Judge, it calls for speculation. Sustained. Tony Liggett believes multiple people involved at some point in time. Judge, again, it calls for speculation. I'm going to object. Sustained. You had the opportunity to analyze the height of the person that was on the bridge, correct? No, we tried. And the cost was $10,000 or so? I believe so. Hey, dude, what about a $10 measuring tape? And then measuring that piece of wood. And then fucking doing a little mathematical geometry equations. You didn't want to spend the money. Yeah, because it would have ruled someone out, probably. The money wasn't the issue. It was the accuracy. Yeah. They said they would be able to provide that. Fuck you. They said that they can get it within plus or minus 2 inches, right? I think so. I don't recall exactly, but so if they said we do an analysis and the person is 6 feet tall, and then it would be 5'10" to 6'2", right? Your math sounds correct to me. Right, that would be great. Obviously, they didn't want the answer. So there's more reasons, such bullshit. Even now, at this trial, why doesn't the defense get out there? They got photos. They got that piece of wood on the top of the bridge. They should go to Purdue and say, hey, Mr. Math teacher, bring your best students here. We'll buy them lunch. We'll set them up with the food and donuts and drinks. Come to this trial. Pull out your fucking tape measures. Measure this piece of wood. Measure these things. Equate it. Take any photos, and you guys, come on. So if they said blah, 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 your math's not. So if it was a 7-foot person, let's write that. If it's a tall person then, or a short person outside of the range of normality, then that actually could work, even with a 2-inch variance. Would you agree? I don't know. Right. Unless Richard Gardino was wearing kiss boots, platforms, right? And Richard Allen's a short guy, right? I don't know how tall he is. Shorter than you and I. What an asshole. There was, by the time you had talked to Richard Allen in October the 26th, you knew that there was a strand of hair he found in Abby's hand, right hand, right? Yeah. And there was DNA that had come from the root of that hair. Some of the hairs, yeah, that one. From that one. And it probably was going to be a family member. That's what you were told? We were told that it was female and familial. What to me means a family member. How were you told that? And all they needed was Kelsey German or Becky Patty's DNA swab to compare it to see if that was in fact a family member's. They had their DNA. They had it. But you guys didn't ask for it to be tested until last week. Yeah. We chose not to because of the time and resources. What? We wanted it to be used in other areas. At that time, we had no family female suspects, so we chose not to test it at the time. But you were also told that it may not be a family member, but they think it is, but it may not be. I don't know if they ever said that. It may not be. I just think they told us that they believed it was. What is he talking about time? Why isn't that done right away? Then they would have it on date. It would be on paper for forever until they found someone or something. Rick's DNA was not found at the crime scene. No, it was not. Neither of the girls' DNA was found at Rick's home. Nope. Or in his car. Nope. Bloody sticks were left behind at the crime scene and collected a number of days later. You heard that testimony? I did. That's a mistake? No, it's not a mistake. I don't know. Oh, fuck. The jury, right now, the judge should throw this guy out of the courtroom. Throw him out. Because Doolin went back and said that there was blood. He saw blood on those sticks that were just pushed off to the side. The CSI guys said they piled them off to the side and left them there. Doolin went back and Doolin complained and said, somebody go back and get these sticks. There's blood on them. I see it. They didn't Three CSI guys threw them off and didn't test them, didn't collect them or anything. And because they bullshitted and said, oh, they're too rough. They couldn't get fingerprints from them. Like as if that wouldn't be better for somebody with DNA all over them to touch those sticks. Fucking. And then afterwards, they can't at least lie and say, yeah, hindsight's 2020. Maybe we should have collected them. He's like, no, it's not a mistake. I don't think it's a mistake. Well, then why would anybody go back and get them? Because they sent them back. Dooling goes out there a couple days after and sees those sticks laying in the pile and says to somebody, hey, go back and get them. And then like it's March 3rd, they're sent back to get them, which is literally like 18 days or 15 days later. They're sent back. And the CSI guy says the same thing as this. Nah, it was a waste of time to go get them. Who's the, fuck these guys. So it's acceptable to leave bloody sticks behind rather than gather them as evidence. I think they tested them and observed them, as you've heard testimony, and then they decided to leave them there. And then when DNR saw them, they thought, and that's why we went and got them. Yeah, DNR tells you, and like a couple days after, and you still waited 2 weeks. You didn't go right out. You fucking asshole. So you were in this courtroom when Chris Cecil testified, weren't you? Yep. And he had he made several mistakes that he noted, including transposing 2 digits on the screen. You remember that? He did make mistakes. You know if Dan Doolin transposed any digits when he typed in from his notes and put it in the computer? I do not know that. There's been mistakes made in this case, hasn't there? There's been mistakes made, yeah. May I approach briefly? I don't know if this, I'm sorry to do this. I just didn't know if that was objectionable. You can read it. Or a violation of the, I don't know how that, definitely not this one. Because you're opening the door. You can ask inaudible. This is a part of the motion in lemonade. Your motion in lemonade. Right. That would be opening. I think you opened the door with ole, but my objection is to you can't open the door and then say, okay, well, all this stuff comes in. And I get it that you are trying to elicit through him. He's going to say, yeah, he was trying to hide it. But my issues is that you're using it later to try to get this stuff in because you said the door was open. I mean, is that his belief? Are you, yeah, there's no pattern? Right. Oh, on the evidence found there? Right. So these are fine. I would stay away from C, as this kind of implies. I apologize for having to do that. I just wanted to clarify. No, it's fine. You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Sorry, thank you, Judge. I want to talk about the sticks on the girls. Okay. You believe that the killer was just trying to cover the girls to conceal the bodies so nobody could see them. Camouflage, yeah. Not only camouflage, he says at CrimeCon 2025 on the stage with Nick and Susan Hendricks, the one, go look, it's on Criminality, I did it on my show. Jerry Holeman says, not only were the sticks there to camouflage and hide the girls, the angle of Libby's sticks was to block her from being seen from Holeman's Drive. Therefore, you could see Libby from Holeman's Drive, where everyone has been. Right? He says it. Like, what else? If he says that the sticks are there to block from being seen on Libby's driveway, and the sticks aren't blocking all of Libby, couldn't they look over and see a pasty white, skin? Come on. And then they would say, hey, what's glowing? Like, they would put their binoculars, and even if they saw just like her lower, mid area, to say, what is that white, thing over there? Because the branches weren't covering her. If you think of the angle from the driveway, Jerry says it, therefore she's visible. How much? I don't know. Where's all the pictures? Show us, Jerry. I want to see pictures that day of all the searchers around there. I want to see a video of them walking around on Weber's private drive with flashlights and scanning and doing everything for 22 hours the day before and the morning after, and them 2 girls just laying there. They went for 22 hours looking for them in that area, scouring and scanning with fire trucks and cop cars out there and flashlights. And oh boy, To think, it's so amazing. Camouflage. You don't believe that's a pattern on Abby at all? Nope, it's random. Yeah, and the killer, therefore, you must believe, took the time to lay one stick on Abby, and another stick on Abby, and a third stick on Abby? Correct. And you don't believe the bodies were posed or positioned? No, I don't. There's no fingerprints at the scene of anybody. Nope. Libby's hands had blood on them, but Abby's hands had no blood on them. Is that correct? Correct. We're not too far from being done here. You, from where the crime, and this has been testified to a number of times, you sat in the courtroom, but from where the crime scene is located, you can definitely hear people on the bridge. If you're, I'm going to object to that, Judge. It calls for speculation. Sustained. Hey, what's up? Good morning, Four Pits. How you doing, bro? Anybody else? Good morning, everyone. Just good morning. Look at you. But guys, what's up? If I missed anybody, I'm an idiot. Have you been here this long? See, I do this all the time. I'm such a horrible person. Just know I'm saying hi to you guys, even if I miss. Oh, here you go. One sec. So yeah. Go 1 second. And 1 second. There you go. There's 4 bits. Boom. Dude, you got 1,560 subs. 1,400 videos? Holy fuck. Check him out. He makes good shorts. I guess that short's gone, eh? The cocaine one? Oops. Yeah, there we go. Go check that man out. That's 4-Pit's channel I just put in. So if you ain't subbed to him, get over there. Funny guy. Funny guy. Everywhere I go to comment, I read comments from 4-Pits. Like on every video, I always scan underneath, like videos that are like 8 years old, 7 or 6 or 5 years old. I swear to God, you're under every one of them. It's fucking hilarious. You know, sometimes how you scan the comments under videos. Literally every other one, at least, I see 4-Pits commenting like 6 or 7 years ago. 6 years ago. So, one of your theories is that Richard Allen heard people on the bridge in a search party and then killed the girls and then left. Could you repeat that? Sure. Do you think that Richard Allen, the killer, we'll call them, that whoever killed those girls heard people on the bridge from the search party, killed the girls and then left? I'm not sure about the order, but I believe that at some point he may have heard somebody and left after he killed them. Before he killed them, I don't know when he left. After he killed them or before he killed them. But you thought it was a search party before, right? You remember being family members or search party? Yeah, probably Derek German screaming or yelling. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you think that the killer was still in the process of doing whatever they were doing at the time that search started? Yeah. I don't think I'd actually recall. I don't know for sure. I don't know. Your deposition help if I do refresh. Well, if we go by the FBI, or even by Derek, he says he's at 311. He says he's going over the Wilson Bridge. So by 320, 315, he's there. He's walking. He goes straight into the trails. He says he runs into McCain, and then he walks towards down that Mary Bird Trail thing to the creek edge, calling their names. So he's down there. What? 330, 335, 340. That fucker would hear him easily if that's the case. And there'd be a whole other reason why the person would be stupid enough to walk out to the road. So it's possible, I guess. I mean, yeah, even if I just don't, all this is just a fairy tale. That's why it sounds ridiculous, everything we think of. So your deposition help to refresh. No, I just don't. Sitting here today, I don't know if that's just a theory. I don't know. Oh, okay. Because the search party didn't get there until 4:30 or so, right? No. Well, it was family members. Well, yeah, the search party. Oh, whatever. It was family members got there earlier than that. That's what I was referring to as the search party as well, because they were part of the search. Right. But if even they didn't get there until 4:30, no, is it really? That doesn't. So some of them got there earlier than that. Well, you're saying that the killer was gone by 3:57, right? Yeah. Well, he would have to be gone by at least a 3:50, the latest 3:45, 3:50, to get out there to be seen at this time. Even if he ran, let's say 3:50 is the latest. It would take him 6 minutes if he booked it out up that hill, out to the. He's probably, obviously, if this is their case, 3:50 is the latest he could have been there to get out and be seen by her at 3:56 out on the street, which is all bullshit anyway. So yeah. So the search party had not started at that time. Family members were arriving pretty close to that. Yeah, there were tons of people there because Sarah Carbaugh says she saw a shitload of people look concerned. Yet this fucking guy walks right by them all, and none of them. This guy walks by them and covered in blood, and Sarah Carbaugh says she saw a bunch of people at Mears entrance looking concerned, literally 30 seconds before, because she's driving by at 3:56. By Mears, it's 3:56 in like 20 seconds it takes her to get there, and then she's bumping into BG. She says BG's covered in blood, and it takes him 2 minutes to get by the Mears entrance, where she sees a bunch of people, and he's covered in blood, and not one of them tell you. You are the lead investigator on this, correct? That is, yes. That's not an accurate statement. The father was yelling for them, and he got 3:57. Before that, Derek German got there before that. Well, that's what he says. But we don't get to see him on camera. And he just says that because he has Becky Patty's phone bill, right? I don't know. Where's their data to say that, hey, Dewey, you up again? Young man. If I missed anybody, hey. Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. Professional wrestler, actor, everything. But I guess, Derek says if he was there, 3:11, he crosses the bridge, 3:20, he's walking around like a crazy, he says he's walking. I don't know. Why don't they just show us his data? They're obviously not, they say they're not, involved, right? Show us their data. We should see them on a grid walking around like a perfectly little GPS thing. Show us your app data, your health data, all that. You went down at this time. You went up at this time. Where's Derek's phone? Because he says he walks into the trail and drops some heavy-duty elevations to go down to the creek bed, and comes back up. And then he goes to the Freedom Bridge and comes back to his car, and then goes back to the bridge. Show us. It'll be at the exact same times. Betsy Blair tells us exactly what her times was. Was he had an iPhone? Where's their app data? So you had no concerns that Betsy Blair provided an inaccurate description of the person she observed from 50 feet away? Nope. Nor Sarah Carbaugh? Nope. The video, you don't see who says down the hill? Nope. Oh, okay. And the view from Libby's camera on her phone doesn't show as you are getting off the bridge, and now you're going to go down the hill. And there's this right side and there's a left side. And I think you think that they went down this right side, correct? That was a lot of questions. Yeah. I do think they went down the right side. The right side, yeah. You don't know if somebody was on that left side saying girls down the hill? Do you? I don't know. I don't know if anybody was over there. No. You don't know who said down the hill. I believe it was the person in the video, yeah. Was there ever any discussion in law enforcement who were handling this investigation that there could have been two people down at the end of the bridge? Yeah. Hey, Nicole. Good morning, young lady. Good morning. You're awake. Good. Great. Just what we need, right? Good morning. If I missed anyone, look at all these people. Oh my God. You weirdos waking up at this time. God. horrible people get up at this time. This is the time when I'm almost ready to finish work and go to sleep. Ooh, 7:40. I got time. I'm going to do this. Quit disrupting me, Nicole. Shark time. So you can't rule out there weren't people down there. We didn't find any indicating that there was more than one person. What? Oh, at the other side. Okay. Yeah, the other end. Yeah. Did you talk to Teresa Liebert? I didn't, but I know her and her husband were spoken to. Do you know whether they saw anybody there that day? I don't think where you're describing, but I may be wrong. Well, there was tension between the FBI and Unified Command, correct? Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. Sustained. Did you say no? I've sustained the objection. Okay. As part of your investigation, and how you came up with the probable cause, you were aware that last time Abby's phone connected with the tower was 5:44 p.m. on February 13th. Wait, Abby's? Abby didn't have a phone. I'm sorry, I gotta go again. I apologize. You were aware as part of your investigation and before you made probable cause to arrest Richard Allen, the last time Libby's phone connected with the tower was 5:44 p.m. on February 13th. Judge, perhaps a foundational question. Yeah. Are you aware of the information from this day? Are you aware of the information, or do you have information on when her phone last connected to the tower? No. Judge, he's not in a position to answer that question. I'll object to the question. But he testified under oath in a deposition that he did know the answer to that question. Well, then you need to confront him with that deposition. Overruled. She overruled it. Sir, do you remember taking a deposition with me on August the 10th of 2023? Look at that. Yeah. What's your recollection in answering that question? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff there. Page 24. Is it okay? Oh, sorry, Nick. Sorry, it's Baldwin. He turns to talk to Nick or something. Is it okay, Nick, if I just give him half of this? I'm not trying to hide anything. It's about his inaudible. Mr. Baldwin, I'm not the one that runs the courtroom. That's up to the judge. Oh, so I appreciate you asking me, but I'm not the goalkeeper here or the referee. Yeah, Gull is the referee. Fuck. Horrible referee. That is a fact. Judge, may I just give him half of this? That's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you. What page? I apologize for that, Judge. Sorry, page 24, line 15 to 24. Mr. Baldwin, can you say the lines again for me, please? 15 to 24, 15 through 24. Thank you. And what was the date of that? I believe it was August the 10th because I just looked at that. Page 24. Which line, sir? I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong one. So you remember taking a deposition on May 3rd of this year. Oh, not this one. You remember that? I do. You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did. Thank you. It's page 24, line 15 through 24 on the May deposition. Tell me when you're done and let me know if that refreshes your recollection. Oh, okay. Does that refresh your recollection? It does. And Libby's phone, that last connected to the tower on the 13th at 5:44 p.m., correct? Looks like you asked about a ping. Or I guess that's what you mean by connecting. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Okay. Yeah. You can rule out from the evidence that you have that the girls and Libby's phone left the area on the 13th and then returned early morning hours on the 14th. I think we can rule that out. Okay. I mean, you have talked to Detective Chris Cecil. You testified about the points of data in that phone. Yeah. All right. Good. So now you're a professional. Great. So you got some more stuff I got you to ask you now. So these are questions that I think have been answered. So I apologize. Kelsey German's phone was never analyzed to determine if it could be of some assistance in the timeline. Is that accurate? I don't recall it ever being downloaded, but I believe we've looked at it. Okay, but it was never extracted like 101 other phones did? I believe that's correct. Like, why? Why? She's the last person to see them. Why don't we have an exact timeline of her phone? And then Derek was there to pick him up. Why don't we show his phone? And Becky shows up with Cody. Where are their phones? You think that we should just believe Derek's timeline because he says Becky's bill says this, and he says he was there at this time, so that means it's so? Just like the Bree Wilbers and Riley's screenshots or their selfies or whatever they uploaded. They upload them at a certain time and they just say, we saw somebody at this time, therefore that's Richard Allen. He's not even in the photos. These fucking guys are wild. Okay, you should have extracted Kelsey German's phone just to see if it could have been something of some assistance before you found probable cause for Richard Allen. Are you telling me that, or are you asking? I'm asking you. Nope. Oh, he says, no, you shouldn't have extracted the last person, the data of the person that the last to see them, eh? Fucking guy just said that in a court of law. Wow. Go. Shame on you. Okay. So you don't think it was an error not to dump that phone? I don't think that was an error, no. Oh my God. Okay. Nothing. Strike that. Your conversation with Chris Cecil about the forensic data on the phone. Nothing contradicts your theory that you know Libby's phone was under Abby from around 3:30 p.m. on the 13th until the bodies were found at noon or so on the 14th. There's nothing that contradicts that you know of. That phones stayed there that entire time. That's what I believe the information says. Yeah. These are bad questions. I'll just weed these out and be done. You didn't learn that until very recently in the last few months that the phone reconnected to the last few months. You just learned that to the tower at 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. Did you? That was new information to you? I think I knew. I just forgot about it. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, okay. I think you refreshed my memory. Okay. That's all. No other questions. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. McClellan. Judge. Yes, please. Thank you. I'll try to make it brief. Take your time, little Nicky boy. Cutie pie. Oh, Lieutenant Dick Holeman. I think Mr. Ballin mischaracterized some of the evidence, and I want to clear up some of this up for the jury. Mr. Baldwin had said that you believe all this happened within an hour. My understanding is the information you got from the phone was the video was taken. The video that Libby took was taken at the time. The video was 2:13, I believe, from phone. First of all, Cecil accidentally wrote down 2:31, right? And it had to done the app data or something in the app data. He says 2:31, but then he says he meant to write 2:13 or something. And also the 2:07 Snapchat photo. Where is that? Did I shut it down? Oh, I shut it down. The 2:07 Snapchat photo of Abby on the bridge, they say is 2:07. If we can't find that, we can find photos of them in the car at 1:43 and so on from Snapchat. Wouldn't that imply that that one first in, first out means that 2:07 photo wasn't a 2:07, that it was before they get there? Therefore, they're in the car. They've left and they're back in the car with that. Because how do we get a photo that's older with this whole first in, first out theory if the cache of Snapchat only holds a certain amount of photos and videos? How is it that the last photo that they took to Snapchat is not available in the cache, but photos previous are? Therefore, the photo of 2:07 was way before 1:43 of them on the bridge, and they're picked up and they're back in Kelsey's car. If that's the last photo, that's the last place we know, really. Because they're saying 2:07 is the first one. They're saying this, So they go, they take that 2:07 is taken way before 1:43. They go to the bridge. Then they say this video is at 2:13 too, right? But I don't know. This whole bullshit. The Snapchat photo, the last one, should not be missing. That's their scenario. So, and Sarah Carbaugh's testimony was she saw someone on the road just before 4 o'clock. Yeah. So there's more like 2 hours instead of 1 hour, correct? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. The whole 54-minute time difference. So if the 143 was 54 minutes off, or it's not 54 minutes, sorry. Yeah, 143, are they being dropped off or something? 149, but it's off. The video is off by 54 minutes. And oh my God, I can't take it. So that's more like 2 hours. Oh, sorry. One last comment. The FBI seemed to think the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. and they knew well and good that the Who's Your Harvester video was off by 54 minutes. They are the ones who said it. So how are they on Ron's PCA saying that the girls were dropped off around 1 p.m.? Huh? How? So that's more like 2 hours instead of 1 hour, correct? Yeah. Okay. And the phone on the video, or I got that backwards. The video on the phone of Libby shows the abduction of the girls, correct? Yes. You also observed the video from Libby's phone, correct? I have. And your belief is the voice on the video is the voice of Bridge Guy. I do. And when I say Bridge Guy, do you know who I'm referring to? Yep. And was there anything that you found within the investigation that indicated another male individuals at the end of the bridge on that day? Nope. You also talked about Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh, correct? I did. You understand they both identified a person they saw, right? Yes. And do you know whether, hey, good morning, Rebby. What's up? Yes. Say right on, girl. Hey, what's up? Critical True Crime. Welcome. Is this your first time? Welcome, welcome. Welcome. And look at Rebby. Look at all you weirdos waking up. Tell me you're just waking up. Ugh, you guys. Morning people. I've been up all night. I'm a working man. Hey, nope. Oh, I hope you've been up all night too, like a normal person. Thank you. Welcome. Critical True Crime. Do I know you, CTC? Nope. Yes. Well, welcome. Either way. I've been around here and there. Cool. Cool. Well, welcome. If I annoy you, you can mute it. Yes. Good New Year's. All right. If I annoy you, mute me and talk to these lovely, lovely. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh, what is that? Oh, maybe I do know you. Do I know you? Give me. Oh, boy. Hello. Either way. Critical True Crime. Welcome. I'm a Delphi-obsessed person. Just like the... Well, you're very welcome here. Let's do this. Look at me. 20 people. 20 weirdos listening to me. Let's do this, people. I'm almost done. Ooh. No more distractions ever again, starting now. And you know whether or not they identified the person they saw as Bridge Guy. Yeah, they did. And so in their testimony or in their description, do they confirm who they saw as Bridge Guy? Yep. Both of them? Yes. Richard Allen, Mr. Belden, characterized the people that... Who's up now? Wait, Mr. Oh, so this is Nick. Sorry, right? This is... Yeah. Yeah. Did they go back to Nick, or did I just forget? Sorry. Richard Allen, Mr. Baldwin characterized the people that Richard Allen saw on the trail as people. In fact, he didn't characterize them as that, did he? Nope. He characterized them as girls. Yeah, he did. Correct. Yeah. The sticks on the bodies, you believe there was camouflage or to hide the bodies. Is that correct? That's my belief. That is the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard. You asshole. Then at CrimeCon, you took it a step further and said that the angle of Libby's sticks was the blocker from Weber's private drive. Oh my goodness. How do you look at yourself in the mirror? You fucking idiot. Excuse me. You also had information that they may have been there for an undoing. Is that correct? This is Baldwin, no? This is Rosie or Roger? It's got to be Rosie or Roger, right? I'm not even sure now. So that is correct. Mr. Baldwin asked you about connecting to the tower at Y44. Or it's Nick. Can somebody... This has to be Nick that got up and I just missed the switch. Who's referring to Mr. Baldwin so much? Mr. Baldwin. Did I miss the switch or something? Redirect. So wait, redirect. Did they redirect? Sorry, I'm sorry. It's Nick. It's Nick. My dumb fault. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Did I not mark that? Look at me. Look at me. I'm choking here. And what? Okay. Did they confirm? I must have been around here somewhere. I didn't leave the little mark I usually do. I'll start here. Richard Allen. Mr. Baldwin characterized the people that Richard Allen saw on the trail as people. In fact, he didn't characterize them as that, did he? Nope. He characterized them as girls. Yes, he did. Correct? Yeah. The sticks on the body, you believe they were there as camouflage or to hide the bodies. Is that correct? That's my belief. Is it really? You want to fucking stick with that, you idiot? You fucking idiot. Judge Gall should throw you out on your fucking collar and on your ass for saying something so goddamn ridiculous. This fucking guy believes those sticks were to hide the girls. Oh my goodness. You also had information they may have been there for an undoing. Is that correct? That is correct. Mr. Baldwin asked you about connecting to the tower at 5:44 p.m. I don't know if the jury heard it, and I want to make sure I heard it correct from your deposition. 5:40 p.m. time. What does that indicate? At the time, we were told that the last time that any interaction, that maybe it was turned off or powered on down at the time. Yes, preach, girl. Oh, you've seen me? Right on. I'm a great guy. Yes. You've seen me in chats. Oh, welcome. Let's do this. I didn't stay up all night. You're a horrible morning person then. And I'm a wonderful night owl. Thank you. But you used used a different word in your deposition when you were questioned. Did you talk about pings? Pings. Okay. Was there any indication from the investigation that after the video, the girls were put in a vehicle and taken to another location? Absolutely not. Was there any indication that after the phone stopped around 2:32 that it moved again? Absolutely not. Was there any indication in the phone data that it moved again? Nope. One final question, Lieutenant Dick Holeman. I think at the beginning of Mr. Baldwin's cross, you talked about some of the lies that you told Richard Allen during your interview with him. Is that correct? It is correct. And Mr. Baldwin grouped it there. It was a lie that other people saw him on the trail. Was that in fact a lie? Nope, that was not a lie. Oh, tell us who then. Baldwin's going to ask you. I just know it. Be prepared. So that portion of it, you were not lying about, correct? You had information when you interviewed that other people on the trail had seen him. I did. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Baldwin, thank you. Baldwin's back up to bat. Okay, it's the top of the 7th. Bases loaded. Count is full. 3. What is it? 3 and 2? Yeah, count's full. Let's do this. You're the one that told me that you lied about seeing people on a trail. I didn't ask you that question. I was confused. What I said was that there were witnesses that saw him and identified him. But there were, he said he saw 3 girls, and there was actually 4, and they did all see him as well. It couldn't be that he was there an hour or 2 earlier and ran into 3 different girls, could it? I don't think so. All right. No other questions. Well, Riley Voorhees said a guy in a black, where is it? A guy in black. Riley Voorhees said a guy in black jeans, black black hoodie, black mask. He was wearing a mask, a black one, and had a square jaw, and he had like blonde hair sticking out. So maybe she was describing, Oh, his nose was sticking out a little bit too. Maybe if the guy had a mask on, how could Riley Voorhees see his jaw was squared? I don't know. Do you see anything squarey about this? I don't know. How about Bane? Was Bane there? Bane from Batman? Was Bane there with a square jaw? I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. Anyways, yeah, and Riley talked to Mullen came to talk to Riley 2 days after she saw him on the 15th, one day after the bodies are found. Chief Moonman Mullins, the chief of police, goes to her high school. So do you think a girl in high school is going to get that wrong about a guy she walked past on the pathway 2 days earlier in the daytime? You think a high school girl is going to tell you that he's wearing black jeans, black pants, and black hoodie, and with a black mask on with a square jaw that she can't see? What does that mean to you? You know, come on, guys. Then they browbeat her to say, oh, maybe he was in lighter colored blue, colorful clothing, blue, but his aura was dark. The light in his eyes was dark, so she thought dark. Come on, fucking assholes. Yes, Crimson Chin. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. No other questions. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Lieutenant Dick Holeman? Yeah? Oh, here's the jury questions. So when you see the sidebar, the jury, they're going to go through it, and if there's any jury questions, they're going to approve them. There'll be no answers until you hear the sidebar is concluded. So they're just going to go over the questions, see what's good or not. Baldwin, sorry. You're fine. You're fine. This way, they can't read our lips. They're covering lips like a fucking baseball coach coming up to talk to the guy on first base. He's like whispering, covering lips. Is there a way to get to where the girls were when encountered by bridge guy without crossing the bridge? Okay, yeah. Do you know where Derek German was when he was shouting for the girls? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I do. He says it. He went down to the Mary Bird Trail thingy. And he went down and he went to the Freedom Bridge and he came back and went to the Mears and sat in his car. Then he went to the High Bridge after that. Yeah. The fucking guy was everywhere. 400-pound guy, just fucking like a bird, fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Fucking Derek German was all over those trails like nothing. Floating. So that's fine. If he knows. Do you want me to couch it if you know? Okay. So the sidebar is over. Juror questions of Lieutenant Dick Jerry Holeman. Read by Judge Cull. Lieutenant Dick, is there a way to get to where the girls were when encountered by the bridge guy without crossing the bridge? Not an improved way. Not an approved way or improved way. There is an unimproved way. They would have had to go through some fields and come to the back way, but possibly. Mr. McLeod, questions by Mr. Follow-up for that question. You've been able to observe the video. Yep, correct. Yeah. On the video, where is Abby? On the bridge. And where is bridge guy? Behind Abby on the bridge. Was there, when you saw there where he's positioned on the bridge in the video? Yes. To get in that spot, would he have had to have gone on the bridge from one of the ends? Yes. No, that's not true. How do you know? What if he walked past him and turned around? How do you know what end he gets on, you asshole? There's no other way to get into the middle of the bridge besides starting, well, either end. Either at one end or the other. Oh, sorry. Okay. That is correct. And in the beginning of the video, both Abby and Bridge Guy are on the bridge. That is correct. Oh, and where this perspective of the video, where is Libby? At the end, one of the ends. And you know she's at the end because, well, how do you know she's at the end? You can see the gravel on the ground and not railroad ties. Yeah. And so for Bridge Guy to get where he was on the video, common sense tells you that he had to have started where? Well, common sense would say he started at the beginning of where the trail ends at the beginning of the railway. Well, common sense, yeah. You're assuming because there's literally two ways. So it's 50-50. You could have got on and passed them. You could have came any which way. I mean, you're just being assholes now. Otherwise, he would have had to walk past Libby and turn around and, oh, yeah, that's correct. Okay. Mr. Baldwin, I don't have any other questions, Judge. So follow-up of Dick Holeman by Baldwin. We intend to put into evidence, and I think we've seen it here on other occasions, the photo at 207 of Abby walking down the bridge, correct? I have. And that's from, they were going that way, right? Down to the south end of the bridge, and they were abducted. Yeah. The photo was taken that way as as Abby's heading to the south end of the bridge, correct? Yeah, so here you go. You guys want to be assholes? There's your theory. If they're going that way, then Libby's walking that way. No? That means Abby turned around and she took a photo of her. Come on. If my direction is correct, yeah, I believe so. And I wish I had it with me. But when you took that photograph, and when you look at that photograph taken at 207, there's nobody oh, that's a good point too, right? There's nobody behind her, is there? Nope. Okay, so why is it so preposterous? Well, strike that. Do you find it to be preposterous that somebody did, as Mr. Bossman McLean said, might have been the case, walked past those girls and then turned around? Possibility. And the guy in the video, he's not huffing and puffing, is he? I can't tell. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Sorry. Questions by the jury by Gall. Do you know where Derek German was when he was shouting for the girls? I don't know exactly where but from where he described, he would have been down where you first come into the exit, down in that area toward by the river or creek. At some point, I think he went towards the bridge and more people started yelling, but I don't know exactly where he was. What? He says exactly where he was. You fucking idiot. He says he walks in, bumps into McCain, goes straight, which is down to the creek. He goes to the left then, down that Mary Bird Trail, goes down to the creek edge. A 400-pound guy he gets his way down there. Got to take at least 15 minutes to go down to the creek edge and back up. So then he walks to the Freedom Bridge, calling people, and comes, big man, walking briskly, comes back and goes to his car at the Mears entrance, sits in his car for a second, then comes back, and then he goes to the Monon High Bridge. So it's got to take him a good hour. If he says he's there, I mean, he's probably bumping into McCain too, right? Again, oh my God. Mr. McLean, I don't have any questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Baldwin, no, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge. So, ladies and gentlemen, before you arrived, both parties had a discussion about the next witness, who's going to be very lengthy. And rather than keep you here until about 2 o'clock, we are going to go ahead and break a little bit early. Again, excuse me, while you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything, as you will have access to your phones for purposes of contacting your family and your work emails, always under the supervision of the bailiffs. Please don't talk about the case. Please have a safe and peaceful weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning, gentlemen. The bail, all rise. Jury's out at 11:19. They're letting them go early. You may be seated. The judge, okay, is there anything that is there anything that we need to talk about before we call it a day ourselves? Mr. Boss McLean. No, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Rosie. No, ma'am. Okay. Thank you very much. And again, again, folks, if you just sit tight for a few minutes while we get the jury out, I'd appreciate it. And yes, you can take Mr. Allen, okay, off the record, 11:21. The next day, they're on the record. That means I stop here. Look at this. I did it. And oh my God, Nicole, I went on a huge rabbit hole chase. I forget, for like an hour, but I got it done. So what's up, guys? What's up? Did I miss anyone? All right. 18 people here. You guys want to do anything else? I'm done. I'm done. Anything you want to discuss? Anything you want? I got a bit of juice left if you want me to do anything. It's only been 8 hours and 15 minutes. I'm a professional, what is that? Creator, influencer to the stars, investigative reporter. I read, I crack sometimes out of every 10 jokes. I crack one that's sort of funny. I do stupid things with my mouse and just fucking takes off like that. Ooh, that's what I should be doing. TJ told me I should download these and open them on my computer. And I'm going to try that later today. I'm not going to do it now. So then I can highlight stuff and it'll stay like highlight, whatever. I think there's more I can do if I just download it and open it, right? So I'm going to practice with that later. All right. So do we want to check who's coming up next, right? Stacy Bozanovsky. You guys want, how about we just do a quick update of who she is? So you discuss the case. If you permitted anyone negative, court. Why don't we just do a quick update and Stacy Bozanovsky. Which one was she? Who is she again? The next day. Oh, wait, 8. So 9. Stacy Bozanovsky and Patrick Cicero. So let's get an update of just so we got something to sleep on. Who was she again? She though. Oh, okay. Like yeah. Oh, is this the defense one? Oh. So yeah, probably because the where are you working? I'm employed with ISP. So she's more forensic stuff, right? Oh, DNA. Okay. My role as a scientist performs. Okay. Oh, so she's DNA stuff. Okay. Cool. Is there anything big that she does? 109 pages. Oh my God. That's a lot. It's one of the, besides Melissa Oberg, that's like one of the higher ones. Oh my God. I did Jerry's. Jerry's was 83 pages and it took me almost 9 hours. So tonight, if I come on, I do this, I'll get serious. I'll be serious. Ooh, how about we do that, Nicole? Did you guys watch all those fun videos I played of these bozos? Where are you? Back. I can go to playlists. Not play anything weird. Here's the one. Bridges, dig ditches, in Delphi. This was great.
I'd like to welcome.
Or you guys want to ask any questions? You know what? I'm going to put one of these on and I got to take a quick pee, I guess, or I could, yeah, it's bozos. I could end this, but there's 19 people and I'm up for a bit. I'm done my work as a security guard to the stars and a heavy machinery auto mechanic who plays with toy cars, RC cars. I've got a little more juice left if you guys want to do anything. I'm not going to check my notifications because that could be weird. Let me know. I was just looking into becoming a freight broker. Oh, that would be like with the truck stuff, right? Yeah. Dude, how does that work? Then you would have like people send out stuff for you, like drive, like you would kind of like be, yeah. And they would like, you would kind of like be like orchestrating guys picking up and delivering the trucks and that. Yeah, do it, man. Do it. You and your hubby can hang out at home instead of having to drive all around. You guys could have like a little office and just fucking, that would be great. Is that what he wants to do, or are you going to send him on drives too? You want to do it yourself? I could help you from up here. Let's do it. I got time. You want me to help you, Nicole? You do it. Oh my God. You need a Canadian connection way up here? You need someone who's reliable, dependable, always serious. Look at me right here. I'll help you. Maybe I'll read for an hour or two less. No, he has to drive. He'd prefer that? Yeah? Yeah, you got to kick him out, right? Yeah. Too much together. Yeah. Send him on the road. Definitely. Get him out. Yeah, how does that work? Because I see it all the time. I see it on YouTube too. Like, there's guys that would like, kind of like, you'd have a little office and you would kind of like, people would come to you for drivers, you would kind of hook them up and get them on the go, and that would be great. Boom. Send him on the road. I'll help you out. We'll do this. Even though you're only a mere, 2,000 miles away from me? We're in the same time zone. That's always good. We both speak English. Boom. That's it. I meet the criteria. I'm hired. So here's these guys. So I just like to, every bridge, bridges are important. They found their stuff. Get your ass on a bridge and we're going to make some money. Here we go. Just a quick update.
Welcome everybody here to the ribbon.
I'm not going to go to the bathroom now, but on the other one, because I don't want to play all this because I might get a strike.
Cutting for the Monon Trail pedestrian bridge, which is going to connect Hammond and Munster. This is a prefabricated center bridge section. It's a creative use of an original trestle that was built in 1909.
So these guys are making bank. They're fucking, every one of them. Look at them. They love these bridges. Let's rebuild them. Let's do it. We fucking figured out the secret. How to get the caramel into the caramel bar, right? Bridges. Fucking bridges. Look at these guys. They're ready to drive their BMWs to the golf course. Let's do this. We got a bridge. Another bridge. Look at this. They're pretty beautiful old bridges. Love these old bridges.
And I've got some photos.
Watch this foundation. All the money they get, they're just slapping some paint on. Watch.
Of the way it was.
It's ready to fall apart. I'm only kidding.
Watch. The water almost up to the bridge itself because of the impedance that the...
Look at that. They're fucking spending money on everything except the foundation. I'm only kidding. I have no idea. Beautiful old bridges. I do like them. So there's that. Now let's go to... Oh, wait, where is it? Sorry. There's another good one here. Yes.
Delphi.
This here, I'm going to run for a quick bathroom. I'll be back before this is over. 2 minutes. I'm going to do this. This is from 10 years ago. And this is the news. This is So I'm a serious reporter. I'm an investigative journalist. 27th of December, 2015. We have so many people we know here. Yes, we have some superstars. I'll be right back before this ends. All right? Let's do this. Enjoy this. I'm listening.
Residents are asking for the community's help in repairing the Monon High Bridge as part of the Monon Trail. News 18's Brittany Werner shows us why the community says the bridge is so important to the area's history.
The Monon High Bridge, which is part of the Monon Trail, was built in 1891 by the Monon Railroad. Although people often walk over the bridge to view the Deer Creek just down below, one Deer Creek Township board member, David McCain, says the bridge has never officially been developed into a pedestrian walkway.
Well, the community, of course, would like to have the trail finished. It has to be fixed and stabilized. It's in a critical condition.
Delphi residents say this Monon Bridge is an important gem in the history of their community, and they are asking for the city's help to restore this historic walkway.
It's a very long bridge. It is in very good shape except for this one pier.
McCain says the bridge is 850 feet long and it is the third longest railroad bridge in Indiana. The bridge is deteriorating, which makes it dangerous to walk on. In order to fix it, the entire project will cost around $300,000.
The community came together to support getting a grant from Indiana DNR that would allow for the decking and railing of the bridge for pedestrian use.
McCain was involved in helping to write the grant to the state's Department of Natural Resources, and the Deer Creek Township was approved the maximum amount of $150,000 toward making improvements. They also received $37,000 from the township, but that doesn't cover the bill. Before these changes can be made, the first pier must be repaired, which would cost around an additional $100,000.
We don't want the bridge to fail and collapse. We want to be able to fix it.
The bridge is owned by CSX, and before any repairs can be made, it must be approved by the owner. After negotiating for more than 2 years, CSX has agreed to donate the bridge and $37,000 for the project to a nonprofit organization willing to take the responsibility. But before repairs to the recreational trails project begins, the bridge must find a new rightful owner. Reporting in Delphi, Brittany Werner, News 18.
A land purchase by the city of Delphi.
1 second. Let me go back. I need to show you one thing. Go back.
Delphi
I'll show you. I'm back. Fresh. Look at this. Did we see somebody we recognize here? Anybody? Anyone? Pick them out. Which guy do you recognize? I'm just kidding. I saw someone comment under this video. They think they saw BG, but this is like 2015. He's not wearing, he's wearing running shoes, so it can't be BG, right? He couldn't have found dark boots within 2 years. I'm not kidding. But look at this. Like, I mean, how many guys? Probably 3 or 4 guys here look exactly like BG would. Not saying, right? But just thought that was kind of cute. Let me see. Oh, this is a good one. Love this
land
one.
purchase.
Quickly, a land purchase. Let me know if you guys like this or if you guys want to do anything else before. I got a couple. I'm pretty much done, but I got some energy. There's 190 people still here, so that's always good. What do you have all of? All the help? You don't want to you don't want to help out a poor Canadian? Drop, including NBC equipment, are a pain in the ass. Oh, you drove truck? Yeah. No, I could help. Nicole, how about this? If you ever have some security and you want to hire me to watch stuff on camera, I'm pretty good at that. I can, while I'm doing this, I multitask. I'm like better than Paul Blart. Yes. TV and Wi-Fi in the truck. Great. But I mean, in today's day and age, if you ever have some security needs, let me know. All right. I'll keep an eye on you if you're sleeping. When you're sleeping, if you're worried about ghosts. I'm only kidding. Here we go. So here, take note. This will be a quick one. I enjoy this. Let me guys know if you want me to do anything else. If you want a rabbit hole or something, let me know. Because there's what I was rabbit holing was the Oberg bullshit of her all the guns Oberg had. Oh my god, each time I look at it, I find something new. Oberg had fucking a shitload of guns. A shitload of guns. It is in Celsius. Here, I'll tell you. Good question. Good question. Everyone feel like typing your temperatures in? I'm doing that right now. Oh, shit. I missed a few messages. That's okay. I'm switching. Oh, we're having a warning here. I got a yellow warning of forecast is high for snowfall. I can see it now. It's starting to snow here. Oh boy. We got a warning. I don't know. It says snowfall today, moderate. The forecast is high, up to 10 centimeters of snow. It's coming my way. Finally, I want to get my snowblower out. I haven't had my snowblower out yet. So I'll switch to the Imperial for you wacky Americans. It's 27 degrees Fahrenheit where I'm at now. It says it was going to be 19. For some reason it says 27, or it feels, I don't know, or it feels like 18. It's going up to 32, 34 is the high. Then it's dropping back down to like 21. That's Fahrenheit. So I'll switch back to what the rest of the world uses, the metric system. There we go. The rest of the world's temperature, -3 Celsius. It's going down to -7, and up to 0, then back down to -5 Celsius. I love it. Grow some hair on that chest. What about you guys? 34 in southern Illinois. That's not bad. Mine's a little colder, but make a snowman. I could very easily. I could show you my front lawn is covered in snow. Depends if it's packing. There'll be enough to make snow. Or definitely soon this afternoon. So, Kokomo Crew. Let's do this. Talk amongst yourselves. If you guys want me to do a quick rabbit hole before I shut this down, let me know. There's 190 people watching. You can all see that. You can all see 190 viewers. 28 degrees. Oh my God. It's around same as me. Same as me. Temperature wise. Perfect. Let's do this, Dewey. You must have got snow because I think it's coming that way from, I'm east of you in Ontario, southern Ontario. So it's probably straight due east of you. 190 viewers, see? Dee Dee confirms it. Dee Dee confirms it. Rabbi's agreeing. Dee Dee confirms it. 190 viewers. So if you can't see the screen, you just have to take our word, right? Right. 190 people. Let's do this. Pay attention to this contract, the details of this contract, and who signs it. There's a baseball field involved. There's a whole bunch of things. They're going to make it safe for the kids to go on these trails soon. This is August 13th of 2015. Safety for the children on the trail system. Baseball fields and contracts are coming up. Let's do this.
By the city of Delphi sparks an Indiana State Police investigation.
News 18 Samantha Tiki joins us now with a look at why that land deal is causing so much controversy. Sam?
It's an area the size of 3 city lots in the heart of Delphi. At the last meeting of the Delphi City Council, the city proposed the purchase of the property. It was revealed at that same meeting the property had already been purchased before the council's approval. However, a deeper look into the documents led to an investigation of the sale by the Indiana State Police.
Something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't look right with this situation.
Republican candidate for Delphi City Council Dale Seward says something seemed a little too familiar about the city of Delphi's proposal to buy land during the August meeting of the city council.
It's important for the citizens to know that they can trust their city government and that their taxpayer money is being spent wisely.
Seward says he knew the city council hadn't approved the purchase prior to the sale and says that's when he spoke up.
You're supposed to get city council approval to make purchases, and to already have it warranty deeded prior to even notifying the city council of it is, in my opinion, improper.
Delphi City Council President Dick Traeger says the council was aware of the purchase because it was part of the Stellar project and says the land was designated for a portion of the interurban trail. However, he says the council did not know when the land purchase was going to be finalized.
The purchase was passed, but it wasn't consummated because when this came up, it was suspended. The money was not paid until we found out what the legalities were.
The deed to purchase this land shows it was prepared by Delphi City Attorney Brock Dawson. But according to Seward, Dawson says he has no recollection of preparing the document.
Dawson denied knowledge of the transaction, said that he didn't prepare a document, he didn't have anything to do with it, and didn't know what it was either.
Seward says the day after the meeting, he got a copy of the deed from the Carroll County Recorder. Though there had not been a vote by Delphi City Council, the deed dated July 30th shows the land sale from the Delphi Youth Baseball League to the city of Delphi for $7,100. In a phone call to News 18, Dawson says he did not prepare the deed and had no knowledge of the sale.
I have no idea who that individual was. It said they signed for the city of Delphi. You know, somebody did, but our attorney did not.
Seward says he knew something wasn't right and wrote a letter to the Carroll County prosecutor. Now the Indiana State Police are investigating the sale. Traeger says until the investigation is complete, the council won't be approving the sale.
You know, there's a lot of rumors that fly around. We have to get to the truth, and nothing will be finalized till we find out what the truth is.
Indiana State Police Detective Greg Edwards says he's wrapping up the investigation and turned the case over to the prosecutor this afternoon. I also spoke with Delphi Youth Baseball League Vice President Scott Roth, who says he thought the sale was a, quote, done deal and is waiting for the $7,100 check. Delphi Mayor Randy Strasser declined to comment due to the pending investigation. Samantha Tiki, News 18.
Delphi City officials are responding to an...
So we got that clear. The city lawyer didn't sign for this or approve it. They didn't get it voted in, nothing. Somebody's forging signatures and selling properties and buying. Oh my God. The lawyers looked into it. The ISP's investigating. Everyone's on the case. What happens? Let's see. Tell us, young man. And if I let this run a bit, right at the end, the mayor comes on, the previous one before, and around here, there's some great quotes by this man. He finishes up with some great quotes. It's like the motto of the city around here. Let's just do this. Young man, your clip-on tie, your freshly buzzed hair, Tell us what happened. The investigation has taken place. It's a couple days or weeks later.
An Indiana State Police investigation into a recent land purchase. Tonight, the Carroll County prosecutor tells News 18 that no criminal charges will be filed. City officials say they are not at fault.
Do you believe something criminal was done?
No, sir, I don't.
Comments backed up by the city attorney and the county prosecutor.
So how would you just categorize that as a mistake, or how would you categorize what happened then?
Well, it's more of a procedural thing.
The issue, this land on Hamilton Street between Deer Creek and the Delphi Youth Baseball Fields. As News 18 reported last week, a deed dated July 30th shows the city buying a quarter of an acre for $7,100. But it's something that the city council had not voted on.
Was there a mistake? Yeah, we're not denying that that somebody made a mistake.
Mayor Randy Strasser says that somebody was Stephen Kleinman of Specialized Land Services, a subcontractor for the engineering firm retained by Delphi to oversee the project. Strasser says the city's plans to buy the property date back to 2009, when it obtained a $445,000 grant from the Indiana Department of Transportation. He compares what happened to someone getting a deed to a house or vehicle before payment has been made. He says buying the property is the last step to building the Inner Urban Trail project, a trail connecting the third of a mile between Hamilton Street and Washington Street.
But the benefits are more than just a trail down through there. It helps, increase the safety of that embankment during flood stages, and it gets kids off the streets as well.
A project that's due to go out to bid next month, with construction beginning in another 60 to 90 days. Dale Seward, a Republican candidate for Delphi City Council who brought up the problem to us last week, says he still has some questions about the city's account of events. City Attorney Brock Dawson tells News 18 he has a concern that the deed was prepared in his name, but without his knowledge. But in the end, these issues or mistakes do not affect the ability for the City Council to vote to buy the land at their meeting next month if they choose. He anticipates the city will not take any legal actions against any of the parties involved. A message left this evening for Stephen Kleinman at Specialized Land.
Oops. Nothing happened here. What else was there? Oh, we don't want to watch Shane Evans. That guy drives me bonkers. What else you guys want to do? Anything before we finish her up? I'll check out this one. This is always good. I'd like to point out the Canadian geese that are shitting all over the place. Fucking shoot those motherfuckers. I won't go through this all. Anything you guys want to check out before we finish her up? Was there anything else interesting here?
I am sitting with Dan McCain.
Oh, right. McCain brothers. Dan McCain, the other brother.
Here on.
This is my brother, Daryl. This is my other brother, Daryl. I'd like you to meet my brother, Daryl. Here's my brother, Dan. Here's my other brother, Dave. My Dan, Dave. I think there's only two of them. This guy, this is a long time ago. He has less bags under his eyes than his younger brother. I don't know his brother.
On February 7th, 2012, in the Delphi Interpretive Center, and we're going to talk about the history of not just the canals and transportation in Delphi, but how this got going. Explain briefly, what is the Wabash-Neary Canal?
The Wabash-Neary Canal was linked to...
Oh, that's it. Interview's over. Thank you. What else was it? I think, there was that. What else was there? Journey to the Wabash. What was this one? Like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love these.
Maybe hard to believe.
I do love the old bridges and stuff. Right? Oh, that's what it was in that last one. I won't play it, but I'll just show you the... Oh, this isn't it. Wait. It was, which one was that again? It was this one. I won't even play it. I'll just pause it and I'll show you the part. There's a red bridge. I'll open it big. This bridge, the Canadians, the people of Canada so kindly donated from Canada. Here it is. Sweet, sweet Canadians.
Is indeed Delphi's hallmark, along with volunteers and hard work. Volunteers built the city's 10 miles of...
Oh, wait. It isn't this video. It's the one that we just had on with Dane. He's the one who talks about that red one. Where the hell was that? Is this one afterwards? Yeah, this is it. Sorry.
I am sitting with Dan McCain here on...
I'll find it and I'll mute it first, and then I'll... That red bridge, here it comes. The big business. They've really found their golden goose. Bridges.
We just started a third one, which is a lot bigger. It's a 160-foot long bridge from down at Greencastle that we'll be starting on in the spring.
What's the first of those bridges?
First bridge was one that came from Camden. It was an 1873 wrought iron bowstring arch bridge. Beautiful structure. Declared inadequate by the county and retired and given back to the...
He might not even be saying Canada. I may be getting this wrong. I'm going to take credit for it, but I think he's probably saying something else now that I've heard it again. I'm an idiot. It's a beautiful looking bridge. I think it's great that they're restoring them, and if they use them to get across the walkways and help people use the trail systems and that. And again, they put those little blocks in front so cars, because back in these days, like horse and buggy would probably go. You can't have heavy cars going over these, especially. Even as great as the manufacturing stuff was, instead of just tearing, if they can keep them and transport them to help people just get across and, do complete walking and, connect community, whatever, it's great. So, but they found a big business with these bridges. They're getting lots of funding and really, this is the last one I'll show you. Like this guy, it's so exciting. The canal, I love it. Here. Here's the last one I'll tease you guys with. You ready?
And interactive exhibits right out on the trail where you can go out and explore. And so your walk becomes very meaningful because you're seeing things that are real. Okay, ready?
How many members are there?
So I don't think you can handle any more. Can't handle any more. Beautiful area. It is nice. I think, where was that one with that lawyer at the end? Was that one? Is that this one? The guy at the end. I won't play it all, but it's this guy at the very end, the mayor. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the kind of guy that I think kind of takes things and probably, I don't know. I think if we looked into this guy, he probably has some sketchy histories or something. Looks like a little mafioso guy, and he's the kind of guy that goes in, cha-ching, he gets in, and I'm guessing, I don't know. Could be a great guy. I may have this wrong.
To assure its future, a storied past that its residents are determined to transform into a stellar future. Call it Midwestern pride or Hoosier tradition. This community is working hard to enhance this region's quality of...
Right? Like I was saying earlier, somebody suggests, I don't know who, but is it possible that he has got a couple bodies in the trunk of his Cadillac and he's waiting to put on his onesie, velvet onesie, or Adidas track pants and go and, it's not possible. I think it's impossible, but I don't know, I get a weird feeling about this guy. So guys, what should we do? I could do that deep dive stuff. I should probably shut her down. Look at this, 9 hours and 18 minutes. Any last requests? I think I'm done. Only 180 people now, so I'll cut it down. Any last requests? You want to see what we're doing tonight? If I come on again, what is today? It's Monday. It is Monday. Oh yeah, right. Stacy Bozanovsky and Patrick Cicero. Let's check him out. Cicero. Which one is he? This sounds more DNA stuff. Bozanovsky was DNA. Cicero, the Port County where I currently hold the rank of major. Oh my gosh, major. Civil division. How many? Oh, only 65 pages. So, patrol officer. Oh, which one is he? So many. What was his big Rabbi? Yes, I'm not even that tired though. So, but I'm gonna go eat some breakfast and sleep in the day like a normal man. A working man. So, yes, that's what I get the vibe. So, anyone update on the Cicero guy? Which one is he? Crime scene. So CSI. So he's another CSI guy, right? What did he do? Usually each of them. Blood splatter. Oh, okay. I have a feeling we're going to see the F tree. Aha. I'll get that photo ready. I'll get the photo ready of the F tree. Blood splatter. Spatter. I like splatter. They say spatter without an L. Cicero. What did I say? Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh, Miss Pie, where? What? Get out. Oh my God, Miss Pie. Good morning. Maybe I'll have some warm Canadian pie. How about that? Look at, everyone loves some pie for breakfast. Yes. We'll laugh your ass right off. I'll laugh your ass. I'll take care of that part. Oh boy, I've been on way too much. Why aren't you around more? Come on. Why aren't you, what the hell? Come on, at least come say hi more, guys. I command you. I understand I'm going on a lot. It's ridiculous. I'm an idiot. I'm a confused old man. Just come and say hi. That's all. Give me the thumbs up. Say hi. And if you got stuff else to do, leave the browser open so I look like 160 people here. Come and say hi more, please. I beg of you. I'm so lonely. Please. All right. So any last requests before we shut her down? 9:21:13. Oh my God. Should I shut her down? I'm going to shut her down. Okay, guys. Unless I'll shut her down. Have a great day, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shibby! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.